with a new version of a search engine to rival Google's. We've heard this story before, Brendo.
Yeah.
Bing, as well as others, have all failed. Let's see how they do.
Yeah, I mean, Perplexity has, that was the main one, or the main rival so far. They came out and straight up said, we're going right after search and Google, and it's not going to be a matter of, 50-50 or anything like that, but, just a couple of basis points here as far as market share for Google on the search side of things is a big deal.
You've been using that.
Yeah.
How is it?
It's different than ChatGPT or some of the other AIs, Gemini as well. If you're looking for a more complex, in-depth search specifically,
interesting.
It works very, very well. But some of the things that ChatGPT does very, very well, Perplexity might not do the same. So, it depends on what you want to get out of it. But yeah, that'll be interesting coming up next week. We get Google I/O as well,
yes.
coming just around the corner. On that interview, Sundar Pichai was talking about Google I/O, and it was interesting from the standpoint he kind of skirted products, individual products. She asked him straight up what this year's I/O conference is going to be about. And he made it very broad and generic, and the journey, he was talking about the journey that Google is going to be on. So lots to come for Alphabet, Google, and big tech here, guys. Semiconductors as well. Decent start to Friday morning here.
Yeah, thank you to TSM for that, for the semis being up. Good strong numbers for them month over month and all that good stuff. Hey, OpenAI, you come at the king, you best not miss. And the king right now is Google, but we'll see. I think it's going to be an interesting day of trade, not just because we have the chips in play, and I'm chuckling already, and Google in play, but there's some squeeze names that are going to be out there. Novavax is doing some insane things with a Sanofi deal, SOUN, they reported, and of course, they kind of get a bump every single time NVIDIA gets a bump, and NVIDIA is back over 900. Then you've got, GameStop from yesterday and all that good stuff. But early reminder for everybody, we'll remind you a couple of times, it's a big weekend, I think, for most everybody, because, Sunday is Mother's Day, and just a reminder to anyone that might be forgetting, we have an important day of trade, but the most important day of the year for a lot of people is coming on Sunday. So don't forget, everyone enjoy it, do your own thing out there. I absolutely can't wait because my daughter, we had a busy night last night, but then when it was time to go to bed, she basically was like, okay, so what's the routine for Sunday? Yeah. And it was like point by point, what are we doing at this time? And when are we making breakfast? And what time are we leaving for the game? It's just like she needed the schedule in her head.
Yeah.
And then I promise you, I'm gonna talk when I get home tonight. I'll say, do you remember what we're doing? She won't remember any of it, but she's so excited for it because it's really
great day.
It's great for the kids.
Great day. Yeah, my weekend is just jam packed. I didn't even get home last night till 9:30. Straight from work. A wild night. Doesn't stop. Tonight we have the PWHL game as well. A hockey game tomorrow, wedding. Oh my God, it's going to be insane. I was talking with my coaches too. We have a game tomorrow I can't make. This is going to be nuts. But yeah, hey, busy life. That's what makes us happy around here for sure. Okay, so yeah, pardon my voice. It might be a little raspy. We're going to be looking at a few different things. Apple here, 185. That's going to look like a breakout to me if we can get that going. There's a few different things that we're going to be interested in, but let's go back over to the desk.
A number of things to consider here this morning. One of them, crypto. I was noticing some of the individual equities back to the upside here this morning. Bitcoin also back to the upside. A couple of days in a row, looking pretty good, trying to get back above 63,000 and hold here. We are still kind of stair-stepping down. But overall, this trend's still well intact. If we can get back above 64,000, maybe, pretty good look for Bitcoin to start Friday.
Yes, sir. Above 63, it's a good look. And we had a couple of mining names report yesterday. I'm talking specifically about CleanSpark and Marathon. Marathon is up a little bit. I was watching it after the bell yesterday. Zigzagged a little bit up, a little bit down. Now up 0.75%. But it's really CleanSpark here that's looking real good. 4 1/5, Brendo, on that earnings report, and it's up well over 30% year to date.
Yeah, as we were mentioning there at 8:30 when we came on, a long list of Fed speakers today, so just keep that in mind. Keep your eyes and ears open for comments that may be moving the market, but just to give you a rundown of what's to come, at 9 o'clock this morning, that'll be the first, we'll get Michelle Bowman, speaking, and then, as I mentioned, University of Michigan sentiment coming up at 10 o'clock. Goolsby then, and Kashkari throughout the afternoon. Barr will speak in the afternoon as well. So it's been a couple weeks in a row here, maybe even 3 weeks in a row. I remember Friday afternoon specifically, there's been, for whatever reason, going into the weekend, the Fed speakers feel the need to make some comments.
They got to get everybody's, everybody on edge for the weekend there so that we can't rest peacefully. We'll have to see what the market brings today. A lot of hawks are going to speak today, so we'll have to see how they digest yesterday's jobs report, definitely coming in a little bit weaker than expected. That's been one of the focuses of the Fed, the continued job market strength, obviously with inflation. We'll have to see how that goes.
Yeah, we're going to get Canadian employment data as well. We were talking to Frank about that back on Thursday, but we'll see what that says as far as the economy on this side of the border goes. Here's a couple of other names that are moving around so far this morning. AKAM, Blink Charging, all with their own catalyst here. NVTS, NTRA, Yelp as well, down over 7% after they reported, guys.
Yeah, you know what? For the earnings names were a little bit of a disappointment last night, and just in terms of, I guess, percent moves and excitement. I mean, SOUM was obviously pretty good. Well, if you were shorting JFrog, you're probably okay with that. But the two miners that we were just talking about, Mara, CleanSpark, not a heck of a lot. That said, Bitcoin's not really doing much. And when you said Sharif was like, oh, CleanSpark's the better one, it's a little bit more exciting. Yeah, I kind of agree with that sentiment here because like this one had a wipeout bottom, held a little bit of a nice low in there like that. Just call it a double bottom even though it hit it 3 times. Higher lows and in earning, it's kind of grinding higher. Could always break out in 18. If it can hang on to lower high support, I think that looks good as well. I contrast that with Mara, and shout out to Danielle Shea last night because she sort of reiterated the same thing I think a lot of people thought. Well, if it just sits exactly where it is and does nothing, for most people, that's not going to generate a lot of excitement. Mara with a bit of a mixed report, and as we knew this was true when it came out. It went up and then it went down. That gigantic beat that they had on EPS that's adjusted EPS for Mara. And if you looked at the actual GAAP earnings, they had a loss that was a small loss that was a little bit worse than expectations. So I think that's the reason for the mixed. So sometimes you got to look past that big EPS number, but it's still right in the same range that it was before. No break of 21. I mean, like basically I just had a couple of lines that I didn't have to do anything with in the chart after yesterday's earnings on Mara. It's clearly not going to take out that 21 anytime soon for a breakout to top. I mean, maybe it could, but there's some squeeze names out there that seem a little bit more likely for volume. Novavax has done 25 million shares. Tomorrow's 500,000. And SOUN's done 2 million shares as well. So I feel like there's a couple more interesting things. Kind of thought that the CleanSpark and Mara would be the ones today, but you've got to be able to pivot and take what the market gives you.
Yeah, we pivoted yesterday and put a firm on our sticky note for long at 33, closes the day 35 there yesterday. So that was an 8% move on a firm straight off. I mean, it even went lower. You could have got 10 plus percent if we had gotten those lows. But again, a firm bounces off the 200 period moving average and then just continues to go to the upside. So for me, I want to look at a firm again here today, especially if the market wants to dip a little bit. That's the ES hanging to the downside right now. The NASDAQ, much more dramatic here, just pulling back in a little bit. So let's wait to see. But this is another play for me that I have on my mind, 34.50 or so here for a firm, just debating whether or not it'll be a sticky note play or whether or not we'll keep it on the burner there to see what happens. But yeah, lots of stuff. PayPal's been moving around. We had a good number from Square last week, and that continues to go higher. So, an earnings play that's, I mean, not continuing to go higher, but I like these levels, 63, 64, rate bouncing off that 50-period moving average. So, yeah, so far so good here for some of the names that I'm looking at early.
Yeah, lots of secondary type earnings reports to sift through here this morning as well. VSCO, an early mover to the upside, decent move. In fact, we're in this gap here for Victoria's Secret now on the daily chart. There we go. Way up here, $21 right now for VSCO, ends the day just above 18 yesterday. So worth a note. EPAM reports downside in a pretty big way. That's a Salesforce Competitors, so there was some early weakness this morning for CRM off that EPAM report. Pizza reported. We used to have a pizza graphic that I don't know what happened to that, but
Probably
downside here this morning, decent coming off earnings. Huge volume coming in behind that report today as well. It is gapping up a little bit this morning after the close yesterday for Papa John's. Another one to the upside so far, SoundHound. Early year runner from the beginning of 2024 gets all the way up to $10. Actually better than expected numbers here for SoundHound.
Well, that's what happens when you team up with NVIDIA. Anything connected to NVIDIA seems to do really well. Yeah, we all remember that March pump when SoundHound really started moving here, but now there's actually fundamentals to support the move. Revenue, 11.6 million, passing what the street was looking for. They were looking for 10.1. Also, the loss per share was narrower than the street was expecting, about a 7 cents loss per share. The street was looking for 9. Look, they grew revenue 73% year over year, as Adair wrote in the watch list. So let's keep an eye on, see how they do today.
I see Michael Noss getting set here to join us on a Friday morning. We'll get to him in a couple seconds. But overall, the market, guys, not bad here. 0.5% coming off that, decent afternoon anyways. Bit of a slow grind yesterday into the close.
A little bit, but we just made, I don't know, we're kind of slowly sliding back. We're still right in the pocket. But you're getting at least a little bit of a pullback. I don't want to draw a line there. Let me just get off that. But at the end of the day, you just have to respect that the market, it's liking what's been going on with this labor data, which obviously is not necessarily a good thing. Just asking the retail names that are under some pressure. But you're getting that nice little, higher low bounce for the last couple of days. And then we even started off the week looking strong. So we had like one little pullback, but it's really been a very gentle upward trending week. And I don't see a ton of reason why you want to move the course or not stay the course when it comes to the overall market. But for these squeeze names, because you mentioned SoundHound, and this is kind of what I wanted to get to. Look, we said this in the afternoon show. It's like if you want something to squeeze or you get excited about it, it just has to do something that's going to actually make the short sellers want to cover or get scared. So SOUN is breaking the 50 period and breaking its most recent high at 540. If it opens up above there, then you've got some real potential. If it holds on to the $5 level, more importantly, I think the 530, 540, then I think this has a really good chance today. And there's going to be some names like this that have a chance to go, and double that up if NVIDIA, which is up 1.5%, stays higher, then these guys are going to look pretty solid for a squeeze play. It's a different style of trade, but it's just a trend trade as long as it holds a breakout price, which is a concept that we've used before.
All right. Yeah, I was going to show you. Well, first of all, I'm going to show you this because this is Gia yesterday. So here she is. I'm going to make it a little bigger here. So she's at the plate. She's getting ready to go. Here comes the pitch. And then boom, this is the one that she cracks over the guy's head. See, the umpire is like running around there.
Get in position.
And there she goes. There she goes. Look at the running. And then here comes it. It was this really sick relay because now the ball is right there at second base immediately. But here's the stance. The thing is, I got to get her to go more weight on the back. And then the step, boom. So there it is right there. But she's pretty quick. And there's my first base coach. What's up, Coach Tammy? And then all the way around. You see we got a raised mound there. This is one of the only Little League parks in Ontario at High Park. So
yes,
there it is right there. That's official. And, it's really nice. Nice area there. Thank you to my lovely wife for posting that. You can go find that. But all right.
What was the final tally?
Yeah, we won 13-9. It was like a huge upset. And it was, okay, so listen to this. So I go there after. I'm really good friends with the other coach. Everything is cool. And he's afterwards, he's like, oh, so I see you got your kids taking on 3-0. I'm like, yeah. He's like, this early in the season, like they should be swinging away. I'm like, no, I'm teaching them fundamentals of baseball. You know, your pitcher can't get it across the plate. We're taking on 3-0.
Get on base. It's a big deal.
We have a winning mentality on our team over here. This is my Super Bowl. They're the defending champs. They've mercied every single
I can't believe
team.
he asked you that, though. Like,
No, he didn't ask me. Everyone was just talking.
like-
I showed up, I was like, yo, good game and everything like that. And he was like, it was great. And he was talking about Gia and everything like that. Yo, what's up, Sharif? And then we were doing things like that, and we were going back and forth. And he's like, oh, and then, because the league president was there.
Why are we
Chiefs like baseball?
Okay.
Yeah, and then there.
Football,
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah. And then, anyways, long story short, it was just funny. I was like, yeah, I mean, that's what we want to do. Because the thing is, what you teach them now early in the season is what will be repeated later on. And anyways, so it was huge. But I'm just sad because I can't make the game on Saturday. But what I want to talk about, I know we have Michael Noss, but just quickly, look, this is the NASDAQ. We're heading into now its third positive week. All right, unless we have a big move to the downside, this is a weekly chart for the triple Qs. Like, what are we even talking about being worried about anything? These are all-time highs. Like, we are points away from all-time highs. And we've been through 500 straight basis point rate hikes without a cool down. And now we're even talking about rate hikes possibly again. And the market's just like, okay, well, let's just see what happens.
Wow, Faith.
You know, like you're nervous about something, just get out. Like right now we're at huge levels. And what?
We're nervous.
I thought,
What are we nervous
by the way,
What are we nervous about?
this
Market's flying.
some people are. I mean, some people are saying like, oh, you know, this market's coming back in.
I keep seeing Bitcoin to zero in our chat, by the way.
Bitcoin to zero?
Yeah, at Ponzi.
So
Bitcoin's not going to zero.
So you know what will make Bitcoin go to zero, and it could possibly happen one day? Quantum computing, when they crack all those ledgers, and then that's the end of that.
Well, that's one of the.
That's not tin hat thinking.
No, quantum computing is the next, like after AI. It's just a matter of the time, figuring out when that can happen. It's like, okay, so you could crack it in 5, you could crack it in 50. It's like
who knows? But I mean, because that
in our
technology
lifetimes,
will
maybe.
get into the wrong hands. I mean, that's it is what it is. I mean,
No,
look at
it's,
AI.
It's a guarantee.
Yeah, it's like people are taking advantage of AI, making songs, making bad videos, this and that, blah, blah, blah.
Or good videos.
All right, let's go. Black Monday is coming. I always wait for, Black Friday, because then I could get some wicked deals.
No, man.
You know, I want to get...
Everybody shops at Thanksgiving. You got to shop off season.
Yeah.
Get your...
Yeah, I'm getting all of my hockey equipment in the summer. What is that?
Yo, straight up, Keon Coleman.
Keon Coleman, yeah.
Obviously a Buffalo Bills homer.
What did he say? I'm Tiger, something.
Okay, we have Michael Lawson. One more thing. Someone asked him, Keon Coleman, new wide receiver for the Bills. He gets asked if he plays golf in the offseason. He's like, nah, man, I'm not Tiger Woods. I'm Tiger wish he could.
Wish he could. That's what it was, yeah.
He is the most interesting NFL prospect in the history of the league. The guy is so awesome and genuine. I just hope he's a good receiver, and I'm probably going to buy his jersey.
What position
but let's go to Michael Noss. Sorry, guys. That was.
Oh, they like it.
The Coleman's the best, dude. Oh.
We're just checking on GameStop. Mr. Noss, happy Friday. Happy Friday. Any more sleep this week, or how are things going at home?
A little bit more. I've got my energy drink still here just to keep me wide-eyed. But
this segment brought to you by
back and
coffee.
forth with Sean and Neil there, that kept me awake too.
Good stuff. Let's get into some short float talk this morning. We touched on this back on Monday, if anyone was with us, to kick off the week. A little more analysis here, a couple more scans from Mr. Noss here, trying to find some high short percentage opportunities.
Yeah, and the reason I'm doing this right now is because I think Sean just gave a perfect summary of why I'm not really talking about the overall market or sectors or anything, because as you mentioned, we had a little bit of a pullback. We're knocking on the door of all-time highs. There's not really too much else to look at or say, right? If it's a trends sometimes pull back and sometimes they move higher. So what I'm doing is I'm saying, what do I think has a chance to kind of break out the most? So the first slide I have is not a new, but a new to you guys I haven't presented yet, filter that we have in trade ideas. So on Monday, I gave a handful of ideas that I sorted by days to cover. And I explained that days to cover is a different way than just looking at short flow percentage, which most people look at. Basically just says, if every trade was someone buying to cover, how many days would it take them to get out of a trade? And we have one more very important short float and short squeeze kind of metric that I wanted to take a look at this time as I found out more, because I have 4 more ideas. The last 4 did great. I think I'm in all of them and they're all doing well. So I'm hoping that if the market breaks through these all-time highs, that I'll have these short floats names going, and then some people will cover. So this one is actually short growth. So bit of an explanation on how we ingest short float data. There are some organizations out there that kind of guess based off some FINRA reports that come out, and it's a bit sloppy. Let's just say that. The official short float data is released every 2 weeks. And every 2 weeks, then we ingest it into our system and we update it. Now, what's interesting about this filter is we save what the last short float data was and what the current short float data was. So we can tell, are the shorts getting more short or are they covering? So what I looked at when I looked at this scan is that far right column, that is the growth of the short float. So with that explanation. So for example, if you had a 10% short float last week, and now you have a 20% short float this week or 2 weeks from now, that would be 100% growth in the short float. So what I did is I said, okay, I want things with okay short floats, but I want to find where people are getting more short. And I think that they are wrong. So that's what I did with this scan is I sorted by this column to say, hey, this is stuff that I think people are getting more short over that last 2 weeks. And that's going to be a problem. So this VRE, for example, is a real estate income trust. So it's not going to be a crazy mover. But if you look at just that last 2 weeks of data, we're up from $14 to about $16 a share. And there was a 35% short growth in that time. So people are getting more short as this thing's moving higher. And it's got 7.5 days to cover. So that days to cover metric is still very solid if these shorts need to cover for whatever reason. I think Neil said that with a couple of these AI plays, we need to find a catalyst for these guys to cover. And yeah, they're getting more short in this thing. And what I see is a potential channel breakout here. So if that channel breakout occurs, we know that people are leaning on that short even harder and they may have to get out. Now, the next one here is CRK. Same kind of idea. This one, we're showing a 37% short float on. So that's a wild short float in and of itself. But that short growth has increased. So nearly 10% of the entire float in this CRK, they leaned short on in the last 2 weeks. That yellow vertical line that you see on our charts is always earnings. So it had earnings, gapped up after earnings, and it's holding really tight around this kind of 10.50 or so a share. And so many people are shorted and trying to get more short. So if that 10.50 breaks, this one could be an interesting one as well. This is a long-term UWMC on this one, a very long-term base, massive smiley face. I say it all the time, been trained to buy smiley faces, sell frowny faces. This one looks like a little bit of a smiley face to me. That blue line that I drew is around $8, give or take, $7.50, $8. Massive resistance area. A 23% short float on this one and a short growth of 23%. So again, people are leaning on this level, thinking that this level is going to hold and it's going to push back down. If they're wrong, they have to cover. And with a pretty big short float, there's going to be a lot of people that have to cover with them. And it had earnings yesterday, and those earnings looked pretty strong on UWMC. Last but not least, we have Burke. This is, I guess, a shoemaker that was a big deal. This one actually came through on a scan that we have. You guys have Brian Shannon on all the time. I'm sure he talks about his IPO anchored VWAP. We have a scan for that. This one's above its anchored VWAP from IPO. It has a 20% short float, which is 13 days to cover. So that's a lot of days if these guys have to cover. Nice little breakout candle yesterday, and then again, 10% short float. So people are leaning on this short, and they're shorting into this anchored VWAP from the IPO. I think they may be wrong here if we get a push above, call it $47, give or take. I like the look of that. For me, on this one, that anchored VWAP is going to be my stop. If we close below that, it's going to be time to go. But again, just another way I want to give you guys to look at short float, because sometimes the size of the short float matters, but not as much as if they're getting more or less short. Are they starting to cover? In which case, maybe they're going to be out of their position and there's less pain going on there. Or are they leveraging into that position? And if they're pushing into that position, then sometimes that's really where you can get the shorts if some sort of catalyst occurs.
And all just opportunities and potential opportunities, not necessarily, things that we're going to jump into today. When it comes to something like a Birkenstock, how much are you paying attention to volume behind that as well? It's yes, it's short. Yes, if there's covering happening and maybe a daily high gets taken out, but there's no follow through. It's walk us through the process there of entry.
Yeah, volume's always going to be important, especially when you're buying something that could be breaking momentum like this. For me, it's always I want to take these daily charts as ideas, and then I zoom into generally a 30-minute chart. I let the opening craziness end, which is funny because if you're a day trader, that opening craziness is where a lot of your profits come from. As swing traders, we wait for the afternoon or the close, and then I'm looking to get a position on that shorter term time frame that again I can use that underlying stop loss. So again, if the shorts are right, and I say this all the time with short floats, if you look at I think Bed Bath and Beyond is going to be the example I used for a while. That when it died had like a 35% short float, but the shorts are right. They have no reason to cover. So, I think what Brendan was alluding to and what absolutely makes sense is you want these things to break out and you want volume behind them. You want those shorts to have a reason to cover, ideally some sort of news event or fundamental shift or something that gives them a reason to go, okay, this thing's going to move much higher. I have to cover my short. And then that creates these short squeezes that we're looking for on these plays.
Great stuff. Michael Noss from Trade Ideas. Have a great weekend. We'll speak again on Monday.
Talk to you Monday.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Michael. I mean, that last point, like we say, we can't say that enough as traders, and regardless if you're swing trading or day trading, whatever your time frame is, if the shorts feel like they're winning, they're not going to cover, especially in companies that think they can just hold until they're done. But Birkenstock is probably a great example of more of a swing trading stock than a day trading stock, just because, like right now, there hasn't even been a print. Hold on, let me refresh my level 2 here. Just to be sure. Yeah, there hasn't been a pre-market print. I wasn't even sure. I'm like, should I refresh this? No, there hasn't been a print pre-market, which isn't to say that it's not going to do a lot of volume, but it's a pretty good indicator that you're not going to get a ton of volume. But breaking past key levels. So when it does that or reverses a bit of a trend back to the upside, you got to think in the mind of the other person. Like if you're long, you like when it does that little bit of a break. But if you're short, and you've been shorting these highs in here, and where might you think about taking some profit? And that's exactly why probably a lot of people are looking at, something like a Novavax right now, because, well, shorts were winning on this stock for quite some time. And by quite some time, I mean essentially ever. And now that you've gapped through what was previous support around $6, resistance, about $6, for sure they're shorts covering, and these guys have a massive short float as well. And it was on actual news that they're no longer in danger, at least they say they're not in danger of going out of business because of a Sanofi deal. So we're going to talk about these guys, obviously, but it's all about the fact that you're actually breaking out and causing shorts to cover. When it's down here and it pops $1, that's not doing anything to anybody that's shorted at $10 or $50, or in this particular case, people could be short at like $200. Which is possible. So yeah, it's a great look, and I think we can apply that to all time frames.
I'm just writing out, thanks, Michael Noss, there from Trade Ideas. For me, a huge part of Trade Ideas is just the scanning that they have, right? And so I think that the fact that Michael can come out, show us some of those scans, like that anchored VWAP scan off of IPOs that they created. I mean, it literally is a chapter in Brian's book, which is around here somewhere. I think it's over there at the desk. I was just looking at AMD. I'm trying to figure out what stocks are coming in here and which stocks aren't. Like the NASDAQ's falling down, and then we've already talked about the semis, and we'll go over that. It's all over the watch list. So we'll go over all this, but these are still holding up pretty good. Let's go over to Adair at the big screen.
One of yesterday's outstanding earnings moves to the downside here, getting an upgrade from Moffett-Nathanson. That's going to be Roblox right now, up about 1.6% after initially trading down about 30% on earnings yesterday. 3M getting an upgrade here from HSBC Securities. Two more earnings names here to end the upgrade side. Warner Brothers Discovery reporting yesterday with this upgrade from KeyBank Capital, and Cheesecake Factory reporting Wednesday night, getting the Citigroup upgrade. On the downgrade side, we have Ferrari starting the list here with this downgrade from Jefferies Financial. Planet Fitness getting a downgrade from Stifel. Stifel also downgrading Macrogenics, which is down about 67%. Not helped there by that downgrade. Bad move to the downside for Macrogenics. And last but not least, we have TD Cowen downgrading Baxter, guys.
Cheesecake Factory. I say this every single time, so you've probably heard it. I've never eaten at the Cheesecake Factory. It's terrible on my part. But day two play earnings, maybe not. This is not going to be the same as what Palantir or a few of the other day two earnings feels like Disney, where you have an opportunity to buy it off of some recent lows. It's just vastly different from those because the bounce was so huge after that big drop that the higher low is like $30, which is 10% away from the bottom. So the $30 level, that's what held pretty much all afternoon. There was one little dip at 9:30, which if you're fortunate enough to get that one, that was your best trading opportunity long on Roblox. So the $30 level there would be the gotta hold it a second day, and if you do, start trying to retrace that gap. The buyers were there en masse when this got back to its September lows. And I think you got to respect that. It'll be short sell restricted today because it was down over 10%, which can give it some juice. So if it gets down to 30, I think that's worth a test. Every other name on that earnings list, or sorry, not earnings list, on that upgrade downgrade list, not that interested in, but Roblox I think would be the one out of those 8 that's worth the trade.
Yeah, I was looking at that. The only name that I noticed on there was Roblox as far as a trade. So we talked about that yesterday. I thought Roblox was hit a little bit too much, and it did bounce off that $27 level. So I like Roblox. I think it's worth picking some up here as, again, just a different technology. We're sprinkling some in there. They could just blow up to the upside again. A couple upgrades away from taking some levels out there, holding that 30, and then you're like, well, why didn't we buy some? So might be worth it. The bottom is 25 and change. So I feel like the risk to reward on a Roblox is probably there at these levels. But I always like the 3-day rule. Didn't work. It worked for Meta, but it just, you know, it's only gone up since then. It hasn't really pulled back. So I don't think Roblox is in the same category as a Meta. People like value investors or anything aren't going to flock to Roblox, but we'll wait to see what happens. But yeah, that's a Lambo trade. I feel like someone just wrote the word Lambo in there, so I was like, let's. Oh, here we have a Lambo. We have this thing here, Max. Yeah, so I think out of everything, Roblox has a chance to get back to that $40 mark if there's some good.
Fabian asking the short float of Roblox. It's only 4%.
Yeah, it's nothing.
Actually.
We talked about that.
Yeah, it's not much of anything.
There was an early Lambo going into Queen's Park this morning.
Oh,
I saw.
Probably woke up the entire neighborhood.
Yeah. Like Doug. Anyway, yeah. Let's. Whoops! I hit it early, Sharif.
There you go.
If you haven't done so, grab that. That's the watch list we send out every single morning before we come on. Go to the website, enter your email address. You get everything you need to know in the pre-market before we come on. Now we can have a look at the overall market.
Guys, we close out at 52.38. Yesterday, we've been talking about that 52.50 as a key area of resistance. We're above it by a cool 2 points right now. The overnight high, 52.60. If we break down below 52.50, look for support at yesterday's resistance area, 52.25, Brendo.
All right, let's talk about Google here. I mean, this is an interesting story, but really not going to be significant as far as price movement is concerned this morning ahead of the company's I/O event coming up. Microsoft and OpenAI expected to launch their latest search-focused AI coming up again ahead of Google's I/O event. I was mentioning that interview I was watching yesterday. Sundar Pichai was specifically speaking on this year's I/O event, and it's kind of like a State of the Union, if anyone hasn't seen it before, for Google. And it was very, very broad. There wasn't any specific mentions of the cloud or devices coming, new phone or what have you. It was very, very broad, talking more about the quote-unquote journey that Google is on currently with AI.
I feel like he's taking a page out of Apple's playbook and being unnecessarily vague on purpose there. Yeah, but look, the details with respect to OpenAI's search engine are really scant. We don't have too many. We don't even know the unveiling date, which is, by the way, subject to change. So we'll have to keep an eye out and ears out for that. But it's not the only competitor out there for Google. As Brendo mentioned, there's Perplexity, which has basically 10 million monthly active users, a drop in the bucket compared to Google, obviously. But we'll have to wait and see Google selling off on the news.
Yeah, I mean, down a little bit here, back to 168, trying to hold for Google, but still holding on to this range from the post-earnings move here.
Yeah, and the thing is, I mean, with the market being strong this week in a general sense, like today, you don't really come in with a lot of names that look that weak. So down 1.2% on this news, like it or not, or hate it or not, when the NASDAQ's up 0.26%, you know, I think this is the one I'll look for some shorts in. I like Google. I think it's made a great bounce since earnings, and you know, it's been nicely upward trending, but it just hit a top, and has been slightly pulling back this week. And the last couple of days, I think we already showed you the NASDAQ, last couple of days been like dips and gentle moves higher. Well, Google making a high and then gently moving lower, 170 resistance. Maybe that's a little bit more unrealistic from when I had an order in front of 170, but that's when the stock was at 169 bucks. Now it's at 168, so it's moved down $1, actually a little bit more than that. So I'll probably have to adjust on the fly, and we can look back into like afternoon support sitting right in here at 169. But I want to I'll short Pops in Alphabet today. It's the only, I shouldn't say that. I mean, I haven't looked at every single stock in the market. It's the only one of the big names that I looked at today that already set up a little bit bearish on the week, and then on top of that had a bit of a catalyst that was weak. So I will short this one on Pops. Most of the other ideas are probably going to look the other way, but at least for Alphabet here, that lower high 69, definitely the 70 level if it gets there, I'd be a seller. Long term, I'm not really that worried about it. Still love Google. They have too much working for you to be overly concerned with competition, which we already knew was coming.
Yeah, that's the whole thing about Google. I don't know. I have it on the sticky note just because it's like what Neil said. I put in the chat, what do we want to short? I have a couple ideas, and we'll get to them soon. But I mean, I think you have to look short on Google. I really like the name, so I'm not like absolutely in love with it. But if we can come back up to the 200 period, which is right here at 169, then I think it's worth a try at least. I mean, that held yesterday as a bottom. So if we're just going to play off support and resistance, I think this 169 level for Google worth a fade. But I'm not in love with this. The market right now to me is just too jittery. Nice move down for sure. I feel like we could come right back up. I mean, we could open up in and around VWAP, which kind of gives me a neutral feel. So I'm going to hold off on loving this play, but people are going to come after everyone's business, right? I mean, Apple made a phone, first one with that touch screen. It is what it is. Now you can't get a phone without. This is what happens. Search is huge for them, and it is a gun pointed directly, at their primary business.
It's true.
So, I mean, Google is just so
winnable, bulletproof vest, baby.
It's so implanted in everybody's brain, I feel like, that you're going to have to convince people to switch to Perplexity or something. So I don't...
Which is pretty good, though.
Which is great. No, all of them are great. Like Brendan said, they're all going to have their ups and downs and their positivities. But for me, I just, I'm a little nervous about it. But I think this is what happens in the business, right? Eventually, maybe they buy out competition or just improve it. But... Brendan's the one listening to the podcast, so I'll trust him with Sundar Pichai. So the minute Brendan starts selling, I'm out.
No, never. No, I was just saying, I was just saying to Sharif, I, for the first time, caught myself last night reaching for Google and then stopped and went and opened Perplexity instead. So that was the first time. Just as a reflex, you always just reach for Google to find something out. Let's talk about semiconductors here. TSM with some numbers, we'll touch on that. But overall, I wanted to just zoom out a little bit. That's SMH. I mean, you can look at any of the ETFs right at this high, once again, to start things off here this morning as far as the group is concerned. Still showing all kinds of strength.
Yeah, definitely. We'll keep eyes on the semis today. Today, though, TSMC giving us a bit of an update as to what they should expect for earnings and letting us know that their April month was a blowout month, 60% year-over-year increase in revenue in April. Compare that to last year on the quarter. We'll have to see what the rest of the year brings, but they also guided for the rest of the year, and they are looking for strong chip demand. Simultaneously, SMIC, not SMCI, SMIC, which is the Chinese chip manufacturer, also reported earnings overnight, and they were down decidedly there, but they did make statements about somehow getting their hands on newer technology and able to kind of close the gap between them and the West.
We are brought to you by Blue Chew. Guys, remember the good old days when you were always ready to go? Well, those days don't have to be over. Blue Chew is an online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra, but in a convenient chewable tablet and at a fraction of the cost. Sign up today, bluechew.com. and use the promo code TRADERTV. Consult with one of their licensed medical providers, and you'll receive prescriptions discreetly delivered right to your door. Pay $5 shipping. That's it. Try Blue Chew free. Again, bluechew.com, promo code TRADERTV.
You said free. Free is about the best
free.
cost. I mean, like there's...
free.
I mean, you know, for people out there, you know, it's like, oh yeah, but if you pay nothing for it, like whatever. No, man, you get a deal, you take a deal, straight up. That's what Pops taught me. The other thing that he didn't teach me this one, but like in principle, he sort of did, is like, you know, like the trend is your friend, even if it's a short-term one. And if we're looking at, so the semis are all kind of up right now. You can take your pick. When TSM does something good, I think we kind of find, if you look at your corp board, like you're not going to find a semi name that's going to be down in that particular case. On the odd chance that one of them has their own bad news, maybe you'd see something like that. So again, take your pick. But AMD got, smoked is the wrong word, but they did get hit, made the bottom 140, and then the gap top was $151, the 151. You know, the 151, the good stuff. And then on the last little dip, just yesterday, it held on to that previous resistance, turning into support. So when that happens, I like that for a bounce zone. And I'm thinking longs into the top end of the range when I see that, because you get the support exactly where you'd want, so it looks like a recovery to try to fill, go back to fill the gap in again. The higher lows at 152, that puts 52 and 51 as dip buys for me on AMD, with room to 157 today. So I think that gets relatively simple. You can draw a line at 151 if you want. When you pop that 15-minute chart out, it looks pretty easy to me. And you could even loosely apply that to Intel as well. Intel off the 30 level. Made a bit of a bottom. Now you get a bit of a trend reversal the last couple of days. Good news on the chips. Holds on to that higher low support, which would be yesterday's close, and then room to go to the upside. I mean, the difference would be AMD's just a stronger stock, but I think that setup bodes well. Keep an eye on TSM, just make sure it's not tanking like crazy at any moment. But yeah, I'm looking to buy them dips in AMD.
Yeah, so we just got the sticky note out right now, and yeah, basically exact same idea. I mean, my number one idea here today is AMD long. So we're gonna put it out at 152. I'm already bidding there. I like that level. We traded NVIDIA yesterday, short side. And so I really like those levels for advanced micro devices. I still have Google up here. But again, it was the weekly bottom for AMD. We haven't broke through there. If you scroll this out on a 20-minute chart, you're just gonna see here's 152. So all week, it's been the bottom. So if we do somehow get a move back into that level, that is go time for me. So we're gonna be waiting there at 152. I don't know about breaking the top. If we're gonna break the top on a name, it's going to be the big guy. It's gonna be NVIDIA, because this one can really go, and all it takes is like a $5 move and you're done for your whole day. You know, no matter what your share size is. If you're trading this with 50 shares, $250, that's probably a wicked day for you. If you're trading with 100 shares, $500, probably a wicked day for you. So whatever you're trying to trade with here, you don't need a huge move to be successful. So I'm thinking NVIDIA, something in and around, if we're going to break highs, I mean, we're right here. We'd have to go back into yesterday to see. But what about this level that we kept shorting off of, in and around 905? You know, I know that high there is 908. We dumped off there yesterday morning. So if you're a little more conservative, maybe a 908 break long. That's only $10 from now. So I just feel like this sector right here is really juiced up to do something. Like, it's up 1 1/3% right now, and the NASDAQ's only up 1/3. That's, you know, relative performance for NVIDIA. If we're gonna short Google because it's relatively weak, I think you got to go somewhere with NVIDIA here, it being strong. So even that top in the pre-market of 902, I think is in jeopardy and could be an awesome break into 905, 908, and that's the end of your day. So watch out for that. I am very inclined to take this 902 break right here on NVIDIA. Still 15 minutes, but that could be your big trade. And I don't even have it written on here, so I'm glad we looked at that. But NVIDIA 902, if this market goes, could be something special.
All right, let's carry on. Tesla here. We'll talk some supercharger and investment going back into that for Elon and Tesla by the end of this year, an expansion of the supercharger network. There was also the job cuts, the latest job cuts that were yesterday or 2 days ago. This week has flown by. I think it was 2 days ago.
2 days ago.
He specifically avoided this area of the business, which a lot of people were pointing to as a positive.
Yeah, it's one of the things that he gets a lot of credit from both sides of the aisle here, so we'll have to see how that does. Looking to expand it looking to spend a lot more than the $500 million that he originally said he would plan out. That's after us hearing about BP, British Petroleum, really wanting to expand the charger network there at their gas stations. I can tell you locally, the Shell gas station by my house installed 2 electric vehicle chargers, and they're all the way pushed in the back. You can't even see them. So, you know, I think that they're still leading the way here.
Yeah, don't line up for that too long. We're right back to this gap level, however, for Tesla, guys.
Yeah, look, I've been shorting Tesla all week and at least looking for it. I mean, we put it on the sticky note the same level every single day. I mean, it was 177, then it was 176, so it's back on there today again. I'm using the news here to think that we could get a bump up for Tesla into 174, 175. I wrote down that I'd like to see a fade up into 175. Which would mean that we'd have to get back to where we were yesterday at the open. That's possible for Tesla, but again, we're looking at these levels earlier on. So when it's 173.50, it's a little bit different story. Tesla might have to get lower here. It hasn't looked great. Let me just move this over. It hasn't looked great off of earnings. It had that, you know, I mean, it was great, but since, you know, we had a couple bump ups, we had some worries again in China. You're now trying to break through the 50 period back down to the downside. So I just feel like the bulls win, the bears win again. So it's just, it's up, it's back, you know, some consolidation in here. I really feel like a good level for Tesla to make a decision on is like in and around this 160. So not a trade for today, but I think it gets down there at some point. So I've just been thinking pretty negative here on Tesla. Again, the supercharger story is great, and I was trying to use that to fade this. So there's 176. I don't know if we get back up there. All week we've been talking about 172, 177. Then we had a 186 or something like that. But I'm trying to get involved with Tesla short in and around 175. So it would be 176 if the market was a bit stronger. So I wrote down 176.50 as my out for Tesla. A short idea. So Tesla and Google are 2 ideas that I have on my mind for short side.
I don't know how much that's a problem. Unity with earnings here. We're bouncing off daily lows here, or daily support. If you go out to higher time frame, $23 got visited back in April, trying to hold that right now off their earnings.
Yeah, they missed on the bottom line here, Brendo. This is why the stock is moving down aggressively. They lost about 75 cents a share. The street was looking for 65. Revenue did increase a little bit, though, about 17% year over year, but not enough to fend off the stock from going down.
Yeah, still I was just double checking on, oh, it's gone down. I only see about 8% on the short side for Unity. It was a lot higher than that, though. If you zoom out a bit, you get a picture.
Only because I always do, but it's a boring stock today. Unity. Yeah, but it's not that exciting today. It's right inside the range. Randy, yes. Randy. I'm a little excited.
I've never been more happy to see Randy.
Excited to get. Why the red cup? We're up today. Market's strong. Well, I mean, market's up today. I'm just saying. 2 red cups on a day like today.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Randy, they're expanding their supercharger network. So exciting.
Yeah, so, okay, we're all short Tesla now because
Wow, that's one good coffee, Randy. You like that? We still got to go to that place. Did you see Rivian the other day, Randy?
not excited.
Nice little bounce back up to 10 and a quarter right
that
now.
you're excited about?
Nice move on Rivian.
Okay.
Yeah, nice move, little move back. We had that base down there at $8, $9, back up to 10, trying to break through 10.50 right now. I don't know, man. I don't know. You know the thing about all these EV cars is what if the United States somehow changes like their import policy or something like that, and the next thing you know, we're infiltrated like we are in the electronic space with all these Chinese cars.
Yep.
Fabian.
It's bound to happen. It's, you know, the Chinese auto manufacturers have shown the Americans how they can build cars. And
Right.
it's going to happen at some point. I think the big 3 in North America are doomed as far as electrics goes. I really do.
Yeah.
And that sounds pessimistic, but
No, that sounds great.
Yeah, look at what
I mean,
they've
you
sold.
use the word
and-
doomed.
Well,
Look out, GM share.
No, but I think you're right. I think that's what the advantage of GM and Ford are, is that they focused on hybrid more so than electric.
when you look at the cost of labor and you look at their supply chain costs versus anything we can build in North America, I don't see it. Which, I mean, hey, There's some great products coming out of China as far as cars go, and they're building buses and trucks and scooters and motorcycles, and they look good. They're reliable.
Keyword building too, like
and
cheap. They build them cheap,
cost effective, and again, their costs are lower, which means their prices are lower, which means not everybody wants to drive an F-150.
Or can afford to drive an F-150.
Or can afford.
I think everybody wants. If you had a truck, that's the one.
You want it. That's what you want.
It's how expensive. That's $120 or something on the road. There for an F-150, right? So pretty expensive there. And then NIO has the battery swapping. I think that's an idea.
Yes.
And a BYD deal.
Oh, someone wants to get on camera. I see.
Ooh. Is it too close?
There we go. There we go. Randy, see, Randy is the wizard behind the curtain.
Man,
Randy,
you
are the wizard behind. Are those some jorts are on?
Oh,
the jorts are in the building today. Randy and the jorts.
It's not even warm out, dude.
This is the life
Show
over
them
here,
off.
man. I love Randy. Hey, I saw you weren't here yesterday. I was like, oh, this guy's up north for the weekend, but no day off.
Stuff to do.
Well deserved, my man. Well deserved.
Okay, back to
All right, it's
trading.
9:22. We still got. I have nothing to speak on Unity. Did you already? Oh yeah, you did that Unity.
I did the Unity.
Yeah.
No,
Okay.
It's an inside day for Unity. We talked about this with Danielle Shea. It's like, what are you supposed to do when a stock that you want to squeeze is exactly where it was in the middle of the range yesterday? I think it's not the worst idea to try to sit it out. And if it tries to break out and it gets past like 24.5, maybe look for some longs at that point. If it tries to break down and make some fresh moves, fair enough. But you couldn't ask for, I mean, like this is about as little as it could have done on Unity, unfortunately. Not when you've got Novavax and SOUN and, I mean, all of the chip names. There's just way too much to look at.
Randy is like John Cena with the jorts.
A little bit, yeah.
Very similar. They look very similar.
Yeah.
All right.
Different quad size maybe, but
yeah, something like that.
a little different.
That's actually really funny. The resemblance. Let's talk about some crypto. I was just reading through the Canadian jobs that you and I were talking about. 90,000 jobs on this side of the border last month versus expectation of 20,000 expected. So much higher for the Canadian employment market after a decline the prior month. There's IBIT right now, some of the ETFs trying to gap to the upside. We are coming off a little bit right now, but I mean, we're still stuck in the range overall, trying to take back some support levels here. The individual equity is looking a little bit stronger, however.
Yeah, just dip below 63,000 on Bitcoin, Brenda. We'll keep eyes on Bitcoin the entire day, see if it's able to close above that level. But yeah, yesterday, CleanSpark and Marathon Digital both reported. Both are mining names. Both are reporting earnings for the first time after the halving event. So a lot of investors were looking to see how these guys are going to make money because now their source of revenue, Bitcoin, has been cut in half. So CleanSpark did very well, beating on both the top and bottom lines. And they also announced plans to acquire another Bitcoin mining facility out in Wyoming. Marathon Digital missed on the top line, but beat on the bottom line. They were able to shore up costs, Brendo, beating on earnings per share.
Yeah, we are coming off a little bit as far as the individual coins are concerned as well. Just going to check out Ethereum. Yeah, same story. Red at this point back below 3,100.
Red.
Yeah, not gigantic moves. I mean, I'd look more at CleanSpark than Mara today, which is not the normal for me because it's generally been Mara. But at least this one, you got the upward trend holding the 50 period. So like if it can get past the 18 level, then you got some breakout potential, like with the 25, 25 break to an 18 stop. Or even if you were to dip back in, you still got an upward trend on that one. It's just hard. I mean, with Novavax out there, we've already talked about SOUN. If you're looking at Mara and that's your cup of tea, just remember the reason it's not strong, that EPS beat was adjusted and the actual EBITDA was not that great. It was actually a miss and a loss on EBITDA, which is probably why you had that initial move higher, and then when everyone kind of realized, then it headed much lower. And it's still inside the range, kind of like Unity, just in the middle of a range without a clear direction. At least with CleanSpark, at least with that one, you're going to get an upward trend. Thus, if you're buying it into just a little bit more strength. Paula just asked, what did I say was my top level for AMD? It was not 157 something. Well, it probably is technically if you look at the chart, but it's like 157. I've drawn 157.5 just for my own reference, just to know that if it gets to that level, When it's strong, it probably has to break it a little bit before you consider that resistance gone. But yeah, it looks like the dip buy might not be coming in on AMD. That's already going higher.
Yeah, I mean, someone's even just mentioned there in the chat that when we were talking about NVIDIA down here at 898, and we were like, we like that 902 while it's there right now. Here, let me show you the problem with crypto. Here it is right now. What's up, Oscar Plays? There you are right there. Shout out to Oscar Plays right here. All right, I'll show you the problem with this. Look what Erlina says here. Do any of you fellas use Bitcoin? For what? I mean, that's the thing. It's you either own it and you trade it potentially, but right now, if you're looking to use Bitcoin, I mean, there isn't that many use cases for it as far as retail or anything like that. And I don't know if there ever is going to be, and that's not the point. The point about Bitcoin, I feel like, is trying to become its own source of wealth generation as far as people not trusting, current monetary systems around the world, a devaluation of currency. So if you're in that state of mind, very similar to how gold bugs often think, but they flock to gold, people can also flock to Bitcoin with crypto. Oh yeah, that's right. You could buy drugs. My bad, hamster one. Yeah.
Nino Brown would use it.
Yeah. I didn't say what do I use it for. I said what do most people use it for. So that is true. But
Marlo and Avon.
And that's it right there. I mean, everybody in the chat, you're 100% right. They're going to have to find use cases for it. You can transfer huge amounts of money with XRP, which is Ripple. Lots of different opportunities to get it circumvent bank fees and all that kind of stuff. And that's why I believe in the blockchain. But we talked about quantum computing before. So, all right, let's go. It's Sharif at the desk to talk about Midday.
The last day of IPOs, SPACs, and direct listing trades. Guys, today we're going to be talking about shorting the hype. So catch that with Adair and I on How to Trade at 11.
Shorting the hype. Well, if you're buying the hype, make sure you like and subscribe to the show. I mean, we're off to the races right now. We also do have a brand new podcast that we're doing, Freedom and Wealth. Go find that right now immediately. You may be disappointed because there are no episodes, but you got to hit the like and the subscribe immediately to get notified when we do drop it. We may be dropping one very soon. I'm going to hit refresh here and see. There it is, 237. All right. Sure. Let's get going on that one, and we'll get some more subscribers. We have our old podcast. We're dumping that, starting a new one, brand new page. Thank you for all the feedback. And remember, we said 902 break on NVIDIA gives you the juice that you need to succeed. And right there, if you do have that trade, welcome to $2ville and possibly an early exit for your trading today. So there it goes. It's 928. We did have the imbalances come out, of course. So we're going to watch crypto down here at 63. NVIDIA, ciao. And AMD, see you later as well, I guess, as these chip names continue to go.
Yeah, they definitely continue to go. I didn't see anything big on the imbalances, really. It was a couple of penny stocks in there. Yeah, still absolutely nothing. Novavax is a small sell for those watching at 250,000. Palantir is a small buy, as is Roblox. A couple of 100,000 shares for each of those two, Palantir and Roblox. Novavax, remember, they got a Sanofi deal, which was almost the size of their entire market cap they're going to get in cash, 500 million, 600 market cap, and possibly more, so they're not going bankrupt anymore, is Novavax. Just be careful. It's going to have a wide range. $6 could be a big support level for them. But the chip names are going to be front of the mind. SOUN for myself in terms of small caps at the open. Just want to see it hold on to the $5.30 level off the open on SOUN. And that'll follow NVIDIA sometimes, so you want to watch out for that. But let's drop that countdown. It's Friday. It's going to be an exciting one. You got some Bitcoin miners. You have a heck of a lot in chip space. Adara, let's ring it in 2, 1.
Yeah, good luck to everybody today as this market is now open, and we immediately start to look at AMD and what's happening with them. And so NVIDIA does pull back into 900. I mean, this is what it is, right? You got to be patient with your trade as the market trying to figure itself out right now at VWAP. Remember we said the market's going to open at VWAP? So, I mean, there it is right there. It opens it directly at VWAP and now heading southbound. So trying to justify some of our short ideas right now. Tesla, there it goes, man. We were looking short for Tesla, but obviously not in the first couple of seconds. We will still look for that. Google was the other name.
Goodness, SoundHound already.
SoundHound's going. Okay, so Google was another name they were trying to look short on. But remember, not overly convinced. I'm not super worried about that story, but I wouldn't mind seeing a bump up to 169 before we get short on Google.
Yeah, so SOUN already made the break. I was looking for a dip and a rip on that, and it's bye-bye for that stock, so not much you can do. Just have to try to be patient. I forgot to mention Palantir 21, I think is going to be a thing again. It just dropped into 21.20, so remember, the last couple times it got down there, it really tested the level. The long hasn't been at 21.15 or 21.20. It's been at 21 and then holding it a couple of cents underneath that. So yeah, got to be patient with AMD here. Novavax, no crazy halts or anything off the open. It's actually heading down a little bit here. $6 is about the key level on the daily chart for them. Google's not really popping that much.
Apple's trying.
Kind of like the 69 as well as the 70. I'm going to cancel the 70. There's no need for that to be out there. I'm looking to short a pop in this name, but I'll have to play it by ear at that 69 level for a bit of a lower high.
Yeah, I mean, now the market, see what just happened there? I mean, the market down, I guess 15 points, up 15 points now off those levels. So we could get maybe Google back up to the upside here. We're waiting for AMD. AMD's kind of just hovering around a little bit right now. I mean, nothing's really hitting. I mean, let me just zoom in a little bit so you guys can see. I feel like my mouse is like very, very sketchy here right now. All right, yeah, AMD. So again, AMD back to VWAP. I guess you could have got something back there at 154.50. That's definitely a possibility. We get involved in some of these things a little bit too early sometimes, as you guys know. See yesterday. Apple down here to 184. We were looking for 184s, so that could be something. We did talk about that as a level that we wanted. It is on the sticky note there in 184 long. I will put on a position here into 184.50 and just to see if we can start an early bid here for Apple and try not to make a huge mistake. But we'll see if you get a little bit of a move down there. And then just a quick check on NVIDIA as we look to get long. There's NVIDIA again. The 902 break again goes all the way, this time to 906. And that was a level that we had talked about, 905. So here we go. We are now in, I believe, to Apple. So there it goes. NVIDIA, oh, sorry, Apple is the one we're in. We're in it right now at 70. Just trying to build it against 184. So let's see, market going down, Apple coming in. So not a great relationship right now.
Yeah, what is that guy on SOUN? SOUN pulled right back into like 550 and, oh yeah, 400,000 on the offer at 69 on SOUN. That's probably going to chew it up a little bit. That's going to chew that up a little bit. I'm going to get out of that. There's no need to be out in front of this guy. If it's going to break this dude that's sitting there for 40,000 shares, like let it break that guy and then work into something else. It's not huge size because it's on 9 million shares, but if you're looking to catch that on the way back in, it's just like why be on the bid if there's that big of a seller? And yeah, clearly it's moving into the downside. Sometimes the level 2 matters, sometimes it doesn't. I think that was a clear case where it mattered on SOUN. Yeah, there goes Google. I said maybe 169. It goes to 168.5 and starts going to the downside. So, you know what? I feel like I wasn't patient enough yesterday. So I kind of don't mind being patient, but still nothing on. In and out of SOUN for a couple of pennies. I think we dodged a bit of a bullet there. AMD's only ripping. There's no dip to be had on that. Even Intel, like I said Intel maybe off the $30 level I could go long. It's not even doing anything. Adara?
Beware of this nice little pop-up here in ARM. This one sold off on earnings yesterday. Right now, nice volume spike right off the open, up 5% for ARM, guys.
All right. I don't mind that. All right, so we're going to take a 906 break on NVIDIA long. We are nicely in the money right now. Let's spin it. We'll go 1 for 1 early right now with Apple. I mean, we just talked about, didn't we just say 184.50? I mean, the bottom, it just went to 184.50, and we got reloaded. So here it is now, nice little 20-cent winner right here for Apple. Now going to the upside, and there we go. We are now into NVIDIA. I wanted to give this one $3. I mean, I don't know if that's going to be enough or not, but we don't want to, let our day go bye-bye here real quick. So 902.99 or so. If we break that, let's get out of at least 75% of this NVIDIA trade. We are now long at 906 exactly, actually, right now. So I guess it broke, and then I don't know what what happened, but we got a good price of 906 for NVIDIA. We're just going to try. If the market okay, here it goes. Well, try for not too long. But if the market goes, I thought we liked this one. And here it goes back down into the downside. Little bit of a hit here.
Come on, CLS.
We'll probably lose a little bit more than we're going to be making on Apple here. And there it goes. So we did dump out of. So, okay, 0 for 1 there on NVIDIA on a break. So look at the market coming back in there for NVDA. Let's just hold on to a piece of that to wait for it. Apple working out again. Again, the name that we have on this stick, we got to follow our rules. NVIDIA downside, but I don't think that trade's over and done with quite yet. So,
whoa, Google's just hit the low and broke.
See,
you got to be kidding me. Google, Google, you could have had anywhere. It just broke the lows. Tesla
was, the two short ideas we have, right?
You
got to get in
me.
them earlier.
So look, when you don't get the short off of resistance, a lot of times if it's going to continue, you look to short the pops. VWAP will sit at 172. That's pre-market support on Tesla as well. As far as Alphabet goes, I do like the short in here. If it does make a move to VWAP, that's now 168 that we got to look for. I was just on CLSK because that's holding up. That miner's holding up. It broke out. I was looking for a dip buy into 17s. Obviously, that's not going to happen.
Apple's not doing anything.
Kind of that breakout price of 17.5 on a bit of a bounce can come into play. SOUN is now recovering. So, look, there was that big seller. They're through that big seller now.
I like this.
So I like it a little bit better. But even though it's a higher price, I like it better. There was that seller that was kind of in the way that I wanted to get out of the way of. So I'm just going to punch in. Oh, didn't even get filled. Trying to get some 70s in here. And that was a dark pool wick that went down there. It's still sitting at 71. Gimme, as we're going to Adara.
ADMA Biologics here popping up about 17%. Posted earnings yesterday. Also forecast for full year 2025 revenue higher than expected. Generally, guidance was pretty good here. Worth noting as well, market cap isn't super small. They have $1.6 billion market cap, but they do have a 3.8% short float, guys.
All right. The move that's coming back in here is Apple. So, NVIDIA looks like we got taken out at the bottom. We did buy a little bit more back in here, but let's just wait to see what this market does, because here's Apple pulling in. Like, what is even going on right now? I didn't think there was that bad news, but maybe there is news about, maybe there is news about Apple as the market is at its highs.
Apple news was good yesterday.
Yeah, exactly. Yesterday, man. But yeah, today, not so hot. So 183.50. If we're going to break that, we're going to break that, and we will get broken up. So if that happens, let's get out of some Apple. Let's get a little bit out here for, I don't know, for in and around this area, as we just bought that 184 again, a sticky note level. And of course, as it comes back in, we're long at 184.14. So let's just get something out here on a nice little move back up to the upside for Apple. And then NVIDIA is the one that we're just kind of hanging out with right now. We've got some shares back in. We're long at 904.50. Trying to maybe play off of like a 902-ish area, but again, we've already punched out the bottom there. So a VWAP is 902. So that's going to be something to look for there for NVIDIA.
Well, here comes Novavax is starting to go. There was no dip in this stock. I did jump back in SOUN. I didn't get that 71 I was bidding. I just crossed to 73 and got the fill. So we like it to that 550. No big seller this time, so we're just going to hang on to it. But Novavax, look, it's a big short float, and the news is obviously pretty big here. Just understand how far the range is. So if it can hold on to this 10, there was a huge reversal at $13 to $14. The risk to reward, if it's going to turn there, probably favors getting along tight to the 950. But the SOUN's the one that I'm in, and we're going back to Adara, apparently.
Yep.
Smaller earnings name here, Sweet Green SG. This one has a market cap of $3 billion, short float of about 9.6%. They also did have earnings yesterday, beat sales but missed just slightly on GAAP EPS. Nice look here for SG, up about 40%, guys.
All right, Palantir's getting within spitting distance of 21. It just tagged 21.15. Try to be patient. It's not. It breaks that low again. We're going to go to that 21 level. It's getting really close. AMD might be pulling back for the first time today. So VWAP is at $155. That's going to put a stick in the. Just forget about 152. So if we bounce off 155, I'll look to buy the higher low because that's the only available trade. Google doesn't get anywhere near 168. So we'll have to, again, be patient looking for that short trade. I have eyes on that Novavax, but I don't want to be chasing that one up at the $11 level. It's like the spread sometimes is open like 20, 30 cents, and then it'll tighten back up to 5 or 10. Be careful with Novavax. It could also halt if it makes a big enough break level.
Yeah, so there it is. Okay, good. We made some back on NVIDIA there. That was a good one. I was like, let me get some 905.50s if we can do that. So we'll make about $1.50 back on the rest, and now we'll hold 2/3 to see if we can get going there. Because I was like under my breath when Neil, maybe you heard, I was like, oh man, we might have picked the wrong one because Neil had mentioned AMD's still going, but now they pull back. Yeah,
they're both exactly 2% up.
Yeah, no, but I think AMD here, nice move and was all near the tops while I was battling with NVIDIA that was falling. So yeah, so far so good there. See the difference in the charts? Like, okay, here we go. Let's go. We are now cruising. Nice move to the upside right now for NVIDIA. So this is exactly why we take those shots to try to see if we can get an extension. And there it is right there, $4. $4 on the end there as we put an offer at the high of the day for NVIDIA. Now, let's see how high can she go. Flying to the upside now goes NVIDIA. Now, again, that same $4 as we reloaded it down there. So far, so good. We make back what we lost on NVIDIA, and that just leaves us with, again, the biggest winner on deck here, Apple. So there it goes, another move to the upside. We bought the 184s. I mean, again, every day we show the same thing up there. And it's just this. It's pretty simple. It's your number one trade idea of the day. It's AMD there, 152. That's gone. But Apple 184 comes in, and that's what's it up. And there's 40 cents for you. Did not go against you 1 penny. So there goes Apple. We have some 44s to get out, and there it is. We don't even get a chance to get out there at 44. Neil, what a successful day. 2 for 2. Monster trades over here. It's Hydration Nation. Hey, I want to hit Hydration Nation there, big guy. There it is. How goes it on your end?
I finally got it. Just took me. Look, we're not going to get a dip buy in AMD. I just got it for the first time, and it couldn't even get to VWAP. So I had to take it. I didn't have to, but we took it up here out in front of the 155. SOUN is also going a little bit, so we're going to give it into VWAP. If we break the top, we still got 157, which is that previous high that's going to be in play. SOUN, remember, is a very adjacent to NVIDIA. That's what I wanted to say. And it just made another press. I had it long, and then I added to it on the way up as NVIDIA was going higher. It just took out the tops. We're going to hold this one into $6. If it breaks 6, then I want to hold for the dream. And if you zoom out to the daily chart, 650 is the next level up. So break 6, and then get to like quarters and then 50s on SOUN, up 24%. They did report earnings. That is the reason for this move. ARM's also apparently going. And no dice on Google just yet. Google still evading the top here to be able to fade it. Despite the market going higher, going to wait for Google to get, or Alphabet to get into resistance before looking for that short. It was really the only thing I liked to the south side, to be honest with you. I kind of like Tesla, but not really.
Yeah, I really liked Tesla. I'm almost the opposite. I almost like Tesla more than Google, but we're gonna wait here for everything. I mean, I'm in these trades, which so far so good. With NVIDIA, just making it back, remember. I mean, we did get hit there on NVIDIA. So we took a $3, was it $3? Yeah, $3. Yeah, $3 or so hit there. So making back $5.50 now obviously puts us back in the pocket for a successful trade. The only thing that could drop out on us here, and we might have to regroup our thought here on Apple because it was good. We just got out at VWAP. Like, you know, when we can get our levels into VWAP, we sometimes debate just taking that. So we'll take a little bit more. There we go. We get a 20 out again. We're long at 05. We will reload that there. But let's be careful because my out is down here at 183.50. Just trying to give this a little bit of room back in. So it's the 50 period on the 20. You know, I look at 50 period, so let's just continue to do that. I actually think that NVIDIA, we had talked about where we could possibly see this going today. And remember I said 908? I mean, that's right where NVIDIA's been at all morning. That's right where it was yesterday morning, couldn't go, then tanked $23 off of this level. So let's wait to see if we can hold this level today, and then maybe we get $20 to the upside. Let's see if NVIDIA wants to go. Let's hold it and be weary of that play. Check in on Google, which is the other. I'm just going off sticky notes.
I just got into, well, Alphabet's putting in a lower high here.
Oh, you took Alphabet at this level? Yeah, I mean, it's at VWAP. I don't think that's horrible.
Well, it's kind of, well, it's a 168. VWAP's in here, just like a hair underneath 168. So you're getting a lower high. The futures are kind of stalling where they are. So it's about 50. It's just under 50 cents worth of risk, but with slippage, it's probably 50 cents worth of risk, which is pretty much in the pocket. Like, I don't want more than that at this point, and I think it's the earliest I would get into a play like that. Just double checking. SUN hasn't broken 6 just yet, so if it breaks the high, we're going to get out. Tesla is about to take 170 even. I'm trying to get a look at the bid. I don't really see a lot of size on the bid of 170. I'd imagine there's going to be something there at 170. I was going to look at the bid to see if I could find anything. If it was big size, maybe for a break trade. But now that we're into one short trade here on a curl, my stop is in. We're going to get some out at 1-to-1, which would be 167 and a half. AMD starting to go SOUN as well. I said be careful with Novavax. Don't chase it. And it's right back into that $10 level. I feel like something really big is going to happen. Like, there's going to be like a $2 move one way or the other. I just want to see it do that move and then try to join the trend in whatever direction it might be. I don't want to play a guessing game with Novavax.
$8 in the money with NVIDIA right now. So, yeah, we'll just continue to watch out for that. I don't know, man. Pat used to get loud. Now he's just clapping. I wonder what's up with that. I'll have to talk to Branks. All right, nice move up. AMD right now, 2.28% and trying to go up to the upside right now. Nice move as we continue to go through 18,330 of the futures. So again, hey, it's a Neil $10 winner right now. So we'll be happy with that.
Rack
but
them
again,
up.
yeah, well, we're trying to rack it up. But what we're doing is we're racking up the L's here on Apple because that is ringing the old neck down here, and I don't know why. So this happened to me yesterday on Amazon. It ain't gonna happen to me today. So let's take a little bit out here as it bounces now back up. We were just, it was 90s is where we're long, or no, 86s is where we're long right now. We'll take a little bit more out as we bought that dip into 183.50. That was gonna be my stop. We put one more out there just to see what's going on. There's a pullback again in NVIDIA. I mean, at some point we could probably take this out, but I mean, that point ain't now. Let's see how far we can go with NVIDIA. Huge move to the upside, 914, 915. Like, I wasn't joking about 920. Let's see if we can see that one go. 920 possibility there for NVIDIA. It is your $10 winner of the day, but that $10 could go into minus 10. Well, it can't go to minus 10, but that could go against me real quick. So let's be very, very careful with it. GameStop still going higher, man. We just heard that in our ear. That was 18 this morning. It's 19 right now. There goes GME. And again, like, holy wow. Sham wow. Right now. $11. By the way, you looking for a new spokesperson? $11 straight up to the upside right there from 11 to 19, $8 straight up basically for GameStop. A little dip buy opportunity at 16, but there it goes. GME, Jarhead, a few of the other traders there have been talking about this name.
And it went right to that 1750 level.
And a good look right there.
And bounced. Like, it's a squeeze type of day today, and it looks like GameStop is doing some of said squeezing. So no break on Tesla at that 170 level. We'll have to wait on that. It bounced. If you went long there, it went to like 1707. So that was probably a good long. I just wasn't really feeling a long on Tesla. So if it gets into VWAP, I think that would be a good retracement. We did just get, AMD just broke 156, so it is headed upside, and it just finally took out its high. But SOUN, which has been following this group, I got back into it. It resisted the $6 level. So it's showing some signs that it's not nearly as parabolic as it was before. So looking for a little bit of continuation here on that pullback. I want to see it dip, hold VWAP, and then try to jump back into that one. GameStop, not sure where the best entry point's going to be unless you get back into that $18. Unless you get back into that $18 level. Apparently, Bitcoin's making some moves. I haven't looked at Mara or Riot or any of those because we're in the three that we like and got eyeballs on Tesla for another opportunity there. Let's go on over to Adara. What's more?
Worth noting here, market not really reacting to this at all, still pretty strong, but some comments coming out here from Fed's Bowman, the first of quite a few Fed speakers we've got today. Bowman saying that we need to keep policy steady for a bit longer because of continued momentum in the economy. So keep an eye there on the market with that in mind, guys. I'll let you know if there's anything else I see.
Well, these guys need to learn to shut their mouth because everything's going perfect right here, and then now all of a sudden we're going to have to deal with these jokers coming out. Some of these guys aren't even voting members, and it's
Half
like
of them
blah,
are
blah,
not
blah,
voting
blah, blah,
members,
blah,
actually.
blah. All right, but hey, man, to get a seat in the room, I guess, means something. Yeah, NVIDIA breaking through 911. We're going to get out of this. We're long at 903. I mean, my stop is way lower, obviously, so we have to change that. So we're going to get out at a 910.99 break, and we're just going to get out of it all because, again, it was up there. No doubt about that. We have Michigan consumer sentiment coming out, and we have Apple falling down here. So I'm going to have to get out of this. There we go. NVIDIA's out, so positive stock obviously right there today. We'll face slap that trade up there. We could have had most likely like 912.50 is where we were like debating it. So to get out at 911 clean, which we just did, pretty good move. Ford is moving? Porsche 911,
Porsche.
yeah. I wish we would have got, yeah, we got 910.88s right there. So I'm happy with that. Really no slippage. And again, I use the key that's gotten me tons of slippage before. So it's just a matter of what the liquidity looks like. So again, nice move to the downside right now for NVIDIA off of the 914. So I know you're into AMD, so watch out because NVIDIA is pulling a little.
Yeah, at this point, like I've moved my stop up on AMD to under VWAP, and I have taken some scalps out. But the same as SOUN, we got most of it out in front of 6. We were holding the last part for that push through 6 to 640, but then it made the reversal. It couldn't hold on to VWAP, so we jump out of it. And then I went over to, AMD is still chilling up here. It broke 56. I was like, okay, let's get the 56 break, and then we're good to go. But it's now about VWAP. That's essentially where we're in at 155.5. It bounces. Then I look for the long one more time. Google, Alphabet, holding a very, very tight range here. 160.20 tops, 167.80 to the downside. If the market pulls back, I think this one should go. I was just trying to add to the position, as you can see, and obviously that did not happen. I tried to do that above 68. Maybe I'll just kind of get something in here right at the 68 level because that's what it can give me. So Alphabet short. Tesla, has that broken yet?
Almost.
No, Tesla has absolutely not broken 170 because it's headed higher. So you know what, you can cancel that order. I never want to have a breakout or breakdown order sitting out there when the stock is that far away, because if it gets there too fast, I don't want to be hitting the bottom after a $1.50 move in a couple of seconds. So I'm going to have to put that one on the back burner for now. AMD holding fort. GME, we'd love to be able to join the trend here, but generally speaking, if I'm joining a squeeze trend, consolidator pullback, this thing is just racing higher, and I don't want to chase any tops on GME. Usually it lets you in. On some kind of a dip, you just got to be patient with it. We're patient with it, usually gives you that VWAP at some point in the day.
All right, so we actually got taken out there first. It's a hit, so we will go red on Apple there because it did break down through. We did get a little bit back long just in case that is that wick bottom. You know what we do this, but then we have the big winner and then there's nothing will happen to it. So we're just going to wait now to see. If it goes back up, we could have another Amazon type day here potentially with this as it goes all the way down in and then starts to pop right back up against us. But we'll try. Okay, there it goes. Back up to 70s. That's fine still, even if this does happen. That bottom of the day was 48. We had 184 written down. So we could have got out and then debated getting long back into here. We did get some out right before it popped up. So at the end of the day, it was really just this trade back into VWAP. That was the good one. Early was fine. We were able to get out, broke up to 185, and then all of a sudden, the market rips today, and Apple does this, which is making me think that honestly, and I know Fed is speaking, obviously that's not going to happen anything to Apple, but like maybe we should just trade the futures because we had very similar feels about the futures at those levels as well. And then you don't have to deal with single stock risk like why Apple is making that move. I do like NVIDIA here for a short, or not NVIDIA, sorry, Tesla. We've got to go to Adair in a second. Tesla for a short up, but needs to get near that 173, which is the high of the day. So let's see if Tesla can bounce off 170, which it's done, but right back into the 50-period moving average of 172. What's up, Adair?
Yet another smaller earnings name moving around. Another small earnings name moving around here. This one's going to be Groupon, GRPN. Slightly lower volume, just cracked 1 million shares on the day, but right now they are up about 25%. Earnings beat across the board, though guidance was a bit weaker. They did name a new CEO, and they have a short float of about 11.4%. GRPN, guys.
Groupon, making some power. Look, okay, here comes Jimmy for the first time. So this is the first dip that's happened in the stock since literally 9:30, and if you caught that one, you were just paying attention to the 1750 level. VWAP's all the way at 18.5, so maybe it pulls back and gets to VWAP. I don't want to say more likely, but possibly it could get to 19 here, and it just gets supported at the 19 level for a quick bounce. Once there's any bit of a bid, I want to try the long. We did this in the afternoon. Try the long off of like the initial dip, hold it, give it like to that range. So it did a dip like this at 17. I had this one in here, like 70s to 60, and then go. So it'd be more like it hold in 19, get 15s or 20s, give it that 20-cent risk back into the high of the day. Let's go with Adara.
Worth keeping in mind, we do have some more comments coming out from Fed's Logan. These ones certainly sending a message here. It is too early to think about cutting rates, and there are uncertainties if policies are sufficiently restrictive. So Fed's Logan pretty hawkish here. Keep an eye on the SPY and the overall market, guys.
Oh, okay. I mean, I shorted Tesla here. I mean, we got up to the 50 period. I mean, that's close enough for me to start a position. We do want a much bigger one if we can get into or around the 200 period. So let's just start in case there is some kind of a collapse here. Remember, at 10 o'clock, we do have rate here as according to our watch list, of course. It's all over the place, man. University of Michigan sentiment coming, expected 76 for that, and then Kashkari at 10. Logan is actually speaking right now, come through early, expected to be 10. 12:45 Goolsby, 1:30 Fed's Bar, Kashkari and Goolsby again in the afternoon. So, all right, here we go. Tesla trying to battle back off that 170, like as if that was a huge level. So we'll now wait, try to get some more short into Tesla. If we rip up here, we do like it into this 200 period moving average. I'm not going to add any to it right now. It's a small starter. When we get up here, you'll see my price will completely change. We're offering 172.80s to see if we can get something in and around this 200 period moving average. So that's what we're doing for right now. Yeah, and watching out for crypto. Crypto back to 63,000. We talked a little bit about that. And I wanted to check Coinbase. We haven't really looked there in a minute.
Hopefully we're doing.
Oh, I could take another one, by the way, Randy.
Oh my goodness.
If you have a second. Yeah, okay, then maybe I'll take two. All right, thank you, Randy. If you do have a minute there. Randy always, he scared you there or what?
Well, no, I mean, yeah, okay, obviously I didn't, I was kind of shocked. Well, someone's standing right behind you. Like, I didn't see
it is,
he kind of snuck up on me there. I was about to mention GME, but shoot, did I tell him to get me one?
Roblox.
You know what, Randy's cool. He'll probably get me one anyways. So GME just made that move down in. We said it might dip into 19. The low ended up being 19.10. So I got long. I got some at 20, and then I got a little bit at 30. And not gonna lie, I actually keystroked out of, instead of putting out the next leg, I actually put it all out there, which is probably the exact same moment that Randy came in. But no, not breaking out the top is GameStop, so that was the first available dip buy. If it can hold this range, we might try to go again at that 19 level. Google is really weird. Yeah, Google, I mean, it's not dropping that much. Like, see what's happening here in Alphabet? No, this is not a give it to the top. If Google breaks 16, I know this is a tight stop for Alphabet, but if it breaks like the quarters here, why even give it the extra 25 pennies? That is not falling. It's kind of a fail break of the low of the day into a higher low. If it takes out that top, that's kind of bullish. So let's not get too crazy with Google and give that the wide range. Either breaks down now or we'll have to step out of that one a little bit tighter. AMD, I guess I did not get the dip buy on VWAP there while GameStop was going. It's still above VWAP. I'm sitting 155.5, looking to pick it up here for another push higher. I'm still in a piece from earlier at 155.55. I'm getting way too obvious. I'm always just, if I put a bid in front of 155.50, I just hit an extra 5 because obviously. Okay, so Google's starting to come back in here. We'll keep eyes on GameStop. But I've tightened my stop on Google to 168 quarters. Let's go to Adara. We've got happening now and
numbers.
Just waiting on these numbers to come in. We're getting Michigan consumer sentiment. It's going to be one of the key numbers. Preliminary number for May, as Sean mentioned, forecast of 78, consensus of 76. We're also getting the 5-year inflation expectation preliminary, and also consumer expectations condition and inflation expectations here should be coming in the next couple seconds. Worth noting as well, our slew of Fed speak has begun with Bowman and Logan both being a little bit more cautious, but Logan being especially hawkish, saying that he's not sure that they're ready to cut rates just yet. We did get the Michigan consumer sentiment a lot lower than expected, 67.4 versus the consensus of 76 and forecast of 78. Just waiting for the other numbers here, going to see if they have come in. We did a big drop here in the SPY, as you can see here. We got a lot of these numbers here coming lower than expected. Conditions preliminary, 66.8 here. Michigan expectations coming in 66.5 versus 76 expected. Michigan 1 year inflation preliminary coming in higher than the expected here, 3.5 versus 3.2 expected. So that's not a good look. We also have 5-year inflation expectations coming in 3.1% versus 3 expected. So these inflation numbers are coming higher, consumer sentiment coming in lower than expected, to kind of summarize that. Some names to keep an eye on here today, including Unity, one of the bigger earnings names that we had today, falling down about 4.5% after projecting lower than expected Q2 revenue for its strategic portfolio, actually a decrease there. And then last but not least, Taiwan Semi, TSM, leading all these other semiconductors to the upside, up about 5% itself, after noting a 60% year-over-year increase in April revenue. Keep an eye on all those these names and all of that Fed speak, guys.
Okay, yeah. I mean, we talked about that coming out at 76, expected, and then that's not a great number there coming out at 67.4. Yeah. But I mean, is this another situation where good news is bad news and bad news is good news, or what? Because I'm surprised the market's going down as much as it was. Adara mentioned that the market was going down. I was like, no, it's not. And then all of a sudden, in the last minute and a half, we did start to get going here a little bit. Because remember, the more data the Fed has that can point towards a slowing economy or whatever, potentially will lead to the rate cut that people are looking for. But I don't know if that number is going to do it or not. We did have an opportunity to get out of some Tesla right there. We took some more at 72. At 171.35 or whatever, I'm bidding 25. So let's put that up a little bit in case for some reason this doesn't want to, we're just going to get out of a piece. It doesn't want to go too much lower. Let's put a bid there, and for 40s, take 30 cents or 40 cents quickly, and then move back in, hopefully back down to 170 on Tesla. Again, and of course, as talking about Tesla, we get supercharged again with some more coffee. So that's going to be a play there that I like. Brother. Apple just dancing around here. I wish that I could figure out more about, thank you, Randy, more about Apple here, because Tesla I kind of want to go short.
Looks weak today.
So we'll see what winds up happening right there. Yeah, Tesla, by the way, I just heard Neil say Teslas look weak today. We've been talking Tesla short now for a long time. Whether or not it's weak today or not, I mean, I hope it can get weaker than where it is right now, but it is trying to, that's Apple, it is trying to go. So it was weak, but again, you know, considering this move back up, it's actually, for me, Apple is the one that I'm thinking, you know, would be maybe a better short if we can get to 184, but the market's just trying to dance here off VWAP, so nice pullback into that level. Maybe it's time to go long the Qs.
Yeah, speaking of time to go long, well, you know what got to $21? Well, okay, maybe you don't. Palantir got to $21, as you can obviously see. So it bounced off O's exactly. I mean, if you were sitting at 1s or 2s, you got 1s or 2s. I didn't get in until it was back through 5s. So it's 5 cents plus slippage worth of risk. It just printed 10s. I'm sitting 13s, 15s, and VWAP is at 20. So 18s will get there as well. I went for the reload on GameStop, but so it actually never broke the high. Well, kind of broke the high. So I went for the reload in there and had a tight stop. Just didn't like, I got into the position after I saw it hold the 19s, and I kind of looked at the volume on that handle down and realized, let's be more patient with it in and around VWAP. So maybe the wrong decision, but we'll kind of stick to our guns there. Sometimes you get like a gut read on the tape. You're like, yeah, it feels like it could be a little bit weaker in the VWAP, and that's another 30 cents. So I'd rather get that, if at all possible. Alphabet just couldn't hold on. I said after that move, let's get a tighter stop on Alphabet because it was not falling. So I put in the tighter stop. It's staircase to the upside, which means I just got to be careful. When you're shorting a name and it is showing you a bullish pattern, I think it behooves you to be a little bit careful with it there. So we're now out of Alphabet. Thank goodness we put a tighter stop on that. And TSM, shout out to you, Chef Joe. Like this, This is just continuously going. It just broke the 150 level and going higher and higher. This is a breakout on the daily with obvious, 155 is going to be an obvious level. It kind of tanked that at an open recently. So I think there's room to run if that can go dip by hunting. But the news position for me was at Palantir 21. Every single day it's at least gotten to this level and made a bit of a bounce. I would suspect maybe not as strong of a bounce as it did yesterday because it's a little more obvious when everybody sees it. If we can get to VWAP, we'll be happy, and it can't turn into a loser at that point, then hold some for a little bit more.
All right, we just tried AMD, by the way, right there at that 155. It did break into that level, so I'm okay with it. But again, not a winning trade there. I still want to look at it. It did break lower, so we got out. But I still want to keep my mind on this. We were long at 155.08 or something, and we got out when it broke. We broke below 94. We punched out there, gave it a little bit of room into that play. Fed's Logan still speaking. I'm going to take a little bit more on Tesla here in case we don't get into 172.80, but we are sitting there at 172.80, I believe. Yeah, waiting for a little bit. You know what? I can, now because I'm just going to adjust my shares here on that fill. 175.50. I guess I can cancel that one. All right, so we're going to adjust our shares because we did take a little bit more here, but it did go up to the 200 period, realizing that maybe our order was a little too high for that. But AMD is falling down again, so we'll lose on that one, make on NVIDIA, but we only have one trade here. Here comes the pushback. We said wait for 152 flat there for AMD. I don't know if that's going to come into play or not. Checking on NVIDIA. Look at this one, just doing nothing right now. So Apple, NVIDIA, and then Tesla, we're short at 172. I don't know. Let's wait to see. That was not a great consumer number for the consumers out of Michigan. So we'll have to wait to see if this market wants to take that as a weak data point, and therefore good for the market, or weak data point, therefore weak data point. So let's just wait to see on that one. It's a good thing we got a little bit more shares there, but I did want more. But, we will take what we can get right now. Not a great average price here for Tesla, but still trying to come back in for us a bit.
Oh, boog, GameStop. Oh, GameStop.
Wow. 21?
I did it again.
Gulp?
Oh, no, I did it again.
What does that mean?
Well,
Short?
No, I actually just had this long.
Oh, okay.
And then at that moment, it really did feel like it was weak on the tape. I kind of thought with that trend down, you're going to test VWAP in there. Obviously, all that was just dead wrong. So you're breaking out this 19, 20. There's still room to go on this, so I don't want to completely give up the notion. What do we got here? So you still room to go. Whoa, zoomed out way too far there. There's still room to go to the next level up. So you got the 20 level being taken out, and then on the daily, maybe there's 22. You got some wicks up at 21.5. So it's not as if this is completely out of legs and not worth dip buying, or at least looking for another dip buy. So if it fails the 20 level, I'll probably look for a dip down into 1930. That's going to happen to you. We're just in Palantir now. AMD, I gave up when it gave up VWAP. I got out when it gave up VWAP, but I'm not going to give up because as far as I'm concerned, you have a few things set up. You've got previous support. You've got previous resistance at 154. There's a couple of levels to dip by this. I'm going back over to Alphabet, which did not get to 169. I said I'd be a little bit more conservative with it, have a tighter stop, and wait for it to get to the next level up at 69. It's not there just yet, and apparently Mara is tanking. Palantir for its, the good news would be Palantir is holding those highs.
21. I like
but
it.
it's
You're
still,
in, right?
yeah, but it's still stair step down, right?
Okay.
It's like lower highs in here, and it just put in another lower high. I got a couple of legs out there into the or one into the teens and one there at 10s, but it's about to retest that 21.
Just
that's going to suck on GME.
Before we go to Adair, great trade on GME regardless. It doesn't matter if it keeps going up or not, but it does matter because
I literally sold.
Remember we talked about this, and Greg used to talk about it, and it made me think about it as well, is that you're never happy or right as a trader because there's always areas, and here's an example on Tesla, like selling, and then getting out right here. So just getting that back in and now having to get out of these tops instead of just waiting for that ultimate top up to the 200 period. So there's an out back. We talked about this. 200 to VWAP is a out for me all night long. Back over to Adara.
Worth noting here, some interesting comments here coming out of Fed's Kashkari saying that the Fed is interested in AI because it contributes to productivity. So interesting AI-related comment here coming from Fed's Kashkari, worth a mention. Not seeing anything else here, but he is still speaking, guys.
Kari. It's
You
better,
don't like him?
Well, when you're long, it's usually better to have somebody else talking.
Oh, yeah, I thought there was other reasons there. Okay.
No, we'll go with it because he spells his name differently.
Yeah, it's just funny. Tesla's now my #1 P&L name. And we talk about this all the time, like sit around, sometimes wait for opportunities. I don't have to get so like amped up off the open all the time. So there's a good trade for Tesla. We knew we wanted the short. We talked about relative weakness. Every time Randy comes over here, I keep talking about the short. I keep saying we have it on the sticky note every freaking day. So right now we actually have it, and we're gonna put this out for a dollar club winner. Hopefully if it comes back into 171 teens, that will be your dollar club from, I mean, remember, we talked about our average prices. This is the most important thing. These are the shorts I have. This is where it's going. So, you know, good trade here. Hopefully we'll be able to fall back in even lower for Tesla, especially if the market burns up to the downside here. And my P&L almost got burnt on AMD, but thankfully we open our eyes and get disciplined a little bit right there, and that puts us in a face-slapping opportunity right now with Tesla. Because as this comes back in, we put a smile back on our face because now we are at $1.30 in the money on that one. Solar storm. Oh yeah, what's up, Chef Joe? My son was talking about a solar storm. So I don't know, is there something happening with that?
Well, there was an...
Something, I think it's coming close to our atmosphere or something. I don't know, because
They do happen all the time, but...
That was the difference, is that
it's
I think
strength that matters.
he was talking about, and it's probably just stuff that kids talk about, at least these days, that it was going to be like affecting the internet and all this stuff. So I don't know if they're talking about it at school or not, but shout out to whatever that solar storm story is. But we got a storm brewing right now, and it's
another one.
Another dollar club winner right there, $1.25 now in the money for Tesla. We had that $8 winner on NVIDIA that we took already, but look, Neil, what's happening with that name? Back down to 900, baby.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, exactly. Thank God we got out of many of these names before this started to happen to the downside. And of course, Apple holding fort right now. I might take another piece out on Tesla. We just bounced off 171. I'm gonna put a bid at 170.50. And Chef Joe, no qualms with shorting Tesla. I know he's a big Tesla bull.
Well, you know, we're just...
I mean, I still want to have that...
trading.
Yeah, I will still have that rib steak with my guy over there. As soon as he's around, or we're in New York, we're linking up, man. We are having that.
Down with that.
Yeah, I'm down with that, man.
Always.
Medium rare.
That's the only way.
Get some nice red wine,
do whatever.
Yeah, actually, whatever, man. I'll drink it with damn water. Doesn't matter.
Barolo.
Here we go. Yeah, we'll
Sean's a Barolo guy with red meat.
Yeah, just in general. But I don't really. We're at a wedding tomorrow, and it's going to be a baller wedding, I feel. So we are going to be hopefully drinking. You know what I like about
Black
weddings?
tie.
Yeah, you know what I like about weddings is most of the time they'll have like a choice drink. So you get to have like sometimes a unique drink that is a favorite of the groom or bride, and it'll be interesting to see what that is. But
I've been to a few
where it's champagne,
where it's just a blue label. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we
we have a lot of friends where it's like, yeah, that's the specialty drink is just the blue label, and that's pretty much it.
Yeah,
keep it simple.
I don't know. I don't gotta drink more, but we'll be drinking some more this weekend. That's for sure.
You gotta live.
Yeah, that's the one thing I don't drink that much.
I was about to. I'm gonna stop staring at Novavax here. It was about to break $11. It looked very imminent, double top breakout. So I had the stop order in, and it got up to like 11.90. If you saw me, like hands on the keys, ready to go. Just higher lows off VWAP into the break for Novavax. We wanted to take the quick break for a scalp trade, then see if it runs. Maybe give it about $0.25. But now it's pulling right back into VWAP in here. So I guess maybe nothing doing yet. I mean, I'll keep my eyes on it if it goes. It's got a big short float. I think everyone understands that. They got a great deal. Any way you cut it, the thing about Novavax, any way you cut it, that's a really good story for them. They go from possibly going under by their own admission to getting a huge capital injection, like 5% investment, and then $500 million, and then possibly more than that. After, like 700 could come after that. Palantir bounces off 21 again as I'm staring at Novavax. I just took some more at that 14 level. Then we'll take some at VWAP, and then we'll just try to hold for somewhere in the 21-30 range. You got to try to ring the register. 21 might not give you exactly what we wanted, because it was such an obvious level a couple of days in a row. So usually you go to a level 3 times, it's going to have more people going long in front of it. That means more people on the offer trying to scalp out, and that puts some pressure on the bid, unfortunately. But it's still working, nothing wrong with that. Novavax, let me just double check on them. Still at 1060. I'll have that one up on a level 2 just to be sure we don't miss that kind of a break. And AMD, yeah, like it's just, I mean, I wish I could tell you that I was looking for a reversal on AMD. A lot of times the best you can do is just get out, right, and then take a small hit. So it was working to the long, looked like it was going to be a place to add off of VWAP, got it, and immediately it failed. 152 is coming in heavy, and if we're completely reversing this, move to the downside, you probably know where I'm going to go. Oh, we're not at $30 for a break. Oddly enough, Intel's not as weak as I would have thought. I was thinking if we're underneath 900 on NVIDIA and testing 152 on AMD, that it would be a simple $30 breakdown on Intel. And no, it's nowhere close. So if we're turning into a short, that would be kind of back here at 30.30. Just going to have to be patient with that one, unfortunately. But Novavax $11 break could be next. I still want to be over into Alphabet for that short, but it's pressing. As the market went down, it's still going up. And that just means you got to wait for your level. This is trend up. We did good to get out of it while we did. Ooh, little bit of a bid getting there for NVIDIA, 900, trying to come back.
That's what we were thinking.
AMD's not at 52. That's unfortunate. It'd be an easy long. If NVIDIA were reclaiming 900 at the moment that AMD's at 52, that's an easy punch long for me, but it's $1 away. So I'll keep my eyes on NVIDIA. Once it looks strong enough, maybe back through 53.75 in here and give it to the local bottom.
All right, Tesla short, $2 in the money, right there on a retracement back to the 200 period. We are getting real comfortable now. So I mean, this is starting to get exciting for your boy over here because some of these plays are definitely getting nailed. So really happy with some of this. Yeah. Thinking about this NVIDIA log, I don't like that little wick down below there. So I want to see if we'll retest that because we've taken some of those without big volume spikes. I don't believe in them as much. Like if this was a huge volume, like sort of a flush out right there, which it obviously was because it broke 900 and that panicked some sells. So I mean that went down. I don't think we're gonna. I mean, 897. Like that's the kind of slippage. I've had that slippage on this name before, especially if you're using even 100 shares or something, they'll pull the bids. Like the minute they get hit at 63, then they'll pull everything else because they know there's a market order coming in. So that will often hit that level. But look what's happening right now to Tesla. She's falling apart, baby, and that is completely fine by me. So you guys know that we talked about this trade. We broke this trade down for you. There goes Tesla into the basement. Big trade, my number one P&L name. We're gonna go 2 for 2, 2 and 2. NVIDIA win, Tesla win, AMD L, Apple L. But the thing about this Apple trade is like, I still can't wrap my head around this. Win, win, basically just a loss right there once it wound up breaking 183.50, but it really hasn't done anything since. So I do, yeah, I mean, I see what you're saying there, Marcelo, in the chat there. I do believe that Tesla is at a bouncing spot right now because we already bounced off 170. So I'm going to put a bid. Yesterday we were stubborn about NVIDIA, although it wound up working out on NVIDIA because it gave us numerous reloads, but it's only 1020 right now. So like Tesla could easily go back to 172.
The other thing to consider
not even
is everyone and their mother might be taking that bottom.
Yeah, my mom called me. She was like wondering about that 170. There, I
Debs
told her
is going short 170.
I told her just to chill out. I'm already short higher. I got this. But yeah, you are right though.
But I think
such a key level.
I know one of the things that I know Max does this. I've done it occasionally where it's like, okay, well if you're going to put a trail stopper, or maybe you're going to take some profit out there. It's like, well, if you're going to take the break, why not just like add on the break and then tighten up the stop? The problem with that is then suddenly you're throwing away what you have, which is better. So you can almost anticipate, let me finish this thought with the chart. You could almost just anticipate the bounce, like you're doing, I think, get some out and then maybe reload off VWAP. Then suddenly you've got a VWAP trade when it breaks the 70s. So you kind of play the middle of the range. But the other trade is obviously just taking a 170 break and making that like your entry point. But if you're already in, you can get a little more nuance with it because you're in the money.
What is even Kashkari talking about?
Yeah, come on, Kashkari.
Did you hear what he just said?
Palantir was just about to break VWAP, is what I know. And
Oh, Kashkari.
why didn't this? Oh, it's PL.
Kashkari just said the Fed is vulnerable to hackers. Okay. Thanks. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. I think insert anything vulnerable to hackers there. I'll find out more about that.
Not
someone,
TV Live.
Someone, yeah, we're vulnerable. Do not.
No, I'm joking.
Do not tempt.
I'm joking.
Said
around.
hackers.
Come on,
I know.
You know I'm not.
No, but that's the point. Is I just feel like that was not. I'm only laughing because we never hear that kind of stuff. We always hear targeting this, policy that, and then all of a sudden I heard something about hackers. I was like, wait a second. But I don't know what they're going to hack into. Where they're going to hack in and grab the most recent dot plot so that could be a fail again. Well, we could look at that.
Imagine they changed the dot plot.
Yeah, imagine the dot plot actually meant something. I mean, we had 6 rate cuts marked down on the dot plot. Yeah. Now we might hike. But right now Tesla is 1, 2. We're rolling now back in. It just bounced off 170. I'm at 170.20. So if that hits, it's 10.20. Maybe we'll get a little match there.
Right.
But go over to the desk and see what's up with the Dara. Or the screen.
IWM continuing to make new lows of days. Pretty weak look here for this small cap ETF, the Russell 2000. Lots of individual names running though, and a lot of these having pretty high short floats. Of course, we do have to start by talking about Novavax, NVAX, up 100+% here, entering an agreement with Sanofi to co-commercialize this COVID-19 vaccine. They also raised their revenue guidance, had earnings last night as well. So NVAX, 32% short float, absolutely on the rise. We also have Ouster, this one, another earnings name here with an 8.8% short float. They beat across the board, currently up pretty nicely here as well for OUST. Last but not least, SoundHound, SOUN, kind of chopping and turning around here, but still up over 10%. On an earnings beat across the board. They do have an 18.2% short float. So a lot of these short float earnings names on watch in the small cap world, guys.
Small cap world.
It's a small cap world. Well, today's been.
We all living in it, baby.
There's been a lot of them, that's for sure. It's a weird morning. I'm basically shooting 4 for 6, but I haven't been in anything that long. It's just weird. Like a lot of times I'll be sitting in something a lot longer than this. But Alphabet continuing to, I say bamboozle any shorts because it's about to bounce off VWAP for a higher low. I don't know that that's going to be the one at this point. But I got the eyes on that NVIDIA back through that 900. And AMD is still channeling down. So the 152 on AMD is really starting to come in here. This is, it's absolute woodshedding once this thing took out VWAP. There's pretty much no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Sometimes the best you can do is get out of the way. GameStop is trying to hold on to 18.5. I'd like it back over VWAP. It's failing that a little bit here, but we're really tight or close to that 152 for the long as NVIDIA's 99, trying to break that 200 or 900 level. Palantir, I'm going to get another leg out in front of VWAP. It's trying to bounce off 21s again, but the weakness in the market, yeah, let's actually see it. I want to see it hold the bid before I get a reload on Palantir. I'm not sitting on the bid at 1s or 2s. I got a little bit less. We didn't get it all out, but I'm going to take more in front of VWAP if we're able to even get it. I have not looked at ARM, and I know a lot of people have been saying ARM in the chat because ARM is relatively strong. Well, the way these bad boys are tanking, I'm talking about the rest of the chip names, I wouldn't consider a long in any of them until NVIDIA starts showing more pep in its step, or TSM starts holding VWAP because they're the ones that started this whole thing with their numbers. They're starting to creep back above, which can give you an opportunity to go long. But it's been AMD that I wanted 152. I don't want to stray away from the original idea.
Yeah, no, I'm in AMD right now, but just right here. So we'll watch out for it. I mean, a little bit of a dip buy opportunity. We'll start our position right now, looking for a lot more. I mean, the same situation happened to us on Tesla, where we started the position, looking for more, and we were able to get more. So this gave us that bigger winner. It was a winner no matter what, but you did have to hold it against yourself, about 40 cents. So, we're comfortable doing that again for AMD, but again, the bottom there was not even 50s, was it? Well, here, was it? Oh, 152.21? No, that didn't happen. 152.51. So we'll take this right now. Just long at 78. We get a push back into 153.50. Let's take some out right there. So here we go. Nice little move for us on AMD. We'll take some out back up on the upside right here. It's a quick 25 cents. Right now. So there it is. Sorry, now 25 cents right here. Let's just take some. Let's take something. I'll put an 06 there. I can't see. Sometimes I can't get out of my own damn way. But you know what the thing is? There's a winner. Put it back on the board. A little bit of a slapper right there for you on AMD, as again we go back to the sticky note. And so far so good on that one. The only thing is that Apple has definitely been, I can't just be like, yo, every level on sticky note has been cash money. We had 184 written down on there, and that one got flushy down there to the downside. We'll see, man. We will be red on Apple, and that is completely fine. We like losing on ideas that we had that didn't work, as long as we make money on ideas that we had initially as well. So there's Tesla downside. AMD, we want the long. We just took out only 20% there. Now, see, now it fades back. So here's that exact same level again. Let's continue to be patient. I saw what you said there on Frank Jones. Sean is winning because he has patience. And I laughed and told everybody only if everybody knew, because you can clearly see that sometimes I do not have that, but I do appreciate it because that is the one thing that we're working on. And then on that front, I kind of ran out of patience a little bit there because we got out of Tesla right, not out of it, we still have a piece. Remember I said I was waiting for 170.20? When we just saw this bounce around, I did take a piece out at 50. It just went up to 171 there. We did not reload it, but see, now here's another bounce spot. So we are patient, letting this name fall in. Now we're almost out of it. We still have 20%, a little more, about 20% left of this trade. And we're going to wait to see now if we can break through 170. But again, profit earned, profit taken. You can't just sit there and hope that this is going to happen. You got to sometimes take action. And right there, we did do that at 170.50 again. So it's a $2 winner. And we're about to see hopefully a lot more on this one. Thing about it is if this drops in, AMD obviously is going to give us that fill downside as well. So watch out for 152 coming in quite quickly here for AMD.
Yeah, Palantir does not hold on to 21. At least we're patient about it, but it doesn't hold the level. I just punched out. At the same time, I got into SOUN again. Waited for it to get back down into the bottom and actually confirm a support level, even if it breaks once, twice, thrice at the 544. So there it goes. So my stop, automatic stops. There's a low, put it right underneath it. Take that bid, wait for it to show a little confirmation. SOUN was one of the last names I liked at a support level, and it's not going to hold on to it. Palantir just lost to 21. Let me go over to Google if we're heading back into the downside. Alphabet still looking pretty strong. Intel, I mean, it's not at VWAP, but it is another setup that I usually like on Intel, which is holding underneath pre-market lows. And oddly enough, that is right at 4 o'clock, the top at 325. So it's more of a consolidation short if I take it at 25, and I would have to take a different position here or up at the top. So we're not quite, never mind, we are at 152.
What Tesla's doing.
We are at 152 on AMD right now. Okay, so AMD's within 25 cents of 152. This is the level.
Tesla's $3. There it goes, man. Nice downside push for Tesla. There's that 170 break. This is why we hold it. Obviously looking back and saying, you know, why 5 minutes ago did we get out for $1 higher than this? We already explained that. So, you know, we're going to be wrong a little bit sometimes here. Well, that's not wrong. So whatever. We talked about that. You got to take profit where profit lie. And that time we did do that, and we did it really well. So I have no complaints at all about how we are trading here today. So there goes AMD. Obviously, we talked about this move back in there. I'm bidding 10s. It just went to 12s. If we get 10s, we get 10s. I don't know. I would like to get them, so that's what we're bidding. So hopefully we do fall in a little bit. We're trying to be, there it is. We're trying to be careful because a break through 152 and we're gone. So we do have a lot of shares. We have shares on board. Whether or not it's a lot or not is all relative, of course. So let's now just wait to see what happens. We are long at 24s here on AMD. You can see I have full position right now, long 152.24. You guys have asked for some explanations about that. So there it is, my full position right there, 152.24. Let's get something out if we can come out. Shut up, Kashkari. Let's just keep on going upside if we can. Break yourself back up right now for AMD. The reason why you don't want Fed to speak right now is because Why do you want more randomness involved in these trades? We would rather just come into our technical levels, hit it, and rip it. So that's what we're trying to do right now for AMD. And if it does fall back in, it falls back in. But this is a level that we wrote down on the sticky note that we like. And right now, Tesla is absolutely tanking right now. And this is a darling of a trade. As we talked about it as our #1 short idea of the day, it's Tesla, and it's right there. And it's 320 now in the money for TSLA.
TSLA. Oh. We'll go, sorry, crypto with a sorry guys. We'll go in just a quick second.
Yeah,
I obviously have NVIDIA, not NVIDIA. I took AMD at 152 as well. That's the level I like. I don't like even dollar stops, but I don't think it's going to hold it. Looking like it's under some pressure. Let's see what's going on in crypto world.
It's under pressure.
Yeah, it just got smoked.
Yeah.
Interesting note here, another update in the Kraken SEC situation that began back in November 2023 with the SEC basically suing Kraken here. Now Kraken countering their interpretation, basically having a motion to dismiss, saying that the SEC's wording shows they don't actually understand the case in and of itself. So they're using words like ecosystem where they should have said enterprise. Just an interesting motion there. If you're following that SEC and Kraken situation, there is another update with that motion to dismiss from Kraken. In terms of Bitcoin itself here, we're back chopping and churning around and below that 63,000 level. Currently up about 1.49% today. Initially, we were a little bit higher. Early today, around 63,000. Now about 62,250. Ethereum was above that 3,000 area earlier, now below, just slightly below there, but still slightly up on the day. Bit of a mixed performance here. Some of these names to the downside, like Ripple, Dogecoin, BNB. We also have Solana, though, up 4.5%, and Cardano up 1.5%, guys.
Give me those Cardano goods one more time. But yeah, okay, so AMD, I just said to myself, like, AMD's just going down here. So, oops, that's still what is that? That's Tesla. Okay, Tesla's good. But there goes AMD, man. We tried that 152 level. It broke. It is a flush down to the downside there for AMD again. Move down there. What's up? YourITRemote.com. If you're looking for your IT remote, visit youriTremote.com. See, that was $1 super chat, and you just get that shout out. So there we go. Thank you, iRemoteWhatever.com. All right, so 152 downside right now for AMD. It's starting to break. We said watch out for NVIDIA 890, sorry, on our sticky note. Did I write down 890? What did I write down there? AMD 890, yeah. So we're still a little bit away. $4 in the money right now for Tesla. Probably AMD could be reversed into a short, maybe.
Yeah, it was. I thought
the market is weak.
I thought about it for a split second. I'll take the. I hit the flush emoji. Well, a key, whatever, graphic, whatever you want to call it. When it could not hold on to 152, I sat out the entire move down to 152, and it still doesn't bounce. The new position. I mean, I'm in. You guys can see I'm already in. Intel already was short that, but Novavax just showed some signs of life there. Zoom, oh goodness, this chart. So it just came right back in, held 970, and then bounced above 10. So essentially took the break above 10 into VWAP. I've been looking only to go long this stock on like breaks back up through even dollars. I like the 11. It held 970, so I went long through 10. I'll stop out at 10 and not 970. So it's more of a scalp trade than hold through the high. The other name, if we're gonna have a market down day, GameStop, or any of the squeeze names are going to be in play.
Trying to go long
and it's
now.
right back at 17.5. So all roads just led right back into that monster level on the daily chart. That's right in here for like 3 days or 4 days in a row. It crested that 17.5. There's a better way to look at it on the 15-minute. So if it bounces, it's kind of the most obvious place for a bounce. We haven't been in this one since it was up at the 1920, and I made that trade. I'm up on it because I took profit, but that was like literally the worst exit point you could ever make. But holding this 17.5, I'm going to jump back into it in front of that level. I'd like to get 3/4 in front of 17.50 for risk to reward on GME. As the market heads lower, I mean, this wasn't even immune to that. Like, it started following the market. If it wasn't for 17.5, I wouldn't be thinking about the dip buy. So just Novavax, bid on GME, in the short on Intel, and man, that really was a good break short on AMD at that level. Sometimes a good level is just good in either direction.
Yeah, I mean, it's only at 151.70.
Hindsight. No, because you would have already, you'd have scalped some out, and then you could still be holding a piece. But anyways, I'm not in it. NVAX just did just kind of hit that 10.30 range. Took a couple of scalp trades out. I'll get one more, and then I want to hold it for a move into $11. I'll make a judgment call whether I still like the breakout at 11. Typically, I'm not a huge fan of the breakout unless it tightens things up. Like I want higher lows going into an 11 break. It hasn't really done that yet.
All right, there we go. All right, just real quickly here. We're in a new trade now. Oh, let me just go over this. We just took the TQs. I was like, you know what? We forgot about the NASDAQ possibly holding 18.2. So let's see if that happens. But right now, Tesla, I'm going to get out if this breaks through 169.60, just sort of that shelf right there. If we break above that, let's just get out. I mean, it's $3 in the money. We're all over that one. So here's my TQ position. It does fall back in. I thought this was a decent level into yesterday's sort of levels there that we talked about. So let's just try to find out if this is going to be a level or not on the triple Qs. This is the futures. The NASDAQ futures is what we're in, and we're in the triple levered. So if the NASDAQ goes up 1%, this will go up 3%. So we're trying this. It's the exact same as the SQ if you were thinking about going short or long. It's just we don't have to pay for boros here. So I could just go long or short TQ. So again, just a triple levered product there on the NASDAQ. We're going to get out if it breaks 75. I just didn't want to be part of this if it breaks yesterday's sort of close. So that would, to me, would put us red, right, on the NASDAQ. So if we get red on the NASDAQ, then we'll get out of there. And we've seen this happen before, where the market makes these bottoms intraday, around this time, into the midday, and then can rally back. Hey, anything can happen. It is a random day in the market, remember, and it's a Friday. We haven't had like a free fall Friday or anything like that. That doesn't really exist. But you could go both ways on a Friday, so let's wait to see what happens right now. You're just getting red here. I think this is worth a shot. But yeah, AMD's right back to 152. Look at the market going lower, and AMD is holding at this level. So I don't know, man. That was an early out. We should have just shorted up there. Then we got patient and we waited for all the way down here, but eventually does not work out for us as AMD takes out 152. So, all right, last gasp effort here as we buy yesterday's close. We buy yesterday. Okay, now we're starting to go. Kashkari is still yap.
He's still talking.
He's still Yapkari right now. I don't, if we're just going to talk about the market, that we are very vulnerable to this long. So we'll get some more out here. It's up. We're doing well on this for right now. Let's get some more outs. There's a 90 out. We're long at 83s. We just got a dip buy into yesterday's close. That was the level. Now let's hold it and hope he says something nice.
That would be a nice change there, Neil. Say something nice. You're not going to spell your name the right way, but the market's up. Look, so AMD's regaining the 152. We talk about this a lot, getting things on the front end or the back end. The back end means allow it to test the level, see what happens, and then when it looks strong off of that level, then try the long instead of getting it on the bid. So it's starting to hold a bid at 152. If it can get above the teens or even into the teens, I think getting in that direction is going to be a little bit better. GameStop's starting to go.
Yeah.
Look, I'm staring at the tape of AMD. GameStop, I just took one out in front of 18, and AMD can't hold 52. Man, this stock.
You went short?
No.
Okay.
I was looking to go long if it could actually show bids above 152, but there's just no strength on it right now. So GameStop just printed me at 95, and it's right back into the low. So I'm not going to reload that position. I mean, it prints and then goes right back down 25 cents. So you get the 25 cents and it pulls right back in. I feel like AMD's at the key point as well. It's right back at that. It's still no change. Right at 152. Can't seem to hold a bid above 10s. Now it is. And I don't get 15s there. Still not getting it. Still not getting it. Still not getting it. Punch 20s, punch 20s, punch 20s.
You're not even in AMD.
Well, I know. I punched 15s.
Oh, you're waiting to punch long.
No, I punched 15s and didn't get it. So I was sitting there.
Roger that.
And then was like, I was telling myself, am I going to punch 20s? Am I going to punch 20s? I did, and I got 19s. So I'm going to give that into 152 again. The only difference with these trades is one, again, front end, back end. Front hand, backhand, one of my favorite skits. I feel like I was playing front hand, backhand, standing in front of that 152 and just asking for it. So 152.5, 153, then 153.5, 154 would be the steps up. Just going to double check on Novavax here because the scaling's going to be bad because of this wick at 8 o'clock, but it's back to the 10 level. So I'm long here at 10.13, and it's right back at right at 10.12. So it got all the way up to 50s, got some out, but it's right back at that 10. I've moved my stop right into 9.99. It's got to hold on to that on a dime, otherwise I'm getting out. Let's go back over to Adara. It's time for Sector Watch.
Lots of really strong sectors here. Electronic technology, with the exception of Apple, nice moves to the upside here. Finance, green across the board. Health technology, a little bit green with the exception of Moderna, getting that FDA approval delayed a little bit for that RSV vaccine. Producer manufacturing, pretty strong here. Consumer services, also nice look. Charter, especially strong after pricing $3 billion senior convertible note. So nice look there. Senior secure note, sorry, for CHTR, nice look. Commercial services, health services, process industries, transportation also very strong with the exception of Uber getting a price target decrease from Roth MKM. In terms of weaker sectors, retail trade a little bit weak, utilities kind of flat, communications flat, industrial services a bit more flat, energy minerals headed to the downside here, and technology services mostly green, but Meta and Google both to the downside. Interesting look across the board here, guys.
Stupid, dumb stocks. Let's go. What am I even doing in this business? Look at TQQ right here. I mean, let's go, man. Hit the sirens. If you guys are trading futures, I mean, what up with that? We talked about flipping our game up. We talked about going to the futures. TQs was my #1 symbol, I think, last month. We talked about that, and look at the damage put right back on the board right here. Vaults to #1 P&L, and it ain't even close. Well, Tesla's pretty close. But there it goes. Nice move to the upside right now for the TQs. We make that money back right there. That's a good one for us on the TQs. We did have to hold it, and look what we did on AMD. Let's go, man. We wrote down 152. We did get absolutely rinsed on it, but let's get back in on that dip opportunity for the trip queue for our AMD. We'll buy those dips. Let's just keep taking a little bit out here as we continue to go back to the upside. We bought 152.15s. Whether or not it breaks or not, I don't know. But if this market continues to go, man, we flying high right now with some of these positions. So let's just keep getting it out here on the TQQs. We're now out of, honestly, like 75% of this trade. We took good amount of shares down there, multiples of whatever, you know, good move. 59.10. Let's see what happens up here at 59.40. Hopefully we can get back to VWAP. And then honestly, that'll be a good day. So if that gets to VWAP, then AMD should climb here as well. Nice to trade the futures instead of a stock for once.
Yeah, and you gotta, it's like find the comfort zone, right? Like AMD, the chips are weak, right? The market's only, I mean, the market's green, actually. I was about to say it's only down X, but we're actually up the NASDAQ 0.17%. NVIDIA, AMD have pulled back. I'm still in that AMD trade. I'm going to take you back over to NVAX. It's starting to go. I tried to get rid of the wick. It just came back. I'm not adding to this in front of VWAP. However, if I get the 50s and it goes up to 1050, sorry, Ram, I know I'm supposed to have it the other way. My bad. I'm supposed to have my microphone pointed in the right direction, otherwise it's bad, and then you guys get sound issues. That's my fault.
Look at this,
But if we get to the 50s, I'm going to take an out and then look for a rebound and buy again at VWAP on Novavax. AMD still hasn't printed above 30. Once it does, I'm going to take a little bit out there. And like as we mentioned, like obviously some of these squeeze names have been decent plays. You're holding 175 on GameStop. We sat it out until it got to another key level. I'm now offering more at the 18.
Let's go.
Consolidating lower. So AMD just printed the first time. Finally, it's above the 30 level. I just got 40s on AMD as well. I'm assuming that's the fill you got.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and the futures, man. I mean, we are right now. This is our world, and we're living in it right now, guys. This is the moment, right? I mean, you're making trades, you're putting on levels. We talked about it. It was 10:30. I said the market could easily bounce back from here. We said, why are we ignoring 18.2 down here on the NASDAQ? We did not ignore that. We have that bottom wick. You see this wick right here on the futures? That's our long. And why is it right there? We talked about it yesterday's close. We dared that thing to go red, and it almost did. And now it's a nice bump up to the upside right here as we continue to get more and more out of the triple Qs. Obviously, in hindsight, no. As we get better to trade some of these futures, we'll learn about all this. But this is why I don't trade the futures, because let's just say you put on 10 contracts down there or whatever you'd put on, then I only have 10 outs because I can get one out at a time. If I put on whatever, 500 shares, 700 shares, 100 shares, some 30 shares, whatever you want to do, at the end of the day, that gives you multiple chances to get out. So that I'm a scalper at heart. We talked about that, and you know, we'll just continue to trade equities. But trust when I tell you, if you are a futures trader, I'm here for you. Right there, good level. I'm going to continue to look at this. Futures was my number one. I don't know. It was up there, dancing with. Probably, we talked about NVIDIA was a top name. Intel always remains being a top name. We had a monster Amazon trade last month, not yesterday. But at the end of the day, long story short, we're trading futures, and we've done really, really well on them. So we'll just continue doing that, and yeah, you know, join us for more of this. You know, that's what I do.
Yeah, absolutely. And breaking the high of the day, and still going is Reddit. Reddit broke that 50 the other day. It just held nicely. There's some serious room to run. We're going to look at that bottom in here. It's got some serious room to run to fill in the gap. 53.
Let's go
Bit
Tesla.
of a double top if you go back another day here, a couple of days, and room to about 56. It's very thin. There's not a lot of liquidity there. VWAP does look pretty good. I'm going to get out of GameStop. Doesn't look like it wants to hold that 17.5 level. The key thing about it is, what's been holding it up for me is, just trade it at the key price. Wait for it to get there. Take your profit where you can, but just adhere to the stop. If it can't go, it can't go. You don't want to fight it. You don't want to fight it too far. For every one of these where I get out at pretty much the worst possible time, it's also going to save you if the stock just trends down on you. Then you don't turn any one trade into a massive loser. Novavax is still holding 10, but it's getting a little bit flatlining at that $10 level. And then if it breaks up the quarters, we'll get one more out there and then see if we can hold on. AMD does not hold on to 152. This was obviously like my bad stock for the day because we took a few swings at it. Like the first one good, does not hold on to VWAP. Then we're long at the 152 level, which is the one we like the most. That's the one we had the most risk on when it lost. Come back in to take the higher low. I'll keep playing at this level here, but I got to see it make those and hold those higher lows on advanced micro devices.
Yeah, we did really well on AMD here. I mean, we held through. We're still in this name. We're taking out 40s here. Here it is, man. It is a 35-cent winner right now on AMD, back to the upside. And the TQs, yeah, it did break 59. We did get out of another piece of that as well. So all is well. And by the way, this trade, I mean, we'll tweet it out again, but it's Tesla. I also tweeted this out on our sticky note that this was the short that we were looking for. And now look, it is, where is this? $1, $2, $3, $4 right now in the money for Tesla. You know, maybe just doing doing all these activities, going out all the time, living our best life and whatnot is actually starting to pay off here as well. And we talked about rest being for the wicked, and I don't think I'll be getting any this weekend, that is for sure. So join me on Monday. We'll be back. We only have now 13 more minutes left, and ciao, right there. It's a props kind of a day right now for Tesla. We've had a $10 winner on NVIDIA. Now it's $4 right here on Tesla, as it is Tank City right now, down to the downside for TSL to the A. But who cares about that? Let's figure out what's for lunch. Yeah, that's the thing. I feel like more people might care about this. It is a good one today, I feel like. Could be possibly.
Tacos.
Curry chicken. So we do have a chicken dinner winner. Let's see how they make it. I have no idea. My wife makes a you-know-what curry chicken. So I'm hoping this one could be good. With steamed basmati rice. So we will see one or the other. It should be a good day here for the lunch. And yesterday was a fantastic day because for lunch, the chef had tuna on top of his salad. And so today we'll cook up some more profits and have an enjoyable salad, which once again will not have tuna on it. But there it is. What's up, Hamster One? You guys are all welcome, man. Anybody riding that hamster wheel with me every single day, you know what's up. You guys know what's up. This is a monster trade here for Tesla. Hopefully that's all good, man. Hopefully you guys have some of the TQs. And then the losing idea, as Neil said, my biggest loser as well today will be AMD. It broke through 52. We put on some shares there. If it worked, we were huge. If it doesn't, we get smoked. That hit 152. We got out pretty much immediately. We got out at 80. 89 break or something like that. So I have to look. We've made so many trades since then. But anyways, AMD still trying to work back up to the upside. We haven't let this one go quite yet, making a little bit of that money back on AMD. But wow, what a monster day it's been for some of these names as they continue to move around. Yeah, get ready for the midday show. Trading the hype is what they're talking about there on the midday show. And Adair is talking about something that means a lot to me. It's Money Talks.
USD.
After a decidedly rough day for the DXY, making a nice recovery here, bouncing off that 105.20 area, trying to come into that 105.40s and 105.50 that we had as a level a little bit earlier. We have a lot of Fed speak on the docket today. We already had some comments from Logan, Kashkari, and Bowman. Fed's Logan and Bowen both notably a little bit hawkish. Logan saying that they've made substantial progress, but it's not a soft landing yet, and there is disappointing Q1 inflation data. We also did get that Michigan consumer sentiment, which probably helped the DXY to the upside a little bit here, coming in much lower than expected, while the Michigan inflation expectations were higher than expected. So both of those numbers, nice move up here for the DXY. Coming on later in the day, for Fed speak, we get 12:45, Fed's Goolsby. At 1:30, we get Fed's Barr. Then Fed's Kashkari and Goolsby both speak again at 2:15 here. Next week as well, keep an eye out for PPI on Tuesday, and then on Wednesday, we get CPI. So lots of things to keep an eye on here in this market, guys.
Someone's excited for PPI right now, and he might be on in about 9 minutes. I like it. I like it. Back into GameStop. That's the only new position. I'm going to show you. Before we went to the turn there, I said if 10 broke on Novavax, I was taking a 99 out, like 9.99. And I got out at like 98s. But I'm not jumping back into that one just yet. I want to see it above VWAP. The difference with GameStop is it's very similar to that AMD level, although very different stocks. 17.5 has just been so big that if it's going to continue to try to hold here, if it makes the hold and gets to VWAP, I think it could rip again. So I jump back in that. I got 82s. Last time I had like 77, but I'll give it back into that 50 range. Intel got to VWAP and dips, so we're back into the short there on INTC. I'm still not convinced about AMD, but it's holding on to 152 just by a hair. So we're in and out a couple of times. Now it's going to make another test at a higher low on AMD. This would be a little more bullish if it can make this consolidation after wicking out. Then you'd have a nice consolidation high, try to get it back in the quarters like we did last time. So just about being patient. And, oh, Bitcoin is tanking. No, it's not. It's at 61.
It's tanking, yeah.
So, all right. Look, Mara has been trend down this whole way, and I'm like, it's got the short float, all that stuff, but it's down 8%. But with Bitcoin tanking, this has filled in enough of the gap. I feel like an 18 quarter, 18, 13, something in this range, especially if we're going to get to 60,000 on BTC. It was disappointing earnings for Mara, I think, obviously, as everybody can tell. Down 8% for Mara. I think this is a weaker one than CleanSpark. Had Bitcoin been going up, I'd be playing CleanSpark long, not Mara anyways. But time to look for this one with a nice consolidation at the lows. Mara looking bad. Could get to 10% today.
I mean, the Tesla chart speaks for itself here, down to 168 and change. I mean, I don't even, I'm trying to figure out a stop order. I just was debating 169, I'm guessing here. So let's just put in a 169 fill, because if it breaks above that, let's just get a 169.21. Fabian, what's up? Fabian. There it is, 169.21. Just want to show everybody this level because, again, I use this level as an out right here. Remember, we had 169.50, 169.66, I think it was. Obviously, we could trade the 50 period to the downside, but if it gets all the way back there, then we'll be giving up that dollar. So this was a shelf at 169, so we'll just continue to do that, man. You know, we're here for you. And there's a monster in Tesla. So if you were trading Tesla today, I hope some of my advice has helped a little bit right there. We did get out of AMD at the top. It made 50 cents, 40 cents. Then it breaks 52. We actually got out of 52 clean, so that was the break. We did not wait for anything lower than that. Out right there on that break. And then now the market goes to the downside. You know how much of this we had left? Less than 10%. And we get out that for that last flat piece as here comes the market now testing 18.2 again right now. So just be careful. Maybe a break higher through this right now, but there's 18.2 coming in right now into the market. So yes, sir, it is now a multiple $4 winner, breaking through $4. Now $4.25 now in the money here, Neil, for Tesla.
Yeah, go get them, Tesla. I wish it wasn't going down because I got it in that long term. I just bought 151s like a few weeks ago. But day trading one brain, long term the other brain, right? Like you own Tesla in your long term too. You can't be afraid.
Yeah, but I'm not a savant like you. I did not buy 152. I was like at 170 something.
It was 150. It was a trend line on the chart.
Yeah.
And it was,
it's there.
And the bottom of the trend line was in front of a round number. And I'm like, I'm going to buy it in this quarter anyways. So 151 is a fun number. It's I like 151 for other reasons too. But I just threw the bit out there like a week or two before it got there, and you just take the fill and then you hang on to it. So Mara is breaking down. It just broke 18s. I just got 97. That's continuing to go. It's starting to look nasty. I mean, the market's obviously not looking good. The market just went red, so it just went underneath that 18.2 that Sean's talking about and just went red. I do have the Intel short, but the new one was just Mara on continued weakness. Bitcoin could get to 60,000. And very quickly, there's a trade that I said I would do. I just put in Intel when I meant to put in IBIT. Intel at the low of the day, yada, yada, yada. That's great. If we get to 60,000 on Bitcoin, there's a reversal trade that I like. It's like a failed break of the even dollar, or even 60,000, where it breaks 60,000, holds just underneath, and get it right back through. The way that it's falling today, I think that's going to be in play. So watch out for that 60,000 level. It's probably a lunchtime thing because it's like 10:56, but I'll be there. If I see one of those crazy reversals off 16,000, I think I'll be in IBIT to express that trade. I don't know the corresponding number. It's like whatever price IBIT's at when you get to 60,000. It's I guess I could have like some kind of a spreadsheet or something that tells me, but it doesn't matter. Like you just watch the chart. When you hit 60,000, once you're back above, go for it.
Residents. All right, so Tesla right now is 450 in the money and still going lower. I mean, we'll try AMD off this bottom in case we do get an 18.2 bounce. So we're back. Oops, I didn't even put my stop order in. We're back into AMD. That bottom is right here. I mean, we are asking for more pain. There is no doubt about that. Like from my worst stock, like by far, obviously as AMD, we can't sit here and tell you we made money on this one because we did not. We tried to buy that 152 3 times basically, and every time it had failed on us with this market just going red now. This was a big level on the weekly, so I feel like there's just the jiggling happening right now. We had gotten, I mean, we're never holding it to like 150. But that, part of it is getting out now and then just trying to figure out what it wants to do. So we've already wicked down in here into 150, 150 before. That's what we did right now. Remember, lots of talk today. We had Michigan sentiment come a lot lower, so this market is still a little bit in turbulence right now. But we're long at 75. Let's take something out if it gets back to O's or even close to that for 25 cents because the bottom of the day here is 51.40. I honestly, if we retest that bottom, that will be it for me. We're only in at 75. We'll put some more in and around 55, and then give it that 20 cents. Honestly, the way this stock moves, it'll just sneeze and go down 50 cents. So you got to put your stops in and be very, very careful with this one. I don't know why I go back to the well, but I think there's a lot of opportunity here with AMD, especially if we get it right.
Stay thirsty, that's why.
We don't stop, man. But 157.50. Yeah, we're thirsty for some pain here. It's too bad we just don't have all of the love for Tesla. This is $5 now in the money and just going short. So again, our 2 short ideas today, Google and Tesla, we got into one of them.
That's sort of the thing. Like Google, I think, was a bit different because it trended up at the open. I was in that short, and it wasn't even a good one as far as I'm concerned. You're going to see I'm actually out of GameStop. 18 just keeps on doing this thing where it breaks 18 and then it fails back under. I want to see it hold a bit higher and then maybe jump into it off of that level. So I just scalped out of it. Novavax just started to go again, and I missed an opportunity there. This wick keeps coming back. It just missed an opportunity to get this little break here at the quarter mark. I think it can make a run at $11. It's a huge short float. A lot of pressure on it with that deal with Sanofi. So I want to get it back into the quarters, just jump into the long. I had the 10 long before, but the last of it stopped out. Now that it's above the quarters, I'll take the steps up in front of VWAP. We put the short Mara on. We still have Intel. But these two runners, they've been pretty solid. I mean, pre-market was obviously a lot bigger for Novavax. I'd be a little surprised if it just goes sideways forever. So I only want to look long above VWAP and above 10s, not trying to short this. It would have to break like $9 for me to even think about short on Novavax. Strong name. Let's see if we can play it. ARM just broke VWAP, so there is strength coming back into the chip names. NVIDIA's still at 898. I'm looking for go reasons on AMD, and you know what? I'm not even finding them. It should just be TSM in the chips. TSM's holding VWAP. If there's a long in the chips, it should just be these guys.
Yeah.
You know what?
I keep fighting the same battle.
Okay, we got 10 seconds to go. If I take a long in a chip name that isn't TSM in the next 15 minutes, then I'm an idiot. Because this is at VWAP and holding it when the market's at the lows. Yeah, I mean, I fought AMD. It's my worst stock.
TSM's been
TSM's the reason that the chip names were up in the first place. So it is what it is. It's 11 o'clock. It's time for Learn to Trade, and I'm going to get into TSM off of VWAP. And if that loses, at least it's trending up. Fair enough. Sharif, Adara, go get them. Have a good one. Let's
Tesla
go.
168.50 out.
Tesla 168.50 out. What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade, formerly known as the Midday Show. That is your girl Adara, and I'm Sharif. And we're gonna wait for all the viewers to come on over from the other stream. We have our last IPO SPAC direct listing lesson of the week. We're gonna be talking about how to basically trade the hype. We're gonna talk about how to short the hype specifically. So make sure to catch that with it. There we go. Now we got Pitch Bull in the house. We got Bob Dub and Matisse Lane. Shout out to the OG Darwin and Caleb English, as well as Easy Trader, 1320 Wolf, Hamster One, Luke Parent, Joel Fernandez. And why not? Yes, I see those hands. I see those laughing emojis. JF Trader, Stupid Bitcoin, Solo, Cristo. We got Jonathan Mansilla, Jesus Garcia. We got Hurt Scrambler, Delov, Malcolm Aldridge, Luke Perrin as well. I think I already said that one. Arian, we got Martin, we got Jason Walcott, and we got the bunch. Welcome to everybody. Thank you for joining Adara and I. Good morning, Adara.
Good morning. How are you?
Not too bad. Tried to trade Apple today unsuccessfully to the high side. I'll get to that failed trade in a minute. I also had a bit of a tougher trade on CleanSpark. Tried to play the range between 17 and 18. That didn't work out that well. We'll get to those trades in a minute. But anything that you're looking at before we start?
I'm actually in two trades.
Okay.
So first is the TQs. Not proud of myself. I should have waited for 58.90s. That was the level I really wanted. And I actually had it on drawn on here, etched in stone. And the reason I had it drawn is if you go to yesterday's, look at that 58.90 top we had. I really like that level, which is why I wanted to take something off of that, which is why I got short. I should have waited. I didn't think we'd get there, which is why I got involved 58.84s. But you know what? C'est la vie. I'm actually going to risk a little bit more for this. As long as we stay below 59.10, I'm going to be okay. Is that a bit of an ambitious move for me? Oh, definitely. But I really want it, and I think sometimes you have to be a little bit more ambitious. I'm also I'm looking at and charting the Meg 7 names because Shrif and I were having this conversation yesterday and also today. If that was something that was working for me and I see stuff I like, I shouldn't feel like I can't trade it. So I'm going to be giving myself that option. And also I'm long Starbucks. I like this VWAP hold, and I really like these wicks to the downside. I think we have some opportunity to go higher. I'm only risking 10 cents.
It's doing the wick shimmy at
It
VWAP.
is.
All right, okay. What's the issue now, Ram? Oh, why? Okay, sorry. You know, when Ram comes over, we talk about the hand, Fabian. So, no kidding. Guys, these are the small cap gappers that I'm looking at today. There's a lot running. We also have a new IPO, another Chinese ADR EV to add to the list. It's not just going to be Li Auto, XPEV, and NIO anymore. There's going to be Zeekr, and it's going to trade on the North American exchanges, not on the OTC like BYD. So another Chinese EV to add. It's going to go by the ticker ZK. Pardon me? No, I didn't build a car. But ZK is going to be the ticker for that. No print yet. We're waiting for the first print to come in on this IPO. As soon as that happens, and assuming we have eyes on it, obviously we'll bring it to you. If you guys see it before us, make sure to tag Adair and I in the chat so we can bring it to everybody's attention. All right, so here's what I'm looking for. LIDR, LIDAR. Who knows about this one? This one has shown up many a time in the past before as a small cap gapper. $15.5 million float and a 5.4 million share float. Sorry. $15 million market cap, 5.4 million share float. Great look on the day, moving up well above the 10 period, well above VWAP. I mean, this one we're going to have to wait for a bit of a retracement here because it's a bit extended off the moving averages at the moment, up a cool 98, 99%. It's the #1 gap scanner on my list today. NVAX, we'll get to that one in a minute because it's kind of doing the sideways dance here at the volume weighted average price, hugging 10. If that one breaks out, we'll have eyes on it. But for now, it's a little bit of a really tight range. CDNA. What is this one all about? This one goes by the name of Cardex. Caridex? $733 million market cap. The float on this monster is about 50 million shares. It's at a very critical level right now. You guys know how I love trading these ones long above the volume weighted average price, and alas, it is at the VWAP right now. $14.14 is where VWAP is. Last time we were around here, we did break it with the wicks, but we were able to reclaim it quite quickly. Let's see if VWAP features today as a level of support on CDNA. Good look here, up 28%, but that's not it. There's more. OUST, oust. We're gonna oust this one, I guess long. Kind of killed that one. 622 million shares. $622 million market cap. The float on this, 38.6 million shares. This one looks a little bit better here than OUST, but the range, or than CDNA. But the range per candle is a little wide, especially for a $13 name. We almost have $1 there on a range per candle basis on average. So this one's trading at above VWAP. VWAP is at $13.40. The high of the day is $14.17, but I would propose to you that $14 does seem to be a bit of a top, so about a 50 penny, 60 penny range as we speak right now on OUST. Small cap gapper up nicely on the day. Last but not least, SOUN trading below VWAP now, and it's actually using VWAP, looks like here, as a level of resistance rather than support. We'll keep eyes on this one. This one had earnings yesterday, and obviously that affiliation with the NVDA helped propel it to new highs back in March there.
Yeah, I actually got involved in... I'm in 3 trades right now. I am exhilarated. I am... we're going to have to see what happens here. I got involved around 41s because I liked... Look at this base we had earlier, right? I'm like, if we come here and we reject, I like that. I got involved. We're planning for 40.77s now. I could save a piece for the dream, but that's not really going to be the goal here. I want to be scalpy. I want to go back to back to my roots in trading. And you know what? Like, I think that's going to be pretty important. I think, again, I really appreciate Sharif for having that convo with me. Just like whatever worked for you in the sim, try to go back to that, within reason. So I want to try that. Right now, all 3 of these trades are going okay-ish, so we're gonna have to see if they go more okay-ish. Also, thank you so much to Kyle Burdett, $4.99 super chat. Sharif, Adara, and gang. Hope all is well. Damn it. So thank you so much to Kyle Burdett for the super chat.
I was talking to Big Kyle today just before, because we have an ad read, that's why we haven't started the lesson.
Oh, yeah.
But I was talking to Big Kyle on the gram, and my man is absolutely living it up on the shores of North Carolina. He's fishing, he's boating, he's beaching, he's doing everything. He's living his best life. Shout out to Big Kyle. Enjoy your time, my man. And when you're good and ready for next week to take this market south, we'll gladly have you back in the chat. Shout out to Big Kyle.
Shout out.
Yeah, so we got a couple of minutes left here before we start the lesson. Adara, is there any other names that you're looking at that you saw there at the big desk that we could pass on?
Yeah, so I do have, I have my hands full with my 3 children right now. But yeah, in terms of other things, I'm not looking at anything for myself right now, but I think some things to work at. You know, I know Roblox, I was looking at that a little bit earlier. I was talking to Sharif about this. Roblox did have that upgrade as well.
You're in trades. Let's
Yeah, I
manage your
appreciate
trades, and
that.
I'll look at some
Thank
stuff
you.
until we get to 09s. So this has been, look, I showed this to Patty Ice when the show started. I was looking at possible support for the dead one at on the 50 period on the 1 hour. I'm talking about Apple. There was a good amount of evidence here on the previous days that the 50 period was acting as a level of support on AAPL. I had a dip trade set up at 183 1/4 because that's where the 50 period was featuring at that time. Now it's a little bit lower. It didn't even bother holding up there. It maybe held up for a little bit, but then the bottom came right out there, and so we closed below the 50 period, so I won't be using that as a level of support until it proves itself again. So we'll talk about all the different trades that we can have on these here Mag 7, but before we do that, we have to tell you about Blue Chew, Fabian. Blue Chew, guys, brought to you by them. Guys, remember the good old days when you were always ready to go? Well, those days don't have to be over. Blue Chew is an online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra, but in a convenient chewable tablets and at a fraction of the cost. Sign up at bluechew.com, consult with one of their licensed medical providers, and you'll receive your prescription discreetly delivered to your door within days. No awkward doctor visits, no waiting in line at the pharmacy. Blue Chew tablets are made in the USA and shipped directly to you. And we've got a special deal for you. Try Blue Chew for free when you use the promo code, you guessed it, Trader TV at checkout. Just pay $5 for shipping. Visit bluechew.com and use the promo code Trader TV for that special deal, baby. So yeah, get that. Check that out there. Rahim, $2 soup chat. Can you guys have a look at PanDub? They're having earnings on May 20th. Yes, sir, they are, and I'm invested in that name and have been for some time. I'm not heavily in the money on this, about $5 or so in the money on this monster. So make or break time come earnings for me on this name. We'll have to see how this one goes. Let's pull out PanDub super quick here before we start the lesson du jour for Rami. Give me a second here. So I can tell you already, having looked at this chart multiple times on the daily, I know exactly where the support and resistance levels are. So as you can see here, this area was the deciding area. This $200.65 level, $265 level, this takes us all the way back into the peaks of October. And lo and behold, when we sold off aggressively on earnings back in February, I believe it was, we absolutely tanked right into that level. And guess what? Recovered and then came back down. Guess where? Into 265 again. So 265 is an absolute area of support, previously resistance on PanW that it hasn't really been able to break through. Now, I did draw fibs on this, okay, on my other platform. Reason being, I love you guys. You guys are trolls extraordinaire. They're like, that's a lie. He's fibbing. All right, no, but for real, the reason I drew the fibs from the peak, because this was all-time highs, down into the bottom of the retracement off earnings, because I wanted to see exactly where we would retrace to. And so far, the best we've been able to do is retrace a third of the way back. We haven't been able to make it back into 320. 320 would be the 50% retracements off the high that we made February 9th and the low that we printed on February 21st. So 320, a key area of possible resistance here if we make it into 320 before earnings. I think it's a decent look. I know it sold off when, what was that company called where that woman put the video of her getting fired?
Oh, Cloudflare.
Cloudflare reported not that long ago.
That's how you know I know.
Yeah.
Cloudflare.
Remember how Cloudflare reported, and they reported poorly with respect to earnings, and that sent PanW, I think, down $6 or something like that in the aftermarket. So it's a hit and miss here. Zscaler did okay. Cloudflare, a bit of a, we're not really sure. So PanW, we're going to have to find out how they do. But if the news is any indication here, all I hear is cyber attack over cyber attack over cyber attack. So, I mean, there's no shortage of business for these guys. So we'll have to see how they're able to do. So let's now start the lesson du jour. All right, guys, we are talking about shorting the hype within the context, obviously, of IPOs, SPACs, and direct listings. So ever feel an IPO or SPAC or a DL listing is widely overvalued due to hype? Short selling allows you to potentially profit if the price falls. This lesson equips you for an intraday short on hyped up new listings, but remember, this is a bit of a tougher strategy and there are definitely more inherent risks with shorting IPOs than there are with other types of trades. So why would you want to short during the hype? First of all, to capitalize potentially on overvaluation. New listings with excessive hype might be priced well above their intrinsic value. You can say intrinsic value is based on, PE or any number of metrics. So you profit if the price corrects closer to its intrinsic value. But there's also to catch the euphoric downturn, right? So the initial euphoria can create a bit of a bubble, right, on these IPOs, and we've seen that many times. You short sell anticipating the price to decline as the hype subsides. Who remembers VinFast, VFS, right? That's all I got to say about that. Just go have a look at that chart. So how do you identify the hype monster, right? Let's get exactly what we should be doing here. So you have your valuation metrics that you can use. You can compare the company's valuation ratios like PE to industry benchmarks. A significant disconnect suggests to you potential overvaluation. So the first thing you should do is this company from a fundamentals perspective overvalued? If you have that check mark, then you can go on to step 2. You can look at the social media buzz as well. Is there a frenzy of excitement online? What are some of these social scores? Like I know my platform here gives me a social media score. It goes and basically peruses the internet, Twitter, X, or whatever it's called. Yeah, and it reads what everybody's saying, and then it assigns a negative or positive score to it. So what is the social media buzz? And also look at the technical analysis, right? Look for topping patterns like head and shoulders, double tops that could be appearing on the chart, right? That might indicate a potential trend reversal. So you're looking for, number 1, is it overvalued from a fundamentals perspective? What are people saying online? Is it positive or is it negative? And what are the technicals saying? So those are the first 3 steps you're going to take there. And here is a good look there. This is a big move up. And then you can kind of see a skewed double top, and then we sell all the way back down. So good look there. So how do we short these hypes? So there are certain mechanics involved that we have to talk about. In order to short, you need to borrow somebody else's fully paid shares. So Federa has 100 shares of Apple, and I want to short Apple. I'm not going to borrow them directly from Adara. The broker actually does all that. But I borrow Adara's fully paid shares, and then basically I sell them only to buy them back later for cheaper. That's basically the mechanics of the short sale. So your broker lends you the shares to short, and they take them from one of their clients, and you'll need to locate these borrowable shares and understand the interest rates that sometimes are charged by brokers for borrowing. So you have to keep that in mind. And then you're going to look for your entry point. You're going to look for a technical indicator suggesting a potential peak. Like we talked about this, like a head and shoulders pattern, a double top, a triple top. There could be a bearish reversal pattern on the chart or a negative divergence between price and an indicator like the RSI. So we talked about this before. The prices continue to make higher highs on the price action chart, but you look at the RSI chart on the bottom and it's making lower high. That's a bearish price action divergence between price and RSI. So you could look for things like that. Or you could look for a breakdown below a key area of support. But if it's a newer IPO, you're not really going to have established support and resistance levels. Then you got to get your stop loss order fixed up. So since the price can surge in an upward trend, set a stop loss order a little bit above that key area of resistance to limit potential losses if the price rallies against you. So that's going to require you to do some charting, obviously figuring out where support and resistance is so you can place your stop above that resistance level. And your exit strategy, you need to have a sound exit strategy here. Kind of hard to do with IPOs because there's just so much limited data. So what you could consider doing in these scenarios is using percentage gains for your profit taker and percentage losses for your stop loss. So for example, you could have a 5 to 10% profit target for your long and then cut that down to half, maybe 2.5 to 5% for your stop, so you can maintain that 1 to 2 risk to reward ratio, or 2 to 1, excuse me. Okay? So those are your strategies. You're gonna locate shares that are borrable, so you can short them. Borrable, yeah. I don't even know if that's a word, bro. Looking horrible. And then you're gonna
horrible.
Huh?
Yeah, they're abhorrible. You abhor them.
Horrible. I love it. Entry point. Then you're gonna look for your entry point, right? So you're gonna look for your area on the technicals. You're gonna look for a key area showing possible a top, like a double top, head and shoulders, triple top, or you're gonna look for price RSI divergence. Then you're gonna figure out where your stop goes. You're gonna have to chart a key area of resistance on the chart to say if it breaks above here, the trade is no longer valid. Once you've done that, you need to figure out your exit strategy. So that requires two different exits. One is a potential stop loss and one is your profit taker. I would suggest to you looking for percentage gains on IPOs rather than key areas of possible support and resistance, because you don't really know. There's just not enough data to be able to chart some of these. So that's what I would suggest. And some important considerations that you should take into account: the real and ever-present threat of a short squeeze. Right? If the stock price unexpectedly surges due to buying pressure, you might face a short squeeze, forcing you to buy back shares, which is how you get out of a short, at a higher price to close your position, leading to significant losses. So it behooves us just to explain quickly here what a short squeeze is. Essentially, what ends up happening is when shorts, say I'm short Apple at 180, okay? And then it breaks above 180. In order for me to cover my short to get out, like my stop loss, I have to buy the shares back. So what ends up happening is when it breaks above a key level where there's a lot of shorts and there's also people looking long, you have double the buying, because the shorts who are stopping out are forced to buy back the shares, and then people who see the price going up also start buying the shares, so you get squeezed. And that's what happened on GameStop and AMC. If you don't know the mechanics of that, just go and have a research. Go and research that. But yeah, it is an ever-present threat. You also need to know what your margin requirements are with your broker. They're not just going to let you short a stock willy-nilly. You probably have to have a certain amount of money in there to cover your rear end. And if the position goes against you, you may get that margin call telling you to deposit more money or they're going to close your position. So short selling often requires margin, meaning you need to put up a portion of the capital up front. Make sure you understand your broker's margin requirements. They're all a little bit different, and you could find yourself getting that margin call a little earlier than you anticipated. And theoretically, guys, when you short a stock, you are on the hook theoretically for unlimited potential losses, because a stock can theoretically go to an infinite price. Obviously, that doesn't happen. And obviously, you're not going to wait to the top to get out. You're going to get out before that. But realistically, when you go long a stock, basically your risk is what you've invested in that stock. So it goes to zero, you're out that capital. On the other side of the coin, when you're shorting something, it can theoretically go to $1 million a share, and you could be out big money. That doesn't happen, but we're telling you the theory here. And the spread as well. I have to tell you about the spread. The spread on new listings, thank you, Adair, for adding this in, very good point, can be larger in the first days and weeks in the early trading. Keep that in mind when entering your orders and stop losses to ensure you're able to enter and exit the stock safely and at the price level of your choosing. And in this case, you can choose to use market orders, or you can use a stop limit order with a wider spread. Go and have a look at what that is if you don't know what it's about. And some bonus tips here, guys. Start small when you're going to trade these IPOs, especially short. Begin with small short positions to manage risk and gain experience before increasing your position size. And you could also consider hedging your bets. If you like a short, for example, like what Alfred did, he didn't short VinFast from the traditional way through equities. He got option puts, and he printed big on those option puts. So you don't have to take it through the equity route. You could consider using your options here to take it short, and that limits your potential loss because the contract will expire worthless, and that will be the amount of risk that you put in. But you could also use options in a different way. So if you're going to short Apple using equities and regular shares. You could also buy calls on Apple to hedge your bets. So you could offset it that way. So options features here quite well. So make sure you understand a lot about that. Stay informed as well. The hype can shift quickly. Stay up to date on the news and market sentiment to adjust your exit strategy if needed. Adara.
I like that. But yeah, no, thank you so much for going over that lesson, Sharif. I think it's really key, especially because we have Zeker. So yeah, Zeke and you may find, Zeke and you shall find. So
I'm good with that.
See how Zeker ends up going. Also, yeah, so I had 3 trades at one time. Only one of them was successful, but I was really proud of how I managed the other ones. And you know, we're going to talk about them. TQQs. I got short. I should have waited for 58.90s. That was my first mistake. We didn't, I wanted to see what we did at 60s. We only got to mid 70s. I added because we were continually rejecting at that 58.90-ish area, which is what I liked. We broke up at 59s. I got out. Potato, potato, tomato, tomato. I'm okay with going long if we keep bouncing off this 95 area, but I should probably wait and see a little bit more. Then SOXL, I was really proud of what I did here. We did profit on SOXL. We took a SOXW. Only SOXW of the day, but I'm going to say so far because we want to be optimistic and ready for things to keep happening. Really proud of what I did here. Got involved at 41s, got out exactly at the earlier base of like 76. Took like 20, 25 pennies on this, pleased as punch. And that was the lowest we've gotten since. So that's the type of trade I want to have more of, just being scalpy, trusting my instincts. I also got out of Starbucks, didn't get as caffeinated as I wanted to. In fact, didn't get caffeinated at all. I took a loss. But I'm happy, again, with how I managed it. I wanted to see what we did at 90s. We break below 90s. I say bye-bye. But yes, that's what happened there. CELH is what I'm currently involved in. I want to see this guy turn up a couple degrees. I like this because this is an area I was looking at yesterday because that 84.40 was pretty spicy. We had to bounce off 84.40. I'm aware we could continue to go higher, but if we were, as long as we rejected the 86 area, which happens to be VWAP, I'm okay risking a couple pennies. I want to take minimum 20 pennies. I like this kind of chop and churn area earlier here. Taking smaller positions, trying to continue to be confident. Yesterday was my worst day of trading since going live, but just want to keep making things better and improving. How is your bite of the apple?
Just got in. So what I'm looking for is either a 50-period rejection on the 1 or a 10-period rejection here. And we're getting topping tail candles, 10-period rejection on the 5. Sorry, I didn't complete my sentence there. So that's what I'm looking for. We'll see exactly what we get. I think 183 is going to be my line in the sand. I'll get out if it breaks that. But we put topping tail candles that didn't look all that convincing on the 5-minute, even though there were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 green straight candles on Apple. They looked unconvincing, so I'm going short. Call me crazy, but that's what I'm doing. So we'll hear you, Fabian. Called me crazy. So that's what I'm doing there. We'll see exactly what we get. Let's load up some of these. Yeah, I could also be persuaded to definitely get in on OUST at around 1340, mid 40-ish. Nice hold initially there at VWAP. We'll see if we get another VWAP dip and pop. But it's giving you about 50, 60 pennies worth of range between the top at 14, which looks like a clearly established level there. And I don't know if this is a clearly established bottom because we only had a couple of touches. You good, Katina, man? What happened? The market's popping? I'm short the Qs. The Katina man's short the Qs at the moment. So yeah, if you're following along with the Katina man, he's short the Qs.
Look, it's in like a 5-handle.
The Qs and yeah, it is actually. So let me show the Qs because I don't actually have the Qs up. I have the NQ up. Yeah, the NQ is a little bit. He's like it's in a 5-point range at the moment. So here's the NQ. Here we've been dancing with the with this level below 18,250. We've been kind of in a range between 18,213 a little bit and then 18,233 or basically to the 50 period here. It looks like on the 5. On the NQ. So we'll keep eyes on that, Adair.
Yeah. I have been wrestling with the idea to maybe trade Tesla today.
Okay.
If I see something I like. I will be doing it with...
Fabian's such a troll today. He's trolling everybody.
The Friday troll. But no, I want to... shout out to Fabian and Refrain, though. They're always killing it. Always making us laugh. This Tesla, though, this 169 area, if I take this, it's going to be a scalp. I'm going to be the king of, not the king, that's a little ambitious. I will be a member of Scalp City. Population, well, Sean also scalps, so, you know. Anyways, not the point. If we keep failing this 169, which was also that previous.
Katina Man is out of his Tesla. He wants to let you know that.
Yeah, Sean.
168.50.
168.50 out of his Tesla. Yeah, I don't. If I took this, it'd be a scalp. I just think because we keep building, but we're also above the 90 MA. That doji I don't love. That's why I said like I'm contemplating. I have definitely not getting involved yet because like I said too, I always want to make sure I'm feeling confident before I enter my trades, especially if I'm going to trade Tesla for the first time since going live. I know we've said she's a little bit less stressful than she used to be, but we do still call her Stressla for a reason, and I think we should honor that. CELH, kind of waffly here. I have no reason to leave. We're within like 10 pennies of where I entered, so gonna continue to chop and turn there. Casro OW, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Up $17,000 on Tesla puts today.
What?
12K cash taken off the table. LFG Tesla, biggest dumpster fire on Wall Street. Yeah, I mean, congrats to you on that. 12K in the money. That's fantastic, sir. Shout out to you. Thank you so much for your your support there. Yeah, this Tesla continuing to struggle with getting off the schneid, to shout out Neil and sometimes Sharif at this 169.10 level. Let's see what you do, TSLA. You're going to be Stressla, Bestla, Tesla, going to keep wrestling with this level? We'll find out. But either way, shout out to Casrow. Also, really quickly too, Paula Blackford wants some feedback on Meta. So let's look at Meta. Okay. For me, I have to say, I think we're topping and turning a little bit to the upside here. We had a nice little double bottom on the this 1055, 1045 here. We kind of bounced off that 469 area. Right now, Paul Blackford, since then, I'm kind of seeing higher highs, higher lows. That being said, we are struggling a lot on a wick basis, like a lot of these names here, very wicky, around that 471, 472. So if we want to stop being Wikipedia, I think we need to continue to break above here. I like this kind of pause we had at 472.80. That'd be a nice break above. We'd also be kind of getting near VWAP. Right now, though, I have to say this name a little bit harder to read. There's not a lot of levels to go off of beyond that kind of move to the upside. That's a nice vehicle.
All right, here it is, guys. This is Zeekr. The Zeekr 001 and the Zeekr X Katina Man. These are the new lines coming out of China. Okay? And so we're going to have to add this to Li Auto. It kind of looks like the, not the Cayenne, what's it called? The Taycan. Taycan, yeah, a little bit from the front there. It looks good. 620 kilometer range. Hello. 3.8 seconds 0 to 100. 30-minute charge time. Lies. That's 0 to 80 probably, right? Anyway, this is it, guys. It's going to trade under the ticker symbol ZK. We're awaiting the first print. Where can we order it from? Oh, let's go. Let's build this, Fabian. Let's do this, Katina Man. We're going to build. So we don't live in any of these countries, but that's okay. We're going to go with English and see what comes. Come what may, baby. All right. So this is in euros, so shout out to all my Europeans. Now, the Katina Man, are we going to go long range or are we going to go performance? Performance all-wheel drive it is, Sean. And look. Privilege all-wheel drive. Yeah. Performance? All right, let's go performance. Let's go performance. And I got to go blue. Right? 1,600 euros. Yes, Katina Man, it's blue, sir. So we're going to go continue on this monster. Let's see what we get. Standard connectivity included. Premium connected services included. This is all good. Now, what do we have to pay for here? Wheel storage. No, I'm not doing that. All right, we're good to go. Service plan. Yeah, that's a ripoff. Okay, so that's not bad. 65,000 euros. Yeah, it's close to 100 Canadian. So yeah, that's, look, I think it meets basically it fits the description with most of these other guys. Like they're all gonna be around the same price. So yeah, nothing really too special. I guess the design looks good, but the price, that's the price. The price is prohibitive for a lot of people. So what do you think about this design?
I like it. I like that it's your blue. I think it's a little bit, to me, it looks like one of the cars from the Cars movie. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Those which is not my vibe. I like a boxy vehicle.
Fair.
That to me is very round. It looks like it could talk to me at any moment and hang out in, what is that, Radiator Springs? So I'm going to give it a Cars-themed diss. Reference to the Cars movie.
Here's the inside.
It just looks like an inanimate, it looks so much like it could be talking to me at any moment.
Yeah, the inside ain't bad. Look at that Alcantara on the seats there. I'm good with that. Yeah, okay. Well, it's decent. We'll see how it trades, I guess. All right. We're nicely in the money now on Apple, Katina Man. We're gonna wet our beak there on some profits. We're gonna see if Apple can make its way down, rejecting the 10 period yet again.
I scalped Tesla for the first time in live. I'm so proud of myself. Jeez. I only took 13 pennies. What are you trading, Sean?
It's
Oh,
for you.
thank you so much. I appreciate it. I don't know why that. Yeah, no, that's why I was confused. But yeah, so I didn't want to oh, thank you so much. Props to Sean, props to everybody here as well. I took it short at that 169.13. I was going to risk into 169.30s. I wanted to kind of see what we did at 169. So we get to 169. I said, you know what? Oh my gosh, that's a beautiful car. What is this?
Stop. Stop. That's my fail.
I love that. Oh my gosh. It's a little orange car. But yeah, really proud of this. Took it with a bit more size because I thought you kind of have to take, if you're going to take Tesla, okay, yeah, we're going to go back to this car. That's quite the little, interesting little vehicle there. I am a fan, but I do like a boxier car. But yeah, basically I wanted to get out before we broke that 9 EMA. I didn't know if we would break the 9 EMA, and you guys know how much I look at the 9 EMA as a level. So with that in mind, got involved, basically just kind of waiting to see if we broke above that area I was going to leave. But yeah, took it with a bit more size because I wanted to do a scalp. I think I did it justice, and I think also I wanted to do myself justice with that, as like kind of lame as that might sound. So I'm really happy with that. And again, I want to shout out Sharif for giving me the confidence to take that trade and to be a little bit more confident in my trading. Also, shout out to Kazrao OW for another $5 super chat. 32, 177 and a half puts, I think this is on Tesla, 510 expiry. Brought on Tuesday, calling it a day. Have a good one.
Nice.
You have a good one, Kazrao. Thank you so much for sharing your trade with us and supporting us. And we're always happy to have everybody here. Always so grateful to be part of this community. And thank you, Cybertruck. Also, apparently, am I still in? I'm not still in the Cybertruck, guys. It's saying I am, but I am safely exiting the vehicle.
I love it.
Yeah.
All right, we're looking at the $0.50 now on AAPL. It was knocking the door of 182.50. I'm not going to wet my beak here on any profits. We're just going to let this one go. If it touches low a day, maybe a 182 touch or thereabouts, I'm just going to leave it, let it be, and we'll see what is what. Now, I got to tell you, there doesn't seem to be a whole lot of strength on the Mag 7 today, but one is kind of getting my attention, and I'm not surprised it's this one. It goes by the ticker META, and this one has really made it its kind of modus operandi to recover from dips. I mean, like, look at the last few days. Yesterday, we dipped down, we closed higher. Previous days, you dip down, you close higher. You dip down, you close higher. It seems to be a running theme with Meta. So I'm not just going to jump in willy-nilly, but clearly we bottomed out at 470. I know we got into 469.60, but the better level there is the $10 level, 470. And depending on what time frame you're trading, this could look like a head and shoulders. Let's look at the 1 minute here, see if this head and shoulders-esque. Yeah, kind of. Yeah, a little bit head and shoulders-esque here on META above the 50. Another profit taker you could keep your eye on is that 473 1/3. That's where VWAP is. A bit of a chasm between the 50 period and VWAP at the moment. So I'm not going to be quick to jump into this, especially the market keeps heading down, and we're printing nicely here on Apple as it breaks that $0.50 level of dare. Please, dang punch. We're going to flatten out there for a nice little rounded top. But yeah, I'm seriously considering going long Meta if the winds of change come in here on these future.
Yeah, you're just going to have to wait to see if it sends you a DM, and it's like, hey, Sharif, want to trade me? Winky face emoji. And then, you know, if that works out, sorry, I went too far with that one.
Yes,
and then, if you're down for the DM, then you guys, you got to make that happen. Just slide into the DM. Okay. But yeah, good Zuckerberg with that. Good Zuck.
Thank you.
Best of Zuck always. But yeah, congrats on that Apple trade there.
Appreciate you.
Tim Cookin.
Tim Cook.
And I think it's a really nice look for AAPL.
Did you hear about the whole Tim Cook saga right now?
Oh,
they don't know who's going to replace him.
Yeah, that's
They're
true.
worried, right? They're looking down the list of execs and they don't like what they see. I'm talking about bigger shareholders.
Yeah, the Apple people. Yeah, we're gonna have to see, you know, if the apple falls far from the tree. I was seeing some memes.
Stop putting me on when you do that. I know you're setting it up.
No, Fabian and Ramin are both excellent at production and also excellent at trolling. And it makes it a very fun environment. So shout out to them. Trolling takes a special skill. But yeah, no, I think it will be interesting to see what happens with the Apple succession. I know that the Disney succession is another one people are looking at. So we'll have to see what suitors end up taking those CEO positions, especially Bob Iger in Disney.
Yeah, Big Bobby. Big Bobby Iger. So Apple continuing to go down here, guys. I flattened out at 42s and we just printed, I think, 37. So that rounded top off If you're looking here, it looks like the 50 period, but on the 5, it's the 10, and it's identical. So rounded top there, coming right back down. I want to see what we do at the whole dollar level, 182 or thereabouts. The future, though, does not look like it's going to get. It's not catching a bid. I mean, like here's the NQ right now, and the NQ, we didn't print lows. 18,188 is a LOD, but we'll definitely keep eyes on 18.2 because to me, you know, the real support level here is 18.2. So we'll keep eyes on that, see if we're able to break below that level or not. I'm going to keep my eyes on the future, but I am very interested in getting long on Meta. Very. And let's see here. I think the dips are coming into 50. So let's just do this, baby. Come what may, Adara. We're going to go. We're going to do it. Let's go to META. I'm going to put a dip trade hanging out at those here 50s. I'm going to put 55s. Because what is life without Whimsy? Nice. What's going on over there?
Oh, CELH. I clapped. It literally just basically dropped into my entry point, but I didn't want to get out. So I want to talk about this for a second.
Nice. Go.
I'm aware we have slightly higher highs and higher lows. However, I have no reason to leave yet because we have not had any kind of, rhythm, motion in the ocean, as they sometimes say, at that 86 level. We kind of get there and we go, maybe not. Continue to the downside. I am fully willing to recognize I'm going to have to scalp my way out of this. I wanted initially a lot more. I wanted at least 50 cents. I can recognize that might not happen. We will be scalpy, getting scalpy with it, nah. But yeah, I mean, I don't want to leave just yet. I do want to shout out DJK in the chat a couple days ago was saying like, if you don't feel confident in the trade, just get out. I do think there is still some opportunity in this trade, which is why I'm staying in. But I do want to also recognize that the odds are a skosh stacked against me now. And I think that's a fair point to recognize, to chat on, to ruminate upon. Cameron Bailey says BA dropping, hopefully not the planes. Woo. Sorry, I had to. Hopefully it's not the planes that are dropping and it's just the stock. Oh my llama, what is happening?
Oh my God.
Boeing, what are you doing with your life, sir?
Bro.
NASA contractor warns against Boeing space launch due to the risk of a disaster. That's a quote, risk of a disaster.
That's legitimately, here it is.
That's a legitimate quote.
Yeah. That's
not ebullient, Sharif.
No, it's not.
It's really not.
What's the opposite of ebullient?
Some people in the chat were joking aberrant, but I don't think that's really. I can't take any credit for that, but that was pretty funny.
Yeah, no, I mean, we know that NASA is scheduled to launch. They're trying to rival SpaceX with their space delivery system to the International Space Station. But let's call a spade, man. SpaceX well ahead of them at the moment. Look, I'm long a Meta at these here levels. I'm looking to defend that 471.50. If that comes in, I'll DCA. It's going to be a planned DCA add into 471.50. 471 is the level where I draw the line. It's not the best out, but it's the one that works best with my risk management parameters. So I'm going to look here for continuation. I'm looking for a rounded bottom on META. It did put in, a pseudo-looking head and shoulders on the 1, which, I'm not going to put too much stock in. But the point is, it looks like it was making higher highs and higher lows with bottoming tail candles and bottoming tail. And bottoming tail candles are usually quite bullish. Michel Hebert, what's up, sir? One of the OGs there in the chat. Shout out to Michel Hebert, $5 Canadian. Went long GameStop at 1740 earlier at open, sold at 1995, excuse me. Went long again at 1750 because it was resistance the whole week. Now support. Good idea? Well, let's find out. So I'm just going to put my beak wetter on META just in case it makes its way up there because it's pamping at the moment. So we'll see if we're able to take some profits. Let's load up GameStonk for our friend Michel Hebert, one of the OGs again in the chat. Shout out to Quebec. Yeah. So let's have a look at what the levels he was talking about here. So here we go. Oh, flat bottom breakish. Oh, Michel Hebert. This looks, so he went long, 1740, and then he covered everything at 1995. That's a ridiculous out. Shout out to you, man. The big move comes back down. He's long again, 1750, because it is a bit of a flat bottom at those levels. I like that. My concern, Michel, though, is this is very hockey stickish. hockey stick pattern-ish where it has that V-shaped retracement with a flat bottom, and then typically what we could get is a flat bottom break. I do like your idea of trying to buy off support. The only thing that concerns me though is it's rejecting off the 10 period on the 5, and the wicks are, they're having that magnetic effect into the 10 period, then it looks like it's selling off. And so my concern is here, the lower highs, lower highs, lower high, lower high with no lower low, flat bottom at 1740 or thereabouts. If the bottom doesn't give out, this is a great entry. But if the bottom gives out, I think it might be trouble. Let's zoom out a little bit, see where the bottom could. So it's 1720, 1715, an interesting area of support back from May 8th, Michelle. And then you have 16 2/3, so that's not the look there. So yeah, that 17 1/4, Michelle, we had a bit of a double top there. Oh, that's that level Neil was talking about. Neil had been talking about the 17 1/4 for a minute. Oh, wow, there goes GameStop right down into 17. As we speak live, it did drop off on the bottom. I kind of had a feeling that flat bottom break was going to come in, Michelle. And I hope you had proper risk management parameters there and you were able to get out, or looking to defend 17. Let me know how it goes. But yeah, that is a little bit of the risk there with that pattern. So I did get printed on META, nice, for a 25 penny winner, but alas, it's coming down now well below my entry. I'm still looking for 470, 150 planned DCA enter. We'll see what we get. Actually, I should probably cancel this because the future is absolutely tanking into 18.2 Adara. Let's see what happens here.
I clapped for the wrong moment there,
It's
but
all
shout out
good.
to your beak wetter on that.
No problem.
You don't need Zuck when you have plans and when you have trading ideas. So shout out to you. Also, Michelle Hebert clarified you did get stopped out.
Yeah,
when
okay, good.
17.35 broke. So thank you for letting us know, because that's definitely something we want to know. And thank you for your support for the show. Starbucks. I like the short. Initially, I was long. I like the 90 EMA rest. Then I was like, that's not working. Got out where I wanted to. Yada, yada, yada. Where's the next trade? The next trade was, well, there were other trades before this, but I wanted to get short 76 on Starbucks. Why? Because it's a lower high. Now, we did have a slightly higher low. I'm cognizant of that. I think this could be a little bit more of a scalpy thing, but I'm risking like 8 pennies here. If we break above, make a higher high above that 76.08, buy, buy, buy. No longer in sync with this stock. Gonna have to go order, maybe I'm gonna have to like switch to Tim Hortons. No, I'm joking, but I'll just have to leave the stock. We are kind of resting a bit on the 90 MA. Don't love that, but I think I like the overall pattern better, especially for what I'm looking for. Shout out to my pal Celsius. Again, I keep trading caffeine names this week, which also I saw some comments in the chat. I always want to clarify, I am not nearly as caffeinated as people assume that I am.
No.
I like having high energy. I mostly just drink tea. I had some matcha this morning, which is caffeinated, but usually I am just energized by these markets. And how I like to put it, I like to talk fast because these markets kind of demand it. They're moving quickly. Adara, you have to talk about me, and like, oh, you can't forget about this small cap, like the markets. She wants a lot of attention.
It
So I'm
does,
gonna have to modulate my vocal speed and its velocity to match that of the market.
I like it.
Yes, thank you. So I got like happy with what I did with this Celsius. I was a little bit nervous in this one because I was worried we were kind of making these higher lows and a flat top, getting ready for a flat top break, but I still felt confident in the position, which is why I stayed in and ended up taking this for like 25 pennies. 25 pennies. Please just punch there. No complaints. Starbucks, if you want to get low, I would be pleased as punch. No complaints there. I don't have much else I'm looking at. Tesla continuing. I'm still really proud I took Tesla because this is the first Mag 7 trade I've had since going live. I really want to see what we do here. We are chopping and churning, but like I said, if I do anything with Mr. Cybertruck and his esteemed Mag 7 pals, I will be doing so as a scalp play only, with a very tight stop and a very modulated predefined risk. So that will be the plan if I decide to take another one of these Mag 7s to the formal. How are you doing?
Not bad. Got in again on Meta, looking to defend this level here on Softy as well. This 412.75 level on Softy I'm looking to defend. We're like 3 pennies in the money on Meta, 2 pennies out of the money on Softy. I'm looking for a beak wetter at the $0.25 on Meta. I'm still persuaded, that this one is curling up a bit, and we did defend 18.2 by a little bit. Bang, and there we get the partial fill there on META. Go up. bro. Give me the full fill. There we go. Now we get the full fill on the Zuck train. All right, now we're doing decent here on Softy. We're gonna put a beak wetter at 98s, because what is life without whimsy? And we'll see if we get printed there. Knocking on the door, there's 98s, and there it is, baby. So we call this market right, doing well on Softy and on Meta, about 50 pennies in said money. On META, looking for a big move up in an 18 to defend. If we get an 18 to defend, I think we'll get a decent move on the Zuck train. And there it is, baby, 2/3 of a dollar. Woo! Penny club. No, for real though.
2/3 of a dollar club.
There we go. And we're flattening out on Softy as well. I'm happy with both these trades. They were both off key levels. Bang, bang, bang.
I like that. Can I say I'm pleased as punch?
Thank you, Adair. I appreciate you.
You took, given some nice moves up there for Microsoft and its pal Meta.
I like that.
I tried to get involved in Soxel for that pop-up because I liked where we were bouncing. I said, hey, Adair, let's jump on that trampoline. And Soxel was like, you're too slow. I'm going to have to say bye without you. So that's fine, Soxel. If you want to keep protecting below that 9 EMA, below that 41 level, I'm going short. Again, we're trying to get back to the scalpy roots there. So that's really what the goal is. Not any Mag 7s I'm really looking at right now. Qs, Qs, if you're going to keep getting a little bit rangy here, Sean called out that range earlier. I was trying to dance around in that and ended up just getting chopped out and leaving. Q's my worst name of the day, but that means the only way I can go on them is better. No, I'm joking. With stocks, you can always do worse, but you just have to have that optimism and that willingness to attack them with that viciousness. This is a line I drew this morning because this was a flat top break yesterday, that 58.90 level. The fact that we keep interacting with it, I love. Je t'aime.
Je t'aime.
Get involved here. And last time, I was a little tasty. I got involved 58.84s. Now, if we don't get 58.89s, we don't get anything. So that's what I'm going for. We are scalping. We want the viciousness, the swiftness, and all of the smoke. Also, in that big move out there, Starbucks did kind of nothing. Someone in the chat was saying we should change Starbucks' name to the dead one. I disagree. Starbucks actually had a lot of really nice moves lately. Today, though, definitely a little bit chop and churny and a bit compressed. But I think Apple's earned its name of the dead one by moving a little bit more calmly compared to its Mag 7 siblings, for the most part. So there we go. Let's see how this Starbucks brews. I want to be brewing up some shorts and a little bit of profit. I was going to take a look at HPE because the Stitch Lady said this one is scalpable, and I'm really just looking for scalps right now. So that's what I'm going to have to take a look at. And how are you doing?
I'm good. Nothing, no positions right now. We got out of both Meta and Softy. So I want to look at some small gappers. We haven't traded any small gappers today, and they're kind of dying out a little bit now. Now I see a new one starting to emerge. It goes by this ticker CDIO, Cardio Diagnostics. Oh,
it's run before.
Yeah, I remember this one, right? Like it has a ticker that's familiar to me. So let's put it in the name right there so you guys can follow along on said small cap crapper. No, it's Gapper. It's Gapper. All right, so it's doing the dance with no pants right now with that $1 area, and this is exactly why I changed my scanner to show me small cap gappers north of 85 pennies. It was a suggestion made by Neil. He told me, look, if you're going to set your filter on your scanner to $1, you're never going to know about those ones that are approaching the $1 area. And there is a trade to be had both from the south side of $1 and the north side. Once a stock or a small cap gapper like this one clears $1 and it clears it by some distance, you can sometimes use that dollar as support. Conversely, if it gets into $1 and isn't able to break it, you can often have a trade as a short off that $1 resistance. So we'll see how this one does. It just showed up on my scanner right now. The deets on it are as follows: 21.8, $22 million market cap. It changed as I was speaking. The float, 17.75 million shares. So not small, but not large either. Right now, it does look like it's fighting that $1 area with success up into $1.03. Look, I know we're talking about pennies at a time, but if you're 10,000 shares deep into this, you know what I mean? Like it's about share size here, but the actual notional move. with respect to amount of volume done on the day. It's very important to note this. We're only about 4.5 million shares. And the reason is the volume just started coming in at 11:40. So we're 12 minutes deep into the volume. Prior to that, we had about less than 250,000 shares per 5-minute candle. Now we're well over 1.75 million, which makes sense. It's a dollar stock, right? We need to have ample liquidity in this name. Otherwise, the entire setup is suspect. So keep your eye on this one. CDIO making big boy moves right now. We'll see if it continues. A new one is also showing up on my scanner. It goes by the ticker ORGO, but not enough volume, so I will not bring that up. SGBX is making big boy moves here. Let's see what SGBX is up to. Who are we going to take off? We're going to take off NVAX because it's doing nothing. SGBX. This one looks good there. It just reclaimed the volume weighted average price. This one has been moving yesterday to the downside, today recovering. Let me give you the deets on this. $6.8 million market cap. This company is basically free. Half a million, I'm kidding. 500,000 share float at the moment. So keep your eye on that. This one could absolutely move big boy. SGBX is the ticker. And it just reclaimed the volume weighted average price at 550. HOD, this is not even actually HOD. That's the 8:30 a.m. high is 650. So you know my rules are definable pre-market high, trading above pre-market high, and trading above VWAP. So it's got 2 out of the 3. It's got a definable pre-market high. It's trading above VWAP, but it hasn't printed above 650. That's a pre-market high, so I'd stay clear of this myself. If you want to trade it, go ahead. But nice move up here. Looks like it held the 50 period as a key level of support, that 490. Double bottom off the 50 period, and up we go. Looking to test that $6 area there.
Yeah, speaking of Tesla's testing my patience here.
Uh-oh.
I'm still trying to scalp to shorts off the same level. Keep missing by a couple pennies. I'm not chasing though. I'm trying to chase less in general, and especially if you're not going to chase anything, please don't chase a giant, heavy Cybertruck. That is never the vibe. That is never the mood. So I'm not going to do that. I've noticed that we keep bouncing off this 95 level into 169.15. I want to wait for it to resolve a little bit more. The short I really should have taken, though, in Mag 7 land, to use a Sharifism, is Apple. Apple, that short off the 90 MA was really nice, and I didn't take it. But you know what, Apple, if you want to give it to me again, hi, I'm here.
Hi.
I'm down to get Tim cooking. Got out of Starbucks. Starbucks, my worst name in the day right now. He was a spicy one. This tripped me up here. Look, we have this wick into that area, 78,608. I say bye-bye, and then Starbucks is like, oh, jokes. I'm gonna go back anyway. I'm like, hey, Starbucks, you know what? Chop me up a little bit. That's okay. I think this one gets kicked off the side chart. I think I have to evict it.
Okay.
It's just not really the vibe. Couple pennies out of the money in the TQs. If we break above 59, I'm outie. If not, I want to keep taking that bad boy short, to use a Sharifism there.
I like it. All right, let's have a look at some other stuff here. I mean, look, let's be real. There's some good trades going on. They're all to the south side right now. Let's talk about some key areas of resistance. So I see you guys yelling in the chat. I love it. You guys are happy with the meta call, and it just made a big boy move back into the volume weighted average price, 473.25. I like that. We got a topping tail candle off it though, so I am a little concerned. And the reason I am concerned a little bit is because we're not really getting away from that 18.2 with vigor. We got a nice looking double bottom on the future, no question about it, but we're rejecting off the 20 period on the 5. And so I think that's keeping a bit of a damper on any move up here on the Mag 7, save and except really for the Zuck train on META. You got other great possible trades. Look at this 10 period rejection on the Amazonian. Every single time it's weaseled its way into the 10 period on the 5, it's rejected. Look, if you get a breach of the 10 period, do not fear. The 20 period is here. The 20 period often catches those deeper retracements, the one that make it north of or down, if you're going long, of the 10 period. So once the 10 period is breached, look for another possible rejection or bounce, depending on you going long or short, off the 20 period. The 20 period is the yellow line, the yellow solid line on my chart over here. So I could be absolutely persuaded to get into a short on the Amazonian given the day it had yesterday. It's down 1%. Prints all-time highs. Obviously, we're going to get a bit of a retracement here. Amazon rejecting the 10 period on the way down. In the same way that the dead one has been rejecting it as well. Look at all these wicks into the 10 period. Each and every single one has sold off. I got into the Apple short around here, and we rode it down into the 40s. It's doing the dance with no pants right now in the mid to high 50s. So that's another interesting look there. Let's see what the soft one has been rejecting VWAP all morning. But don't sit there with a resting order right at VWAP, because as you can see on both ascents into VWAP prior, the wicks breached VWAP, but all the closing prints came south of the volume weighted average price. That means you got to pack your patience and wait for that retracement or look for it. So that's what I'm thinking there. Softy knocking the door again of the volume weighted average price. A nice range here establishing on the soft one, 414 to the high side. And essentially, you could make the case of 412 3/4 or, you know, just a loosey-goosey 413. So about $1 worth of range right now on Microsoft. You could play that range to success. Adara does that. She's perfected that. Make sure you're watching what Adara is doing when she is doing that range trading, because she's really taken to that. Now, the goggles. Goggles has had a bit of a different day on the 5-minute. It's had rejections off the 50 period. So we were talking about the other ones all getting rejections off the 10. That should kind of bring your attention a little bit to the fact that Google may have already sold off a little too much already. So I would look for maybe here a possible retracement on Google. I'll be looking for a break of the 50 period on a closing basis. It's rejected it twice or 3 times so far. One at 8 a.m. on the institutional print, one over here right at 10 o'clock, and then we just got a double top over here, 11:30, 11:25. It moved into the 50 period and sold off. So everything really is more down and to the right than anything else. But the market, okay, now we're about to print 18,240 here, so we're starting to get away a little bit from 18 to Adara. Let's see what the rest of the afternoon brings here. I'm ready for any of these shorts.
Yeah, took with the title of one of my favorite TI songs, Ready for Whatever.
Hey.
So I really want to see, I want to listen to that now. That song is such a, if anyone knows that song, shout me out in the chat, because that is literally, that whole song's playing in my head right now.
Ram plays music Friday mornings. Okay, so her and Fabian alternate. He comes in 1 week early, she comes in 1 week early. So when Ram's here, she plays music Friday mornings. And I have not seen Adara happier in my entire life than she was this morning when Ram was playing music.
Neil's like hitting the back button for that. I was singing along. I got the watch list done way faster than I thought I would, because the music motivated me. Ramin was playing a lot of I almost said Ram. Ramin was playing a lot of throwbacks from 2010s. So I thought that was like a really, really fun time there. Shout out to Ramin and our Friday music, pardon? Neil was not down for me calling the 2010 stuff throwback. Also, you know what's been throwing back up to the downside, up and down? Tesla. We call it Tesla for a reason. I'm flat on this name now because I had a failed long, but the thing is, if I hadn't gotten stopped out, I would have been fine. I just had to get out if we broke below that 80s area. So you know what? Sayonara, Tesla. If you keep ranging, I will play you. But I need to be cognizant. The range was tighter. Now it's getting a little bit wider. So if it's going to get wider, I need to be cognizant of that. DJ Marshall knowing that reference. So thank you for getting, Paper Trail, great album there by Mr. T.I. Also, I got out of my TQQ trade. Tesla had that move to the downside that got me out of the long. TQQ had that move to the upside that got me out of the short. But you know what? I missed the range again here. Come on, TQs. I should be really getting that rejection off 59 instead of taking the rejection off 58.90. That is my bad. That is something I have to learn from. But that's what we're here to do in these markets, is learn. Also, that Microsoft range you pointed out has me pleased to sponge. Ooh. I think I might, you call it an Adara Panera trade, and I think I would like to give it the Adara Panera 3D press of approval there.
You need an Adara Panera animation.
I don't know, maybe. I'd be okay with that.
I like that soft one short. I'm looking at the exact same thing you're looking at there. It was multiple VWAP rejections on Softy, but there does seem to be a little bit of strength right now on Microsoft. So I'm unsure about exactly what to do. I think the right thing to do is just to punch and to trust that your charting is your charting, and come what may. So we're going short. on the soft one. Already in the money. All right, printing on the soft one already. That was super quick. Adair, what do you got?
quick.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I have the same thing. I'm getting out half the position here, 37s, that little chop and turn area that we dipped below. We're coming back up a little bit. Come on, Microsoft. Let's get that USB drive to the downside. I want to download a little bit of a short here. I'm really happy with how I did, and thank you for pointing this out. I mean, I say how I did. I haven't even gotten any profit on this. Calm down, girl. Getting a little too excited. Don't count those shares before they've been profit taken on. I want to get some. We'll get some out around 50s. We'll take 20 pennies or 10 pennies. Yeah, 20 pennies with half my position. If we break above that, if we break above 413.80s decisively with these wick areas, I'm going to be out. A little sad I wasn't able to take profit, but if you want to keep dropping to the downside, Microsoft, I wouldn't blame you. In fact, I might be pleased to sponge. So there we go. MSFT in the place to be this Friday afternoon. I'm just in a really good mood here. What's everybody else looking at? Any things that I can take a look at? Home Depot, Big Rob wants to look at Home Depot. Home Depot is going to be, renovating their earnings report. That works better in my head. They're going to be giving you their earnings next week. Home Depot, no. Deep move to the downside here for Home Depot. Trying to come back to that 346.40. Had a wick above. It was the bearish candle that it kind of looked like it might be continuing to swoop to the downside. So Home Depot, a little bit of a rough look there if you were involved in the short. But yeah, didn't make a lower low here though, notably. We did come and hang out a little bit at 346. Let's see what happens. Do not love that Microsoft's trying to float back to the upside here. I would like this to be, I wanted a bit more of a major move to the downside. I wish I'd taken some profit there, but woulda, coulda, shoulda. Happy I got involved in the trade, and again, I really do want to shout out Sharif for giving me the confidence to get back into my old scalpy Meg 7 ways. This has been a fun day. Not everything's been profitable, but I think sometimes it's not about getting the profit with every single trade. It's about learning, it's about growing, it's about becoming more comfortable with yourself. And if this is the stuff that I love doing, these ranges on the Meg 7s, when I was in the sim, I want to try doing it again more now that I'm live.
Right.
So thank you for that.
Absolutely. No, and I wasn't trying to toot your horn or anything,
no,
but
I
I
know
was
you
trying
were
to
trying to
tell you
motivate me.
specifically
Yeah.
because I had watched you trade.
No,
You
I
have to understand,
appreciate
I'm
that.
like looking at it from an objective perspective, right?
Yeah.
Watched you trade, watched you execute in the sim, watched you do it day in and day out. So I was like, it behooves me to tell you that you've got the skill. So
I appreciate the behoovement.
Yeah, the behoovement. What were you saying, Ram? What were you saying?
Sorry.
I'm so sorry. I'm not part of the inside joke that Adair and Ram have that I'm no longer part of. So too bad there. All right, guys. I still haven't taken anything out of this softy one. I put my order out, but the spread was Microsoft-ish in spread. So I didn't get the fill, but I put my out already in the high 90s. It's going to have to hold the range for me to stay interested on this, but we'll see what happens. I think Neil is ready. So are you ready? Yeah, so I think Neil is ready. So we're going to send you to the lesson of the day. Make sure to hang out. Find out what he has to say. Lesson of the day.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Lesson of the day. Today we got a different one because I'd like to be able to show a chart with an idea, and I wasn't even involved in the stock. Now the notion here that I wanted to talk about is zones of interest. So often you'll hear us say support and resistance, key price levels, and you want to make sure you're making decisions or making trades around key price levels. Picking the right time to get in is just as important as picking the right stock. Like it's processes to a trade, right? You have to have the right stock or a stock that's going to give you an opportunity to move. You have to have a reason to like a direction or another. You have to have an area that you want to engage in a trade and all that good stuff. So whether it starts with where am I going to get out and then I'm wrong here, so therefore I get in there, or this is the area I want to get into and then come up with an execution plan, it all starts with identifying it. So the most simple form of finding these key zones of interest is look at the day before or like the week before or the short-term time frame if you're a day trader or a short-term trader. And if it's really, really obvious, just start there. And sometimes when a stock is in play and has news, it's going to give you some fantastic levels. Now, yesterday, I'll use Apple as the example, even though I haven't traded it. Apple comes out in the middle of the day and they're talking about their new AI chip coming out this year for data center, and you're going to see at the time that it came out, and it's this weird volume spike in here, the bottom 183.90, so essentially 184, it spiked to a top here like 184.6, and then came right back down. So it showed like that range, then it just traded that range to the upside for the rest of the afternoon. And if you look at what that 184 was, it ended up being a double or triple top from the morning. So when you come into today, you've already got some zones of interest. Let me actually just draw the top of that because I didn't. You've already got some zones of interest to trade off of. So first things first, like you have the morning support, which is sort of obvious as well. It was oddly enough that afternoon, the day before afternoon resistance. You've got the 184, and this is about 184.65 up top. You fast forward, so those lines are in play. You fast forward to the open, and then regardless of what direction you like in the stock, I mean, if you liked the long in the stock, I can see reasons why you might have got trapped into a long, but when it couldn't hold, pretty easy to have gotten out there. And I think at that point, it's trending the wrong direction off of your first support line. So there's not much of a reason to like the long. You can get in, you can get out, you take your shot. It doesn't hold the open. If it breaks out, you're holding a breakout trade. In the case of a short, well, it just starts setting up one of my favorite short setups, which is a failed break of the top. So it's already in the pre-market holding above that support. The very first candle at the open breaks that support. Like it just immediately breaks that support from 184.60. It tries to go higher. There's it taking out the top and instant rejection. So that's immediately bearish, right? But you want to see what happens at that support level. You don't have to do anything. Patience is a virtue. It breaks lower, goes right into your next level. Remember, these are drawn from yesterday's levels. You just want to see if it's going to observe it, and bounces with a failure underneath that top from yesterday. Now, this is where you're trying to get back end here, somewhere in the 184.35 to 40 range. You can throw your stop up there. Remember, off yesterday's level, not necessarily to here, not necessarily to there. You're going to give it back into that 65, 30 cents worth of risk. It pulls right down into that previous bid. And even if you didn't like it there, what happens when it tries to test above the next level? It then respects your day before, wicks above, right back underneath. There's another failure. You're short till the next zone. Look at it, hold the bid at that next zone. Falls apart at the next zone down. Remember, these are just yesterday's levels. Consolidate underneath, tries to wick back above, fails again at that price, makes a new low, and then again fails the same price. Now, it's not about the fact that every single one of these held, because you could miss one or two, but once you've observed those zones being so key, you can even just take the last trade. No, you don't even have to be in the first failure. You don't have to be in the second failure. You could just, wow, this is working on every single one of those price levels. Why not just get into it here and take that last trade? You know, it's okay. And if you're trying longs, like I say, it's always okay to be wrong. It's not okay to stay wrong. And that kind of works in both directions. You don't have to have the beginning of the trend, but if you're trading the stock, you don't want to be against the trend forever and not miss an opportunity to float in there and just take that one last-ditch effort. It might not be as big a trade as you could have at the open, but it's still going to yield a winning trade for you. And it's just a very simple concept. We talk about support and resistance on massive levels. Sometimes you can find ones that aren't so big, but are as simple as the day before. And once it gives you multiple layers of confirmation, I'd like to think it gave you a couple up here, with the fail up top, and then with the consolidation lower, try to bounce there, that taking the second one is reasonable. Taking the third one is 100% worth it at that particular point. Now, this always, it's going to cut in both ways sometimes, because you're going to have sometimes key levels that are really spaced apart. And it's easy to get tripped up on them. And I look back, and hindsight's always going to be 20/20. And if I use the same lesson on AMD, when it's nice and tight, the levels like an Apple, it's always going to be, it's a little obvious. When you have this much space on AMD, it's easy to miss the real big opportunity to the downside. And because AMD was so strong and your anchor due up here, when it takes out the big level from yesterday, this one, it doesn't do anything but fall right through. What are you going to do at 154? Unless you just blindly leg it short. But if you just look at the day before and this range, when I'm looking to go long there, you're missing the opportunity for that previous level of resistance at that 153 change. And what happens when it gets down in there? Bounces, tries to reclaim it, and then there's an opportunity to be short with a tight stop. Right into the 152. It's still like 70, 80 cents into that 52 level. Even if you like that 52 like I did and you're going to lose going long, there was still that one short opportunity. Where is the one green candle on the 3-minute? And if you're zooming it out in the moment, a lot of times you're not focused on that. You're just focused on your level and how much it's moving. But if you go back and look at that big zone, it's as easy as the day before. And all you have to do is have it charted and ready in case, because you know it's trend down, it makes the bounce. Can that bounce get above? Doesn't? Go. That's 15 cents worth of risk, maybe 20 tops. And then it goes straight down into the 152 level. As a matter of fact, if you hold through 152, you get even more than that, maybe even holding down underneath these pre-market lows. So it's about zones of interest. Every now and then, it just behooves you or makes sense to have them charted, just in case they perfectly line up, especially when a stock gets going, maybe in a direction that you weren't prepared for or looking for. It gives you something easy in terms of a stair-step pattern to join the trend and find multiple places to do it. The trend is your friend. You'd rather be with it. It's an easy way. Just look at the day before. If it happens to line up, you take the shot. If it doesn't line up, then it's not really following the thesis of the previous day's levels, and no harm, no foul. It took you a couple of seconds to chart it, and worst comes to worst, you find yourself a winner. If you find nothing, you don't have to trade it. That's your lesson of the day.
Thank you very much, Neil. As he was dropping hot lines, Zeekr is now open. ZK on the New York. That's ticker ZK on the New York. It just popped up big boy there into $29.20. It's dancing right now below 29. It's at that 28 and change. Look, we're talking about IPOs today, and so this is a perfect time to kind of try to utilize everything that we're talking about. Make sure you have a plan before you get in, guys. Try to identify key areas of support and resistance. Look at multi-time frames, the 1, the 5, the 10, 15. See what's jiving. Before you jump in, try to use some of the principles that we've talked to you about today. I think the IPO price was 21, and then the actual open price was, well, here the open price exactly is 26. So opened at 26, launched into 29.20, and now is doing the dance here in the mid 28s. Keep an eye out on that. Simultaneously, I'm still short Softy. Because we're still at the volume weighted average price, but looks like I may get stopped out here as it is moving up on the market. So it looks like I'm just a matter of time before I get stopped out, which is okay. We tried the trade. It was an established range at VWAP, but that range doesn't have to hold forever. So we'll keep eyes on that. Yes, and I'm now officially out of Softy as it breaks through 414. And what also is breaking through is Meta. Look at the move Meta is doing here, guys. We were long this name at 472. Now it's knocking the door of 475. Big move up here for Meta. Nice rounded bottom of Dare.
When you say big, half the time I expect it to be big Kyle Burdett. And it was like Meta, which is also, I think earns the name big because it does make big moves and has a big spread. But that's why, again, shout out for that Meta trade, because that's an awesome trade. Meta is like a really hard one to trade as well. So I've noticed a lot of these names are getting a little bit wedgy, for lack of a better term, wedge-esque. But I do like this Soxcell still. We're making these lower highs. I know we have slightly higher lows as well, but I think Soxcell has given us a built-in area to get out around that 78 area. Same kind of area I was playing earlier. That was resistance, or sorry, not even resistance, it was support a couple times. So I do like that. Right now, flat on it. Starbucks, I still had on my side chart, and it was on my mind. And it decided to do this. When I say this, I will show you what I mean. It decided to do this. And I was like, you know what? I think this could be a long. And then Starbucks was like, actually, Adara, you missed the lineup and all the drinks are sold out. So you're going to have to wait at the curb. And I'm like, that's okay, Starbucks. I'll try to find another opportunity. I'm flat on Microsoft. I think that we had that move up above 413.80 with a viciousness. I said bye-bye. Happy that I took some profit. Wish I had just taken all the profit there. If I want to call myself a scalper, you know what I need to be doing? Scalping more. Scalping more. So that's all good. You live, you learn, you grow, hopefully. And that's really all there is to it. I'm also just really proud of myself that I'm trying to get outside my comfort zone and take some of these Mag 7s while live. And the thing is, with the Tesla and the Microsoft, I felt really good about both those setups. So I can't, cry myself to sleep because they didn't work out perfectly. I took trades I was confident in. Speaking of which, I want to take Google short. Why? We're rejecting off that previous support area. We have that topping tail candle. Yes, 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 yes. Short time, baby. I think I probably missed it, but I do want to take this short. And we don't have confidence, but we have, confidence, and we want to take the trades that we like. Scared trader is a deficient trader, as Sean says, and definitely, I do not want to be deficient. If I see something, as Ariana Grande says in 7 Rings, see it, I like it, I want it, I got it. So hopefully we get this trade. How are you doing?
Good, not in anything at the moment. Watching as Meta rejects 47.50. 47.50 is yesterday's closing print on Meta, so keep your eye on that. And as true to form, Softy right back down below 414 here. So I'm going to keep an eye on these markets because if we start printing red candles on the 5 on Softy, I'll get short again. I don't have a problem with that. But because right now it's one hell of a topping tail candle on the 5. It hasn't closed like that yet. We're still waiting. There's 2 minutes left on this candle, so it can close any which way. I'm keeping an eye on both Softy and Meta because they're doing a bit better with respect to range. I really don't have anything else. I mean, I mentioned the Amazon 10-period rejection on the 5. That's holding true. Same thing with Apple rejection of the 10-period on the 5. Tesla just printed new lows on TSLA there at 167.75. So a big move down there for Tesla as it continues to, sell off. Yeah, Katina, man. As it continues to sell off after that nice bump up that we got a little while ago. So I'm waiting here on Softy as it's coming right back down now. I want to see how this candle closes. So if it closes the way it's shaped right now on the 5, this will be very interesting for me to get in here. So I'm going to pack my patience, wait to see if I can get in on Microsoft again. I still like this trade. And we'll see what happens from there. I don't have anything else. We talked about ZK being open. It's now retraced the entire move. I saw some joker in the chat saying that IPO trading is easy. Yeah, maybe if you're
omniscient.
Yeah, I guess, because, I don't know how you would be able to predict this price action over here. A little bit at 29, a little bit at 27. You must be able to see the future. In which case, tell me which way the futures are going.
Right.
So I'm keeping my eye on Microsoft. I'm keeping my eye on Meta. And that's really all I've got for now.
And biting into that apple. I got short apple. I like this constant rejection of that 9 EMA level. We are risking, if we make, it's really hard to see this chart, but I'm going to zoom in a little bit here. If we make basically we're going to risk 10 pennies. If we break above that slightly higher high at 60s, bye. But I do want to get out. We're going to give this about, let's do 32s. I'm looking at levels I'm seeing on the esteemed chart. So I want to get out of 32s. Just trying to play that range. That's what we do over here on this side of the desk, or at least that's what I try to do. And I've accidentally made Sharif into a bit of a range trader too, apparently.
Good.
So, I mean, I tried to say pamp it. He tried, we range, that's what happens when you sit next to someone at a desk. You, qualities. But anyways, this stock, English, that's a fun language. Stock sell right now. I'm trying to get out at 80s. We're about a couple pennies away from that. I really just want to get back to range trading. That is what I need to do to feel confident with my life at this juncture. Please just punch right now. TQ is also that I should have probably taken short, but I wasn't as confident in it. And I want to take a trade that I'm okay-ish confident in. I want to take a trade that I'm like ride or die within reason with a stop loss. That is my bestie. That is my stock. That one's going on the sidecar and I'm going on the motorcycle like a Lana Del Rey video. I'm taking that stock with me, right? Within reason, of course. You want to get married to a stock, but you want to have an idea. I think maybe not married to the stock, but married to your concept, married to your plan. I'm married to my plan on stock sell. I'm married to my plan on Apple, and I'm not married to the plan on the TQs, which is why I didn't take it. So I think that's really important as well. And I've had that too, where people in the chat will be like, oh, look at this level, and I'll like it, but I don't have that, that yearning. I don't have that yearning for earnings. I don't have that yearning to really get involved to take that profit. So, sometimes you just have to stay out. So I think having that passion is important for your trades.
Yeah, I agree completely with that. Well said, Dara. A short again on Softy. We'll see what comes here. Looking for a 414 VWAP general area rejection. A nice topping fill candle that got put in there, but it's one candle. We don't want to put too much into one candle. So I'm going to keep a tight stop here, risk a couple of bucks on this trade. Again, 475.50 possibly coming in for Meta. I want to see how it zooms through it this time around, because this 47.550 is the break-even point on the day. So if this one keeps pumping up here, we'll definitely be looking for something Meta related. Now Meta is going green on the day, baby. It just went flat as it comes into that 475.50. Keep a lookout for that. You need Blue Chew to pay you every time you say pamp it, says Quantran. Yeah, well, we'll see. Well, you never know exactly what they will end up connecting with us for. So I'll keep that on ice and let you know exactly how that goes. So it's a quarter past. No, it's a 20 past the hour. So we could start the lesson. I just want to put in my Softy outs. So I'll go ahead. No, you can take it off that screen. No, you can take it off that screen. Thank you. Thanks. So I have to enter my my out. That's why. So I'm gonna put it in at 19s. There we go. So we'll go ahead and do that, and we'll leave that. So now we can start the lesson du jour. All right, guys, we are talking about shorting the hype in the context of IPO trading. We've been talking about that IPO trading essentially all week. So that is what we're talking about. So do you ever feel that an IPO SPAC or direct listing is widely overvalued due to the hype? Short selling allows you to potentially profit if the price falls. This lesson equips you for intraday shorting on hyped up new listings. But remember, it's a tougher strategy with inherent risks. So make sure to be careful. Let me just see where my entries are at. Okay, good. There we go. So why would you want to short the hype, right? Because, one, you can capitalize on the overvaluation of the name. You saw ZK just take a bit of a nosedive there. So new listings with excessive hype might be priced above their intrinsic value. You profit if the price corrects closer to its actual value. So that's what we're doing here. And you also catch the euphoric downturn. The initial euphoria absolutely can create a bubble. So you short sell anticipating a price to decline as the hype subsides. So that's why we are looking to short possibly these IPOs. So how do you identify that hype monster? Like, what are we doing here? So valuation metrics. One thing you can do to figure out whether it's overvalued or not is compare the company's valuation ratios like PE to industry benchmarks. A significant disconnect from that suggests potential overvaluation. So keep that in mind. Social media buzz as well. What is being said about this name on social media? Is there a frenzy of excitement online? Excessive hype can be red flag for a red flag and a potential shorting opportunity. So keep that in mind as well. And technical analysis. It gives you a good beat on how the chart is looking. So look for topping patterns like double tops or heads and shoulders, even triple tops, right? That might indicate a potential trend reversal. So keep that on tab. And remember, here is basically an example of shorting the top. You've got a double top over here, or even, a skewed looking head and shoulders with a really big right shoulder. In any event, you're looking for these topping patterns, these reversal patterns that show maybe the good times are over. So how do you short the hype? Like, what are we doing here, right? So first of all, you've got to figure out, is there shares that you can borrow? Because shorting requires you to borrow somebody's fully paid shares. Once you get that, you can sell them into the market and then buy them later at a cheaper price. You profit from the difference. So you got to make sure that the stock that you want to short is available for short, okay? That's number one. And you also need to look at how much it's going to cost you. Because sometimes, on this floor, sometimes it costs you money, sometimes it's not that much, but you need to factor that into your P&L, okay? And your entry point, look for technical indicators suggesting a potential break. So this could be like a bearish reversal pattern, like we mentioned, head and shoulders, double top, triple top, or it could even be something more nuanced, like a negative or a bearish divergence between price and RSI. If you don't know what that is, you're gonna have to refer back to a previous lesson or Google it, okay? Because you're looking for indicators technically that are showing you the winds of change may be coming. And then your stop loss orders. So important here. Since the price can surge in an upward trend, set a stop loss order above that key area of resistance to limit potential losses. That may be a tougher endeavor than, may initially appear. Let's look at ZK to see if we can kind of have any examples about that right now. So let's pull up ZK. So here it is. So obviously we can see here 29, a bit of a resistance level. Sure, we get wicks into 29.37, but look where the closing prints are. They're all at 29 or below 29. So right away we can make an educated guess that 29 is a resistance level. So if I was to get short anywhere, I could have 29 or even the top wick 29 and a third, excuse me, as that key area where I want to place my stop above. So we don't have a lot of data to work with. This is the 1 minute chart. This launched at 12:09, so it's been trading for less than 20 minutes. Yeah. So the point is, with these IPOs, you don't have a whole lot of data off which to work. So, making these assessments about support and resistance sometimes a little bit tougher than it may meet the eye. All right, go softy. No, it's not even coming down. Yeah, it's not even coming down that much. Anyway. Exit strategy. So how are you going to weasel your way in and weasel your way out? So you got to look for quick profits with these. I mean, if you're going to short them. So consider profit targets based on percentages because you don't have a whole lot of data on the chart. So you could say to yourself, all right, I'm looking for a 5 to 10% winner, and I'll risk in exchange for that a 2.5 to 5% stop loss range. Okay? So keep that in mind. Important considerations that you should also be aware of here. There is the ever-present risk of short squeezing, okay? And if you don't know what short squeeze is and you want to understand the technicalities behind it, do a quick Google search, go to Gemini AI or whatever you do there and ask what a short squeeze is. But you need to understand what it is because if you're going to short, especially these more volatile names, you got to have a good understanding about that. So if the stock price unexpectedly surges due to buying pressure, you might face a short squeeze forcing you to buy back the shares at a higher price to the close, you're short, leading to significant losses. There's also the issue of margin requirements. Very important here as well. Short selling often requires margin, meaning you need to put up a portion of the capital up front. So you have to have a margin account, you have to have a certain amount of money in your account, and then your brokerage will give you different buying power based on the volatility of the name. Here's what I mean. So my brokerage will give me 3 times my buying power for Apple. Because Apple is not like, what's going on there, Katina, man? Oh, yeah. Because Apple is not that volatile of a stock. But if I try to get shorts on, I don't know, an NVIDIA, it's probably going to be a 1-for-1. They're going to tell me we're not giving you any margin on NVIDIA because it's just too volatile. So you have to know exactly how your broker is treating that particular name, okay? And how much money you need to have in order to be able to actually execute the short. These are all nuanced things that you need to apprise yourself of before you ever get involved, okay? Unlimited potential losses, in theory, in practice, you're probably going to get covered or you're going to get margin called and your position is going to get closed before it ever becomes unlimited, right? So the point is, when you go long a stock, your risk is how much money you put into the name. So if you put in $2,000, that's the amount of money you can lose. But when you're short, theoretically, the price can go to whatever. And so you could be on the hook for that entire move. So keep that in mind as well. And some bonus tips. Start small, guys, right? Begin with small short positions to manage your risk and gain experience before increasing your size, right? And hedge your bets, right? You can consider using options instead of actually trying to go short on the name. And you could buy puts, and that way it kind of limits your risk to what you've bought that options contract for. Conversely, you could hedge your position. So you could say go short Apple or whatever, not Apple, the IPO, and then possibly look to buy calls on it. Now, the issue with IPOs is you may not have options on it for a few weeks. That was the case with VFS. Everybody wanted to buy puts on VFS, and the options weren't available from the market maker. So you had to wait. Yeah.
That's interesting.
Mm-hmm. So that's a look there. And stay informed. The hype can absolutely shift quickly. Stay updated on news and market sentiment to adjust your strategy if needed.
Yeah, that VinFast, Sharif. No, I'm trying, I can't do it.
Ram's laughing.
I'm sorry, I don't know.
All good.
But yeah, no, I just wanted to like try to emulate the fantastical cadence with which you say my voice.
Hey, we always have fun around here.
Oh, we have a great time over here. We have a great time with everybody in the chat as well. Always shout out to you. But yeah, one thing I want to say too was I'm very sad I missed the opportunity to see the VinFast IPO because that was like, I think a week before I started. And it sounds like that was like a really fun, crazy one. It
was a good one.
That I was not a part of. Also, what I'm no longer a part of is my Starbucks short.
Uh-oh.
Because we scalped it out. Sorry for all the snapping. I'm just really excited.
All good.
I wanted to take this because initially I liked the long. Well, I've liked a couple things here. I liked the long. Thought it was valid, got out, happy with it. Well, like I'm happy with the risk management and all of these, but Starbucks once again decided that its goal, it came into life today to be bamboozling. And I'm like, you know, some people choose violence, Starbucks chooses bamboozlement. Every day, all day, 24/7, 365. I got short though because I noticed we keep trying and failing to break that 75 or 76.08, and I was like, Adara, take the short. So I took the short. Initially wanted to wait a little bit longer, but we kept bouncing at 75.95. I said, Adara, scalp it out. Be happy, be grateful, say your thank you, as in leave. So I did leave. We would have broken down a little bit further, but that's not really going to be my style. Still slightly down in the day, but I am always bullish optimism and bullish new opportunities. I also did have another successful Tesla trade I didn't get to talk about. Really happy this one was a success. Took it off the 90 MA because I noticed we were failing that a couple times. I said, Adara, scalp it for like 15, 20 pennies. Took 15 pennies. Really happy. This is the type of trading I want to do more of. These scalps on Tesla. I know Sean scalps. So I'm not going to be like Sean levels of scalp for a lot of reasons, but I do want to be more comfortable taking the scalps because those are the trades I'm most comfortable in. If we reject a level, if we find support off a level, take it quickly, take it briefly, take it with the viciousness, with the swiftness. I always say, oh, the markets are moving with the viciousness, swiftness, what have you. Why can't I move with that as well? I say. So that's what I really want to do. I want my trading to be as feisty, as vicious, as swift as the markets. Also, the TQQs are being bamboozling. I'm long. I wanted us to break kind of above that 59.10 because I noticed we are edging higher. Unfortunately, we haven't gotten to that area. We keep, brushing up against it, batting our eyelashes at across the window at the 59.08, and then saying, actually, no, I'm good. I'm going to keep ducking back behind 59. So TQQs, if you make up your mind, let me know. If you break below 58.90, which was a massive area of support on the day and a massive area of resistance yesterday, I'm going to have to say bye to the TQs. Right now, though, I'm enjoying the fact that I said hi to the TQs. Is your Microsoft being a micro awesome trade?
It's okay. We were nicely in the money. We were about 20 pennies in the money. Now we're about 20 pennies out of the money. So I'm just going to leave it, do what it be. I already put my stop in. I'm not even going to look at it. The one that I really am interested in is META. We're at that break-even level on the day. That's 475.50 or wow, what a move down on Meta right there. Okay, so that just got bought up pretty quickly. But the whole point is I'm looking for a possible rejection off that yesterday closing print, right? 475.43, and now where are we at? 475.27. So you could get short here and then put a high at day break. It's just I don't want to stand in front of this name. It's been strong on the day. It's technically negative 0.04%, but I mean, it is starting to, it's hard to guess these. I'm just going to go in. I'm short Meta. I'll get out high at day break. That's a 475.76 break.
It's a nice short.
Yeah, well, we'll give it a try. So we're going to put 475. I'm going to put 82s because that's the year I'm born and I like it.
I like that as a reason.
88s, right? We'll put it there and we'll see what we get from there. It looks like I did get stopped out of the soft one. Soft one's on the way up for whatever reason. So keeping a look at that. So we take the hit twice there on Softy, but right now, Meta was coming down a little bit. Bang on Meta. Nice. We take that one short. Woo, that was a nice 26 penny winner super quick. So we get cut up on the soft one. Wow, Meta go down. All right, 30 pennies in the money on this one. Let's see if it can come down a little bit more on META. Maybe a $0.50, maybe a 474.50. That's where the 10 period's hanging out. Now we're printing low 80s on the Meta. Let's see if we can get some 70s. I'm getting greedy here, man. Well, we got to make up for that. Wow, Softy, you punk. It came all the way back down. So it stops me and it comes right back down. The soft one is the bamboozler. So we'll keep... I want to see if we can get a little bit more here on Meta, but it looks like it's finding support at the 200 on the 5. It's a little bit below the whole dollar right now. Let's see how much it hangs out below the whole dollar. Does it hang out here, or do we reclaim the whole dollar super quick? Looks like we're going to reclaim it here, printing 98s on the ask, and there's that 475 reclaim. So it looks as if this was maybe just a perfunctory down move on META. Do we get a sustained move here? We'll have to wait and see here. I was looking for something in the 70s, 474, mid 70s, possibly. We're printing 88s now on, 90s, excuse me, on the bid. Let's see, we get, there it is in the mid 70s, printing, nice. Happy with this trade, on the way down on META. I'm really upset having gotten bamboozled out on the soft one. I literally got top wick. I mean, that is literally top wick. That's super frustrating for me. I had the right idea, just, you know, you get shaken out with stops, and that's the thing. Like, if you're going to use stops, you're going to have to deal with this kind of crap all the time. But that's just the way it is. Let's ask. People are asking about Zeekr. All right, so it looks like we're in the mid-range here a little bit. So we talked about 29 being that key area of resistance, and I don't want to call 26 a support area, but it opened at 26. So we're kind of in the mid-range at 27.5 there, between that 26 bottom and 29 top. We'll see how this one resolves, moving sideways a little bit. What's the volume on this? Did it drop off? Let's find out. It's not even giving me the volume. Like, is that bad? Okay, so let's see what the volume is on here. Yeah, so we've done 5 2/3 million shares on ZK so far. We haven't been trading for that long. We've been trading for about half an hour. So not a bad look, not a bad amount of shares there. I'd look to get long or short off, you know, these very clear levels. At 26 long on ZK or 29 short if you're able to secure shorts on this. I know I can't on my platform, probably can here on the floor. Did you have a look at what those cost, Neil? No. All right, Neil's going to double check to see what the costs are. Appreciate that, Neil. And we'll convey that to you guys, obviously, just so I have an idea, you know, if there's a large demand, at least within our company, for shorts on ZK.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see if people are Zeking the Zeekr shorts. Yeah, I had to. I probably didn't, but I did. Also, Tesla, I think, is getting a little spicy. I wanted to take a long off 168.27. We got to 168.28, and Tesla was like, haha, Dara, you're not getting involved in this Cybertruck, vroom, 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 to the upside. It would have worked out as a trade, but it just didn't happen. I do think, though, there could be a little baby long forming here, because look at these little tails here. Tesla is raring to go. To me, this looks like we're getting a little bit of a pause there, charging up the EV for a move up off that 168.40. Took a short off 168.40. Earlier, it's not one I would take now because I do think we're trying to find support off that area. Also, I'm pleased as punch with this AMD trade. This is the type of scalping I need to do more. Took it here when I noticed that we had these lower highs and this little chop and turn around 151.85. At the same time that you had, we had that move down in the Qs, which also did get me out of my Qs long as well. I'm out. I'm done with the Qs for today. I just don't have a good read on them. But AMD, I was like, you know what? Let's AM dance with AM danger. I got the 85 short. Got it out 65s. I was risking to 93, so risked 8 pennies, made 20. That is something I can live with. I am pleased as punch. This is the type of scalping I need to do more of. And yeah, I'm not trying to yell at people. I'm just yelling at myself. You know what I mean? Like, Adara, please scalp more. Sincerely, me. But yeah, I think now we're trying to reverse back to the upside here in AMD. If there's scalp opportunities, that is the type of thing I want. That is, I don't want all the smoke. I want my scalp smoke. I want to be taking these scalpy trades that I like, off levels I like. It here today, gone tomorrow is the type of trading I need to be making. I'm going to keep referencing that, I know. But this is the type of trading I need to be doing more of. Yeah, still down in the day, but I think just finding trades that I feel really confident in has helped. There you go. Very nice. Thank you.
All right, Neil has secured me shorts. Oh, yeah, give it a second. Well, he's going to. So I'm going to give the cost out just to give an idea of people of how much demand there is. For 100 shares short on this is going to cost me a very expensive $1.89. So, I mean, obviously we're not trying to belittle the costs or anything like that, but just it gives you an idea of at least at Real Trading what kind of demand we have for ZK. Every broker is going to be different. I know on my brokerage right here, there are no shorts available for sale, for borrow. So look, here comes 26. We talked about 26 as a possible level of support on the new IPO ZK Zeekr, guys, if you're just joining us. A new Chinese EV IPO. It's going to go alongside the likes of Li Auto, XPEV, NIO, whatever, and even BYD, even though BYD trades on the OTCs. This one is trading on the New York with its cousins, XPEV and NIO. I'm looking for a 26 bounce. This one opened at 26. If we get a 26 bounce, fantastic. I know a lot of people are going to be looking at that level in the same way that probably a lot of people are going to be looking at 29 short. So expect initial bamboozlement. Try to have a plan. All right, Neil says I've got them. Thank you for that, Neil. So let's give a try shorting at 29, and there's that purple line. So that means I've now got secured shorts for this monster. Let's see exactly what it does. Does it make it back up to 29? You could also make the case for a resistance level at 27.5. Look at that rounded top. Shout out to the NOS boss and his crew over there at Trade Ideas. He always talks about these rounded tops and bottoms, and there you go. I mean, I know I'm looking at the 1 minute, and therefore, you know, should mean a little bit less, but the fact of the matter is it looks like there was resistance at that 27.5. That's another level that we could earmark for support and resistance. We just finished going through the lesson and talked about the fact that with IPOs, DLs, and SPACs, that there isn't that much data off which to work. So whenever we can find the data, I think we should chart it so we can be aware of it. So keep eyes on ZK doing decent amount of shares here, Dara, about almost 6 million shares.
I do like that you referred to it as the cousin of Li, NIO, and XPEV, right? Like they're like a little Chinese ADR family, Chinese EV
They
family.
are, yeah.
That's what I said earlier today too. I was like, oh, it's going to be like Li's bosom buddy,
Ooh,
Zeekr.
I
And
like
you were like,
that.
oh, how dare you say that in your fake offended way. But I always fall for it because Shrip's a very good actor, and I'm very bad at sarcasm.
All
so,
good.
Yeah, there we go. Anyways, shout out to Zeekr and its Chinese EV family. I actually pulled up Li today. I was like, maybe there's a trade on Li. There is not. Li is at low of day. Li is leaving the highs of the day in the dust. It is currently at the low of the day, rejecting off the 9 EMA. I don't have a play on that. I was just curious. I thought I'd give it a look. Also, I realized I was apparently so into AMD, I had it twice on my side chart.
Oh.
There were 2 side charts for AMD, which may be a bit excessive. I don't know. I'm joking. I'm going to replace it with something. But AMD bouncing off the 9 EMA, should have taken that long at 85s. But woulda, coulda, shoulda. If there's another opportunity, I'll get involved. Just scalping those 9 EMA bounces. Trying to do the same with Mr. Tesla here. Casro, OW saying, you know, be careful. There could be the red candle after lunch on Tesla. I am cognizant of that. With Tesla, it's always going to be scalp nation. We are not staying in positions long. We are taking scalps off levels we like, and we are like in and out in a lickety split. That's going to be the vibe for Tesla. But thank you very much, Casro. I appreciate that. It's something I'm going to be aware of. It's pretty slow. To quote Sean, the market isn't doing anything.
It's not.
I tried to do my best Sean there, but
Look at the plethora of entries and exits on this guy's chart. All of those purples are shorts, so he's getting short and then covering with the greens. Yeah, it's been super tight, Katina, man. I mean, I was just about to look over to you, say, what are you trading? I was literally gonna say that right now. He's trading the top level on the NQs, good effect. So shout out to the Katina man. If you want to know what he's trading, Ram, right there, you covered it. It's okay. Shout out to Real Trading, of course, but go over. I know you didn't. I know it's automatic. Yeah. Go to More Trader TV. That is our second channel, and that has Neil's positions, Sean's positions, as well as the entire market and all the headlines and everything there. You can see Sean's positions on the right, short TQQQ. That is the wrong price. We are trying to fix that. That isn't right at all there. Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I know. We're trying to do better with that. The prices are off a little bit there. I know that he's been busy with the podcast room, so hopefully he'll get back to that. Yeah. Anyway, so ZK is the one I'm looking at. Let's bring in some of these. Bring in these small cap cappers as well. All right, let's see what we got here in small cap world. CDNA continuing to hold the volume weighted average price. LiDAR claimed it from the downside. That's not good enough. SGBX, we talked about this one, possibly making a comeback off the 50. Now it's actually straddling the 50 from the south side, not the north side. So SGBX possibly changing its tune here. CDIO is broken down below a buck, so that buck trade was a wham bam, thank you CDIO, and it's on the way down into 82.50. So we'll keep eyes on that one. Same thing with Oust. So all the small cap gappers kind of giving up the ghost here, breaking down below VWAP, no longer tradable under my system. So we'll have to keep eyes out for newer small cap gappers that could make their way onto my scanner. We'll look to trade those, but the real interest right now is in ZK, as it's the newest member of the New York Stock Exchange there, IPOing today, midday, and now it's bit to the lower side there, kind of trading at that 26 2/3, 26 3/4.
Dump the pump, proclaims Sean in a very dramatic voice. I enjoyed that. Also, yeah, hopefully you're able to get the shorts that you Zeke there on Zeker. I hope that works.
I'm only going to try to short either off 27.5 or 29. They got to be established levels, like we talked about on the thing.
You hope
The Katina Man and the Neil are taking every opportunity to draw the parallels between the ticker that we have today and the Cowboys quarterback of Ezekiel Elliott. I didn't bring up the Cowboys. I didn't say anything about the Cowboys, so I cannot be blamed this time for trying to instigate.
Doing this on the field, he's been doing this off the field, and now he's all bloated.
So everybody knows that Zeke does this because he's like, feed me more balls, right? I'll carry the ball. And now he's a little bit of a bigger dude a little bit, and maybe he's doing a little bit of this too much off field than on field. So we'll have to see how Zeke does. I don't expect too much. I expect him to be a second back. Like, I don't know exactly who they're going to get as a first back, but yeah, I don't expect too much from the Cowboys every year, and that's I guess the best way to be a Cowboys fan.
But they're your team, but you don't expect
You cheer for
anything
them.
from
Yeah, I'm not going to be like, pounding the desk like Neil and Sean. Oh, my Bills are going to win. My Packers are going to win. No, just be quiet about it. Right? Look, at the Cowboys are here. Let's see how they do, kind of thing.
Yeah.
You got to prove to me that you're going to do good. Right?
I just like that you're like, I don't expect much from my team. This is the best way to be a fan of my chosen team.
1995 is when I started cheering for them. Okay?
Dedicated.
Yeah. It's been a long time. 30 years cheering for these guys. So it's a tough
back
endeavor.
out now, I guess.
No, I'm done. Didn't you guys draft a running back? Yeah, I don't know what round, D-Loaf. That is a good question, though. We did not? We did.
Became a fan of the team when they won.
Yes.
So you basically only cared.
Oh, like a normal grade 8 person would. Why did you start cheering for the Bills? Oh, why? Because they were the 1991 and 92 Super Bowl losers to the Dallas Cowboys? No. Hey, man, I was in grade 8. You're really going to hold that against me when I was in grade 8 for cheering for the Cowboys?
What is
I'd
this
like to
conversation?
hold some stuff against you in grade 8, Neil. I have to find out more information. Anyway, let's back to trading. How's that RBLX trade going?
I'm just dying over the fact of you threatening to blackmail Neil over
I'm not
hypothetical
threatening
things
anybody.
he did. No, I'm just saying, like, it's pretty funny. I'm laughing. I think that's the appropriate response. But that was, shout out there. Sorry, I'm like brain dead. Roblox is not good, to answer your question. Roblox fell below the bottom of that range. So I said, bye-bye, Roblox. Lost, was doing okay. We did take some sad little L's there. Took an L on Roblox and took an L on Soxal. I guess that one lived up to his name there. I need to just get back to I don't know, man. We had some nice trades, then we kind of had some meh trades. But this Soxal I was very bamboozled by. I initially wanted to go long. Then I was like, Adara, we're compressing a little bit. We're up on the day, but we've been down lately. I think this compresses to the downside. It did not compress to the downside. However, I'm very proud of how I exited the stock. We tried to make that new, that new recent high above 41. So I said, no. Got it at 49.40. When did 49 become a part of this? 40.98. Got out. Not pleased as punch, but I'm pleased and I can live with it. You know what I mean? Which I think is important. Tesla, getting back to that area I like. So I think someone might be taking the Cybertruck. No longer the Model 2, because right now I'm trading Tesla, not Tesla. I want to see what we do here. AMD, wow, I should have taken the AMD long. That was the trade, man. While I was taking Soxel short, mistakenly, AMD was like, oh, Adara, you could have hung out with me. Where AM dancing to the upside. And I was like, okay. But yeah, I'll stop having hypothetical conversations with the stocks. That makes sense. I want to try taking Tesla.
Wow.
I want to see what we do with the 90 MA. Meta?
Printing 50 pennies in the money here on Meta.
Congrats.
Super quick. It was a rinse and repeat style trade. It back into 47.50. I'm sorry for the wicks here, guys. I know it distorts the hell out of the chart, but that's really not within my control. 47.50 was that key area of resistance that we got short initially. I rinse and repeat it again, and right back down it goes into 475. I said 44. No, I don't even know what I said. 475.50 was the level that we closed out at yesterday, and we've been obviously having a lot of resistance around there. So as soon as we got back there on Meta, got short, covered at 475. It's finding support, though, at the 10 period. So anytime you see a retracement into the 10 period here on the 5, this could be a long, because it's been bouncing off there. And got to tell you the truth, the deeper retracements seem to be coming into the 10 period. For whatever reason here, the 200 featuring a little bit higher than the 10 period, which is the solid blue line on my chart. And it's been holding up there at times as well. It seems to be around 475. Yeah, so it's more like the whole dollar level that's holding up at around there. Nice move down for Meta, though. In the exact opposite way, that Softy's moving up. So a nice move down for Meta, and then Softy had an established range here with 414 being the near high, and now it's using 414 as support, moved up to 414.50. HOD's 415 and a third. So we still have a possible, a U-shaped retracement all the way back into highs. Keep your eye on that 415 level, because we did get breaks of 415, but look at where these closing prints are. They're all south of 415. Then when these ones are only at the 10s. So I'd say 415 is an interesting level off which possibly to get short if we have market weakness to warrant that move. But we'll keep eyes on that. Apple is super, super tight range. It's been hugging the 10. Now it looks like it's ranging a little bit closer to the 20. I don't have any trades on that. Google's presented you with a couple of trades, with a couple of 50-period retracements. They haven't been forthcoming lately, like this ascent didn't come back into the 50-period at all. In fact, it rejected off the 20. So Google hasn't been giving you that rinse and repeat level that, not Softy, but Meta's giving you off 475.50. What else is going on here? This 895 area on NVIDIA is also interesting. So this keeps bouncing off. I mean, we definitely got it a little bit deeper than 895, but that general bottom is helping. That's a big range. So maybe trade an NVDL, something a little bit more, something you can manage risk a little bit better on. There's this level as well here on Tesla, this 169.25. So this has been interesting as well, because initially you were using 169.25 as some support when you came down here. So stalled out at 169.25 at around 1025 to 1040. And then we broke down really low to that 168 level. And then we come back in off 168 and then reject off 169 several times. From 11:25 till 12 o'clock, we rejected off 169.25. Here comes 169.25 again. We're above 169 right now, looking to inch into that $0.25 level. Keep your eye out on it. I'm not saying we're going to reject, but it could be another zigzaggy rinse and repeat range trade on Tesla, like we're getting on some of these other Mag 7 names. It also could be a double bottom after a prolonged down move, because you have this 167.75, 168 area defend. So we'll have to wait and see, but I'm keeping my eye on 169.25 there.
I think 169.25 has also been my area. I've been trading it more in that 169.15 area, but I do think that's a level. I've been talking to Waxing Poetic about that with Mr. Stressla all darn day. And I mean, when Sharif says rinse and repeat range, we know those are levels I like. Those are the trades I was taking. This is what I want. I do want all the smoke. Right now, Mara, I don't know why I sang that. I don't know why I sang that. Good times. Mara in a range. If we break below that 66 area, I'm out. I want to be taking some profit here. 70.93, so risking about 15 pennies. No, trying to make about 15 pennies, risking about 13. It's a risk-reward ratio I can live with. Also, thank you so much to Michelle Hebert for the $2 Canadian dollar super chat. Stopped out GME at 1730, went back in at 1740. Smiley face. Let's take a look at congrats to you for getting back in. That's awesome. I know it can also be hard to get back into a trade when it didn't work out or when you get stopped out. That's an awesome look for you, Michelle Hebert. GME trying to curl back to the upside. The game didn't stop. It was just paused. You just press pause between rounds there. So the game is definitely not over in GameStop. Great look there. Shout out to you, Michelle Hebert, for that trade. That's really awesome look, and that's awesome that you got back in. People want to look at Netflix. Heineken wants to take a look at Netflix. Netflix is not in the New York area. Come on now. And let me see what levels Netflix is streaming right now. Okay, I have thoughts on this chart. Okay, this is so much fun. I love when charts are just like screaming at me. It's a really fun time to analyze. So look at this little resistance area that we had at 609.52. Look where we resist again. That's right, 609.52. Weird level. The other level for me here on Netflix is this double bottom. It's not perfect, but it's pretty double bottom-esque around that 606. Where is this? Yeah, basically 606. I think that's a nice look. So we had these lower highs, lower lows. Then we double bottom. Then we start making lower highs and higher lows and higher highs. And what's interesting too is we do have a higher high at the same place we had that lower high earlier, 609. To me, 609 might be the level on the day for 609. That's my take. Sharif and Neil are still playfully bullying each other over football players. So that's a nice look there.
Neil keeps making fun of Zeke, and like I have nothing to say.
Who is Zeke?
Ezekiel Elliott. I know, Neil. I know. I'm just teasing, man. He's like, look, man. You know you could beat Zeke in a race, and then I just jumped up onto the stage because we're on a stage, right? Like this platform behind us is a little bit lower. He's like, Zeke would have felt flat in his face if he did that. I was like, wow. Zeke.
Complimenting you and also dissing your football star at the same time. Multi-purpose. I like that.
Exactly.
Like
smart.
Yeah.
We got a nice move up, Adara, on Amazon. Big move up after a very weak day today for the Amazonian. Look at this. I come back, I see a big green candle breaking through the 10. Breaking through the 20. It's still below price action support, though, at that 188 level. That's where the 50 is, and that's where we had a bit of a top initially. So we'll keep an eye out for Amazon as it does find its footing a little bit. It's not even $1 off the bottom, though. 186.93 LOD, low of day, on AMZN at the moment. We'll see exactly how this one pans out. Meta still ranging below 475.50, so I was happy I got that out. I was actually worried, thinking, maybe I got that out too quickly, but I think this was the proper trade for Meta on the day. It was a quick scalp because it has shown its propensity to kind of retrace off weakness. And I showed you guys this on the 15. I want to show it again. Meta has this habit of selling off aggressively on the open or whenever midday and then recovering from that big sell-off. So you'll see that here, 8:15, we're at 468. By 9 o'clock, we're at 463. We end up the day at 475. Same thing with yesterday. We open up, what is that, 9:15, we're at 474.5. We dip all the way into 467 and 2/3, and then we end up closing above the IB high at 475.65. Same thing again today. Sells aggressively on the open and then recovers almost the entire move. That's been a lot of times on Meta, it's been doing that. And I've been noticing that. So, initial weakness on Meta seems to always find some support midday or thereabouts. So we'll continue to watch, see if this one can close above the IB high today, which is 477.50. Good look for Meta. Microsoft, though, the winds of change have come for Microsoft. So you had three kind of lows there. You could call these troughs with two corresponding crests, and then you got the break. And now we're really starting to trend up. So this could be, if you view this differently, this could be a rounded bottom a little bit on this one, looking to curl back up to the top, 415.38 HOD at the moment on Microsoft. Let's have a look at what Zeke is doing. ZK.
You guys.
Killing me, bro. It's like, you can't do anything. He's too big to move. No. Actually, the stock, okay. Yeah, Neil's like it's not doing nothing. It's kind of super injury, and I have to agree. 27.40 to the high side there on the 1 minute, and you can kind of see to the low side, it's about 26.60. Several touches at that 26.60 level for whatever reason. Again, I don't want to short a range here. It's going to have to be a key area of resistance. I like that 27.50 or that 29 for a short. I like 29 for a long. We'll have to wait and see exactly what is going on there. All right, let's see what everybody's talking about in the chat. I haven't been looking at the chat in a second. Oh, Albert likes our trend turtle. I like that. Okay. ADMA Adama alive 9 incoming. What is this? ADMA.
ADMA.
ADMA. What is ADMA?
It was a small cap.
Oh, okay. This looks pretty good.
Admirable moves.
It was. Yeah. All right, let's have a look at ADMA. ADMA. It's kind of moving a little bit here. This is the 1 minute look on it. Yeah, well above the volume weighted average price, but the volume is a little bit suspect on this name. This is the 5 minute look on it. Let's flip to the 10, see if we can see anything of relevance. Nothing on here. How about the 15? Okay, so nice retracement off the 10 on the 15. Okay, so that's an interesting area that you could look to get into. And you had precedent before that as well. Right here at 9:15, then again at 9:30, bouncing off the 10 period. So the first touch it had on the 10 period since the open was 12:30, and then again at 12:45. ADMA, what is this? ADMA Biologics, $2 billion market cap. So not really a small cap gapper, a bit bigger, 216 million share float as well. So a bit on the larger side, but a good look, good move up, 27%. Who could say no to that?
I mean, I could say no to these stocks getting like a penny away from my outs and then being like, like, no, guys, it's not cute. It's not cute when you do that. It's very aggravating. Note to Tesla, note tomorrow. I put you two on notice because, guys, please stop. Yes, I am talking to stocks. So Tesla, I want to get out at 88. Tesla gets to 87, it's like and then drops. I'm like, fine, Tesla, I'll get out at 80s. Tesla's like, oh, so actually now I'm not going to do that. I was like, I mean, Sean wants to know how I get stocks to talk to me like that. I just, I watch the book like a crazy person, Sean. It comes from staring at the book like a crazy person. I don't know if it's healthy, but it's what I'm doing over here. Then Mara, the other target of my ire right now, I want to get out 1794s. I also already got out part of the position, mind you, as planned. Then we get 1793s, and Mara's like, bye. Like, okay, Mara, whatever, do your thing, 21.
21.
There we go, we said that at the same time there. But yeah, Tesla Mara, can you do something for me? Can you get the levels I want for me? Do your things, Tesla Mara, do your things, Tesla Mara. Tesla dropping below the 40s, which was that area. So no, we're bouncing off 40s. Okay, I want to see what Tesla did at 40s because that area was huge. I shorted, I went long off of it. But if we break below this area, I'm going to have to get out. I wish, it's always so hard because you never know it's so frustrating when things get within a penny of your area because you had the right idea. You just didn't have that exact number right. And it's hard as well to know, like, it's so hard to predict what the exact price is going to be where a stock rejects. Right? So you do your best, you try, you fail. I sound like a greeting card, but I'm not a greeting card. I'm just a person trying to trade some bamboozling stocks. Always happy to be here. Come on, Tesla. Give me that level. Mara, I'm just going to get out of you now because you're doing a heck of a lot of nothing. This marathon that we had to the upside has decidedly taken a turn, and I don't feel confident in this stock anymore. I still think Tesla could give it to me. If Tesla rejects that 168.66, my point of entry again, that's where I get out flat, just because it's not a level I feel as confident in. I loved the area initially. We were in the money, and then Tesla just got 1 penny away. And that should be like someone should write a trading bio, 1 penny away. My life as a day trader. I mean, I'll write it, but yeah. Or Sean. I know Sean's always talking about the book. That'll be the name of Sean's book. But yeah, so I'm just having a great time here. I traded so many stocks today. Holy cow. I am not up on the day, but I am always bullish positivity.
Oh, I like that.
Thank you.
I like how the Katina Man's, yes.
Appreciate it.
I'm long in ZK. Call me crazy. We had a breakout through that 2750. It wasn't, on any aggressive basis. I've already put my my out there through that 27 and say that again, Katina Man. Okay, I'll have a look in one sec. I can't take my eyes off. Said IPO, but let's look at what the Katina Man put in the group chat. Oh, this is the Cybertruck, baby. This is a Golf Cybertruck car. I love this. Where is this? This is actually the Tesla manufacturing plant. So I'm sure they did this on purpose because it's sloped like the Cybertruck
That's
as well.
amazing.
I actually really like this, man. In the chat? Well, let me remove the chat, Katina, because I don't want them to, yeah. Oh, there's another one. Here it is. Oh, it's the Cling Daddy guy. Okay, okay. And there's another one right, oh, hold on. Where the hell is it? There it is. Yeah, it's from the front angle. I like this one. Look at the size of this factory, though, eh?
I love that guy's like face. He's like focusing so hard on his truck.
Super focused. What'd you say, Ram Ram? It looks like they cut open a freezer and made a car out of it, she says. Yeah, it kind of does look like that. A fridge, yeah, sorry. My bad, Ram Ram. It's all good. Shout out to Ram Ram. Doing things on the ones and twos. We're still long on ZK. I'm looking for a beak wetter in the mid 60s there. My out is already in place. The reason I went long here is because we had a resistance level at 27.5 and it broke, but we broke below it quite quickly. We are putting in some the higher lows and higher highs here. Nothing really to write home about. We'll see if we get printed on this one. Stop is already in place, but be careful with this one, guys. The bottom could drop off at any minute, so make sure you're practicing proper risk management strategies here.
Yeah, so what's not a proper risk management strategy is fat fingering out of your TQ trade. That's me, that's what I did. It's okay, couple pennies out of the money, all good. Also, you and Neil talking about that, the Ezekiel guy made me think now, like for a second I was gonna be like, oh, how's Ezekiel going and not Zeker? The company is Zeker. My brain got all twisted up there. Also, we will get to the lesson du jour, but also I wanna talk about this Tesla. I'm so happy I didn't panic sell this. I said, you know what, Derek, just wait to see that 40s bounce. You know you were obsessed with that 40s area. You were salivating over that 40s area, to use a Sharifism. And then don't get out until you see what we do here. Tesla gets to 40s, boop. I hit my hand. I hit that way too hard. Oof. Back to the upside. Mara, I probably panic sold a bit, but I'm still in the money on it. Happy I did with what I did with it. If I wasn't feeling confident in it anymore, I shouldn't have stayed. So pleased as dang punch. So happy with what I'm doing today. I traded way too many names today, as I said, but I have to say I'm really proud that right now my top name of the day is Tesla.
Nice.
And that's something my first day trading Tesla in the live.
Wow.
And again, I want to, I'm not trying to I'm just saying and I think it's because like what you were saying, like try to get back to what you were doing in the sim that worked.
Good.
What I was doing in the sim that worked was trading Tesla like a fiend. So I got back to that, and I think, within reason, of course, always on levels I liked. Same with that AMD, which was I think one of my other best trades of the day. Just taking AMD, taking that scalp short. I need to do more of this, Sadara. I just talked, okay, whatever. I'm going to stop talking to myself and start talking about the lesson of the day.
Yeah.
Okay, where'd my PowerPoint go? Tried to bring it down to the next screen and I accidentally shrunk it. Good times. Oh, and then I also gonna have to close this because I accidentally also have the notes in there. Bloopity boop. Okay. Got my life together, and now we are going to lesson of the day. Now, let's talk about shorting the hype. IPOs, SPACs, and direct listing can have massive overvaluation sometimes. It can feel too hyped up. You can feel like it's going to be like a little bit too hot to handle, like the Netflix show. And you're like, what should I do? How should I trade this? Right? Short selling allows you to potentially profit if the price falls to the downside. And this lesson will give you the tools you need, at least the start of the tools you need, for intraday shorting on hyped up new listings. But it is a bit more of advanced strategies, and there are several inherent risks, one being that you're shorting, and B being that this is a SPAC. Now, why would you short during hype? There's a couple reasons. You can capitalize on the overvaluations. Everybody's like, this is the best thing since sliced bread, Reddit, DJT, all these names giving us all that, good juju, as Drew sometimes says. But however, the hype can sometimes be too much. Because these new listings have these excessive highs sometimes, they can be priced above their intrinsic value, and so you can profit if the price corrects and closes lower. You also want to catch the euphoric downturn. So the initial euphoria can create a bubble, and so you can short sell, anticipating a price decline as the hype subsides. Now, how do you identify the hype monster? I love that. I'm not Party Monster like the Seth Green and Macaulay Culkin movie from the early 2000s. The hype monster, which is a very overhyped new listing. There's a couple different things. You can look at valuation metrics. Compare the company's valuation ratios like P&E, which I know a lot of people were doing with DJT, being like this is overhyped based on P&E, right? So look at the P&E compared to industry benchmarks. A significant disconnect can suggest potential overvaluation. Social media buzz is also really worth noting. Excessive hype can be a huge red flag. A lot of these small cap gappers as well, if I don't see a catalyst, what I'll do is I'll look on Twitter. If they're really hyped, I'm like, maybe you want to stay or clear, things could get a little crazy up in here. Also, technical analysis, switch sides accidentally. Technical analysis is really important too. You want to look for topping patterns on the charts, like a double top, head and shoulders, etc., that can indicate a potential trend reversal. Here's an example. This is not necessarily like, you know, not a Mag 7, an IPO, but it's just one example. So it's kind of you're near that high, then you get your down wave that's pretty severe. You come back to that previous support, which again, are not always levels you're going to get on IPOs. Then you get the slightly lower high, and that's when you go short. So that's the example of using technicals to short the hype. Also, shout out to Sharif, who killed a high of day short earlier today with Meta. You could short highs of day as long as you're doing so. That's, again, not an IPO, but as long as you're careful, as long as you have something you're looking for, your confluence. I just want to shout out that awesome trade.
Appreciate you, Dara. Thank you.
Starbucks also yesterday was like a high of day short. So I think these markets lately are like, you know, high of days, they always say not to short. Now we're actually going to give you reasons to short it. We're switching up the rules. But yeah, again, shout out to Sharif for that Meta short.
Appreciate you.
How do you short the hype though? Maybe you want to borrow shares. Your broker will lend you shares to sell short, but you're going to need to locate borrowable stock and understand the associated interest fees, because fees are always worth noting. Entry points. So you might want to look for a technical indicator or support resistance. We talked about this lower high on this example here as well. Look for your peak in technical. So this could be like a bearish reversal on the chart, a negative divergence between price and an indicator like RSI, or a breakdown below key support areas. Now, get your stop loss order ready to go. Since the price can surge in an upward trend, set a stop loss order above a resistance level to limit your potential losses if the price rallies against you. One of the biggest things that I'm definitely still working on since going live and since trading in general is minimizing your losses so that if you have those gains, you're protecting them. And that's one thing you absolutely want to keep in mind with a stock that can be as volatile as a new listing. Now, your exit strategy. So make sure that you're trying to get your quick profits, be scalpy with it. Consider profit targets based on percentage gains, like 5 to 10%, or technical signals, like if the price reaches oversold territory, that's when you have to get out. If you're looking for these lower highs and then you don't make another lower high, maybe that's where you get out. Have a plan. Important considerations as well to keep in mind. There's always a risk of a short squeeze. If the stock price suddenly unexpectedly surges due to buying pressure, you might face a short squeeze, which can force you to buy back shares at a higher price to close your short position, and that can lead to significant losses. One really good example of this is the movie Dumb Money, which is a dramatization of the GME short squeeze. Taught me a lot about short squeezes. I would highly recommend it. It is fiction, but it's based on a real thing that happened, and I would say they explain it very well. Also, margin requirements are worth noting here too. Short selling will often require margin, which means you have to put up a portion of the capital front, and so that is something worth noting and keeping in mind as you plan your trade. There's also unlimited potential loss. Unlike with buying a stock where your loss is going to be limited to the initial investment, the potential loss in the short sale is theoretically endless because the price can keep rising. And that's what had me scared to short when I initially started shorting. But as long as you have your risk management, it's just one more thing to keep in mind. Bonus tips. You might want to start small, begin with a shorter position to manage your risk and gain experience before increasing your size. Hedge your bet as well. Consider using options, strategies to hedge your short position and potentially mitigate some risk. You always want to stay informed too, because hype can shift quickly. So stay updated on news, market sentiment to address your exit strategy if needed. Short selling is a complex strategy though, so you want to make sure you understand the risk involved, have a solid trading plan, and prioritize risk management, because you don't want to get involved in a situation where you're short and the market suddenly goes up, causing Sharif to say, "Gee, what are you doing?" I just heard you say it and I was like,
I'm out of ZK. It broke down below 27.20. So we knocked on the door of 60 several times, but when it got into 60s, 27.60, the spread was like 30 pennies. So obviously I didn't get filled. The bottom was really dropping off of the spread there. So a liquidity issue, something to be expected on these IPOs. Lost about 30 cents there on that move. Now I'm looking back at Softy here. I want to see, not Softy, sorry, Meta. because we had a bit of a resistance area at 475 earlier before we cleared it. So I want to see if we clear it again here. I could be persuaded to get long. We've been bouncing off the 50 period several times on the 5-minute chart. I'm looking at my side chart here, thinking about exactly how to get long or what to do here on Meta. We've been trading this one all day. Now it's putting in some lower highs here, or it's curling up for another 475 and a half, 475 and 2/3 touch, which is where the top is on the day. So I'll continue to watch that. There isn't a whole lot in these markets today, I want to say, but there are some stuff that's going down. Not really tanking, so you're going to have to, really be aware of the price action on some of these. Google is the one I'm looking at right now. It's inching a lot closer into that 167.15, which is the IB low on Google, which could be a possible area of support. So I'm watching that. Also, Amazon broke above, again, the 20-period moving average. So now it's starting to curl, and that's the first time we've gotten a print, a closing print above the 20-period on the 5-minute chart on Amazon. So could possibly curl up maybe here to that 188 and a third area. So not a bad look there for the Amazonian. The future's doing nothing. It's a little bit above 18.2. So we'll continue to watch that. And yeah, I don't really have any other trades. I mean, the small cap gappers have all kind of given up the ghost a little bit. So we'll see there. Looks like Meta is pumping up now, so let's see if we can get a dip trade near that 475 area. There we go. So we did get filled on that move down. We'll see if we get anything in the mid-20s. So I'll set up at 24s or so to see if we can defend that level on Meta. Adara?
Yeah, I'm involved in the AMD here.
Oh, okay. Want me to take over?
No, I'm okay. I said it like I was like, oh, like I can't talk, but I want to talk about it. Basically, got involved here at that bounce of the 9 EMA. I like that 21 area. I was watching it while I was doing the lesson of the day, just had my eye on it. Did we bounce? Yes, we did. Mother, may I? Yes, you may. I want to get out before 40s because that was a resistance area earlier with wicking candles. I want none of that smoke, but I do want the smoke heading into 30s, taking half the profit out at 30s, the other half at 36s. Should we get there? Come on, AMD. Let's AM dance with AM Danger. And our pal AMD reminds me of our old friend AMK. Both names which were christened by Sharif. Oh my gosh, AMC's in a range. AMC's in a range. I need straight AMC. AMC, you're joining my side chart. Who are you, Mara? I don't know you anymore. Cash me outside, Mara. How about that? So let's put AMC. I don't know
what
why that
happening?
was of all the things.
I love it. I love it.
Don't know why that's where I went.
Ram's very happy with that. That was Neil. That was Neil. My bad. Okay, okay. Neil's happy with it. I like that.
I'm happy with that. Yeah. I'm also trying to short Palantir because it's pretty Pal and clear where we really struggled breaking above that 20.75. So I said, you know what? We'll try to get short Palin here. Let's see what happens. We're going to give this into 70s. I don't want to risk too much. I also am cognizant of the fact we're bouncing a little. Maybe I don't want to get this trade. I've decided I don't want to take it. Damp it, says Sharif.
I said pamp it.
Oh,
I promise.
Well, I'm happy you said pamp it because I'm involved in AM, and I knew you were long as well. So
we're doing well.
What are you damping, Sharif?
No, I'm pamping.
That's good. That's why I said I was confused.
We're long Meta. Here comes the $50 level, guys, on Meta. This is the closing print from yesterday. So this is where I got short last time, right at these levels, right where we're at right here. So let's see if we get back up a little bit higher. I said the 2/3 level would be my level, but the $50 level looks good too. So I mean, let's be real. I'd like to print at the 2/3 of a dollar. Let's go ahead and set up our out here. Are we? Yeah, let's go set up. I'm going to put it at 59s. So we'll see if we get anything around 59s. As I say that, it kind of comes back into the 20s. So we're going to have to be careful with this here trade. But this is the level that I want to rinse and repeat at. I mean, we may not make it back into highs. I think that that's fair. If we don't make it back into highs, you have to make it back into highs every time. All right. I loaded up Amazon here on the other trading screen because this double top at 187.55 is interesting. And it's also a previous area of resistance. Like, look at this area, support. So it could be acting as resistance at the moment. Like, look at this area that we consolidated at from essentially from 11 o'clock till around 11:40 or so. This 187.60, 187.55. could be an interesting area here on Amazon for a short. It's been weak all day. I mean, we're at these levels right now, so if you do get short here, you could just give it to 60s. It's about 13 pennies worth of range there. Let's go back to Meta because it's coming back into my entry. It did wet my beak for the majority of the position at the $0.25 level, but I want to see if it can make it back up into the 2/3 of a dollar, 4.75 and 2/3. I'm going to pack my patience on this one. I think I don't want to get squeezed out too quickly, so we'll continue to watch that. I am going to short AMZN at these levels. My out is going to be 187.61.
Yeah, I get involved in that. I hope that Express delivers some profit to you post-haste,
so.
overnight delivery, no shipping fees, all that good stuff. Tesla, I've been talking all day about that 168. We're out of Tesla. I've been talking all day about 168.66. I've taken it long every time we've gotten the opportunity to take it. I took it short once earlier as well. Oh, sorry, I took the 168.40 area short. But just so people know these levels on Tesla, and these are not just, I know I have some crazy lines and charts sometimes, but this is a real level on Tesla that I want to talk about. Thanks. Tesla has this 169 area. Shreve was mentioning it as well, 169.40-ish, or 169.25. We get there, we reject. That's a repeated thing. But then, if you're like, what are the areas below there? There are some. One of them is going to be 168.40. The next one's going to be 168.60s. That's why when I take my 168.60s longs, my stop loss is always going to be 168.40 because I know we bounce off there with a viciousness. Then I just kept taking these longs here, risking to that area, just taking out at 80s. Please just punch. If we reject this 169 again, I will take it short, but I'm aware, you know, we can't ride on this little funhouse carousel forever. One day, this pony's going to be like, I'm a big horse now. We changed analogies like 4 times there, but it's all good. That's what we do here on How to Trade. As Shreve said, you know, all made up words are welcome, and I guess all confusing analogies are hopefully welcome as well because I continue to make them. AMD, if we flip from that support at 152.20 to resistance, I want to get in.
Okay.
I don't know why I'm creepily raising my eyebrows.
Oh, there's news for Tesla.
News on Tesla?
Yeah, there's problems at the Germany plant that came in about 20 minutes ago. Tesla plant in Germany targeted by activists protesting expansion. So that came in at exactly 1 o'clock on my print. Let me just make sure that there didn't come in before that and I missed it. Tesla German Gigafactory, that came in at 11. So that came in at 11:48 initially. So that I don't want to call it old news, but it's older-ish. So that came in 11:48, which may be why we're seeing prolonged weakness in Tesla. But as I look at what happened at 11, there was a bit of a down move right at that 12 p.m. area. Is there anything else here before that? I just want to make sure that this wasn't from before. No, so it came in at 11:48. Tesla German Gigafactory faces climate protest Friday. Why? Okay, why are they not jailed? Musk asks. Okay, so we'll just leave that for him to figure out. That's not going to delve into that. So anyway, we're doing decently on Meta, but I got to tell you, I'm worried about this Amazon short. It's inching in closer to my stop. My stop's at 61. So it looks like Amazon might be along at these here levels if it continues to pump up. I was looking at this level simply because there was a double top there and there was a previous price action support. I looked for it to flip to resistance. It may not be forthcoming. We're short 49s. It's printing 52s right now. So we're a couple of pennies out of the money, but I don't see this one really tanking down here. So we'll see. I'll give this one a little bit more patience, Adair. So we'll see what that one does. The Meta trade is trying to hold 475. I mean, it keeps coming into 475 and then bouncing up, but it's putting in lower highs. So that is obviously a little concerning. I am looking at the one though. I've taken the majority of the position out of this. I'm looking for a touch here at 60, at 475.60. We're well off that, 50 pennies below that at the moment, printing 14s here on the ask. All right, so Amazon came back, I guess, into my level. Now we're in the money on Amazon, but that means Meta came back a little bit as well. So it looks like these ones are moving, not in tandem, obviously, because they're almost opposite looking charts at the moment. I'm really thinking, do I cancel my Meta trade here and focus on Amazon? We're in the money nicely now on Amazon. I'm going to cancel this trade on Meta, and I'm going to focus on the Amazon trade. I'm sitting here at 41s, so let's see if we get filled on that. We're printing 44s now on the That was a stupid decision to do, to cancel Meta right back up. Mistake. All good there. So, what are you looking at?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I was just laughing so hard at why are they not jailed? Like, the Twitter sphere would be able to answer that question. But yeah, hopefully Elon is all good. Seems like he is, you know, not Elon all the drama there, which makes sense. But yeah, I just thought that was pretty funny, and I like the way that you read that out loud as well. AMD took it short. Now it looks like we're back to holding this as support. It was support, then it was resisting, so I wanted to get short there. I'm not getting out until we break above 30s with a viciousness. If we don't break above 30s with a viciousness, I stay short. I'm looking for 152. That's what I would like. Instead of 52 pick up, it's going to be 152 pick down. Get out of the trade. That, again, works better in my head. I know I said I was done with the TQQs, but then I saw something I liked, and I don't think you could have vendettas against stocks if you're seeing something you like on them. We keep rejecting this 90 MA. This is a massive level I was obsessed with earlier, and this is also an intraday level. Support yesterday. A little bit support resistance flippity-floppity here earlier today. 59s, if we break above that amount, I'm going to risk 10 pennies, but I do want exactly all of the smoke. Also, AMD, let's AM dine and dash that. We were slightly positive in the day. That AMD trade has a slightly negative now, but you know what? I had to take it because I like taking it. So I don't want to, again, I'm trying not to trade P&L. If I like a stock and I like an opportunity, I want to be a joiner and get involved.
I like it. Some of the other small cap gappers that we were covering today, Dara, you know, we'll cover them again because we mentioned them earlier. LiDAR, this one I kind of gave up hope on because, well, it broke down below the volume weighted average price. But this one was not just, hey, good morning. This one was from yesterday at 5 o'clock. So this one didn't start moving in the pre-market. This moved in the aftermarket yesterday, and now it is really moving away from VWAP, reclaiming it quite well. But this happened before. Remember when we got into the 50 period, then reclaimed VWAP into that 210 area. Now we're reclaiming into 215. So it looks like it's putting in those higher lows. So maybe we have to trade it a little bit differently or not trade it at all. A key area of resistance is where we're looking right now, this 210 area. This takes us back to this trough over here, as well as the closing print on this candle. So we'll see if it can break and take it. Initially, we definitely had resistance at 210, but keep in mind, we are putting higher lows, so it could mean the winds of change are coming. And now we're printing on Amazon finally here. I'm really disappointed that I got out of Meta because it did pop up into 61, so I'm going to scold myself for that. I did well on the trade, but not as good as I could have. Now this one, I don't want to paper hand this trade. We're nicely in the money on this one. Let's see if it can come back down. A realistic goal, I would say, on Amazon, 187.25 is realistic. We have some good price action around that $0.25 level. We'll see if it makes it down there. It's already printing in the high 30s. So not a bad move on the Amazon at the moment. Already wet my beak there on some profits. We'll see what this one can continue to move down. There was a decent move down there on Meta. What just happened? So this is what upsets me so much is that it did cross 61 where I had my beak wetter and then came back down, but
That's hard.
yeah. Remember the penny thing that we were just talking about?
Yeah.
Well, that's kind of the thing there. So
Yeah.
we'll see what we get. So nice move right now. And the thing, honestly, too, about Amazon is I'm seeing these topping tail candles come in, right? It's not like a lot, but you know, it's showing you resistance at this $0.50 level. But we're putting in, the other side of that coin is we're putting in higher lows. So we'll have to wait and see. I'll just pack my patience with this one. I'll put a profit taker in the high 20s to see if it can make it way down there. If it can, fantastic. Otherwise, we'll get stopped out at the exact same area, that 61. That's where I have my stop. So.
Yeah, I'm getting out of Tesla. It didn't break below 40s, but I don't have confidence in it anymore, and that's why I want to leave. Because that's a huge thing. It's like if you don't believe in the trade, how is the trade going to believe in itself? I mean, not like it cares about what you're feeling, but my point remains. You're going to be more confident in the trade, and you're going to be more willing to do well in the trade if it's a trade that you have that hankering for, that you really want, that you work towards. Also, I'm happy to hear that you're keeping the bulls at Bezos right now in Amazon.
Aha, I like that. Okay, okay.
Nice look
Google
there.
dropped off. The bottom just dropped off Google really aggressively.
Oh my gosh, it did. I'm not seeing any news on that, but we're gonna have to watch out there. Tesla got part filled. Tesla, just let me out, please. Let me out of the Cybertruck. Come on now, man. This is a little bamboozling. Got out there. Please just punch. Qs I'm flat on right now. We're doing a heck of a lot of nothing. Still positive on Tesla. And again, it wasn't even like we were down on that name. I just lost confidence in it. And for me, that was enough of a reason to leave. So there we go. Qs, let's head to the downside. Let's get that hustle to the downside. I also like this because we are having these lower highs here in this flat bottom of 59, 858.90. So I think if we break below, we do so with a skosh of viciousness. I don't know why I became British there. But yeah, Palantir, I want to take that short, cancel the short, and the short would have worked, but I didn't love it, and I was happy I didn't take it. Palantir, see what I mean? Like I wasn't 100% sure because especially where we were resting at that previous area of resistance, I was like, this could actually be support. It wasn't, but you know, if I didn't feel confident in the trade, it wasn't a trade for me to take. Qs, we're gonna keep going. AMD, I don't know what your AM doing right now, but if you want to give me another range, I'm AM down to clown. What are you up to?
Not a whole lot, but Amazon is going to stop me out for the remaining amount here. So we do whatever beat at 40s, but here comes 61. So I'm just going to leave the stop where it is. Now, I mentioned Google. Absolutely, the bottom dropped off there. Google's has been weak on the day. And, you know, the initial rejections off the 50 period were quite good. And then the retracement started getting a little bit more shallow. Now it became whether they were retracing off the 10 or the 20, but definitely not the 50. It hasn't touched the 50 since, since around right over here, 1010. But you could make the argument this 1130 was close enough to the 50 for it to be a rejection. So finding some support right now at that 167 level. It's a whole dollar level. It did break below it, got it to 88s, 166.88. It's trying to fight now to get back above the whole dollar level. We'll have to see how Google does. But if it does retrace and starts bouncing back up, I would look for resistance at 167.50. Reason being, we had a lot of price action bottoms at 167.50 before we gave up the ghost. I'm talking about this print over here at 855, as well as the closing print over here at 935, the IB, you can call it a low print, whatever. And then over here at 1140 and 1145, we also had support at 167.50. Then again at 1240 and 1245. So if there's been a lot of price action support at that $half level, I do anticipate that a retracement may top out there, and that would be either an area to take profits or to look for a short. So good move up there for. Good move down, excuse me, for Amazon. I did get stopped out of the remaining amount of my Amazon trade as it did break through 60s, now printing 59s, but it did get up into that 64 area. So we'll take an L on it was definitely the minority of the position that was left. Let's see what else is moving. Wow, Tesla's been awfully consolidative. I didn't even have eyes on this one. So Dara's shaking her head means she's been involved. And I have heard her say she's been in and out of this trades. I've been trying to concentrate on my trades today, so I haven't really seen exactly what she's been trading. But 169 definitely is a nice, interesting top there. What has been your range? 169, and then what's been to the low side?
I've been a little bit tighter. We know what I'm like. I'm usually a little bit tighter with my ranges.
Fair.
So I've been taking it 168. High 80s to 168.66 with the stop of if we break below 168.40 in either direction, right? That's kind of been the goal.
Okay.
Initially, I thought the range was breaking down, so I got out of the long. Then when I realized the range was still existing, you know, I use this quote. It's about people, but I think it applies to stocks too. When someone shows you who you are, believe them. If Tesla's going to keep showing me it's a range trade,
so true.
I need to keep trading it like a range. So that's why I got back in the short. If we break above, we're like 10 pennies out of the money right now. If we break above 169s, I'm going to have to say bye. Bye. But right now, I hope we're still good. TQs, still short, still no comment. I feel like I'm talking to the press, like no comment on the TQs, but I don't have anything to say on it. Slightly out of the money. We're still below 59s. I'm still in the trade. But yeah, Tesla, every time I think the range is stopped, the Tesla's like, I am still driving in this range, ma'am. Let me have my range. And I'm like, Tesla, if you want to be a range trade, by all means, I will take that. We are getting a bit bamboozling, though. The last time we hit the low side of this range, and Sharif was right, I've been watching this like a hawk all darn morning or day. For the most part, every time we get to the low side of the range now, we have a fake out like we're gonna fall. We get to the high side, we have a fake out like we're gonna just make up your mind, Tesla. That's all I ask. How are you doing?
I wanted to talk. Okay, first of all, people are asking about the Fed and the hotlines that the members have been dropping. So here it is, Goolsby. Housing inflation remains a significant puzzle and challenge. I have been saying that for quite some time. Shelter inflation has persisted, and if you dive into PCE or CPI, you'll be able to see how persistent it is, whether it's rental or mortgage. Number one, obviously, mortgage inflation is due to the higher rates. That's a no-brainer right there. But the rental becomes a little bit more complicated because so many people are priced out of being able to buy homes that they're only forced to rent or live at home. And a lot of people don't want to live at home. So they're forced into the rental market. When more people are forced into the rental market, rents go up. In addition to the fact that the mortgage rates on the homeowners has gone up, so they're passing that off to the tenants. And I don't know what's going on in your city, but in this city, if you have your tenant from like 4 years ago who wants to leave, you gladly accept their notice because you'll be able to rent it out for way more, $400 or $500 more sometimes. I'm hearing sometimes $1,000 more. Certain people are getting pushed out of their places. So significant housing inflation on both sides of the border, and that is obviously due directly to interest rates. And he knows that. He knows he's causing housing inflation by keeping the rates higher, but what is he going to do? He takes it down, then everything else screws up. So, take your pick. Anyway, there's been a whole host of Fed speakers today. Goolsbee, I think, is the one that's dropping hotlines right now. Here's another little tidbit from him. Fed Goolsbee says, I'm hesitant to focus too much on recent inflation data. We've made a lot of progress. Okay, so a bit of a better twist from our Ghouls man a little bit there. Let's see what else he's been saying. Anything? I'm just looking at my blotter to see if there's any Fed speak here worth reciting. Nothing too much that I can see at the moment. If I do get any other good ones, I will pass that on to you guys. No question about it. But that is the look. So, guys, remember, that wasn't that long ago that the Fed or the market analysts were expecting 4 to 6 rate cuts, despite the fact that the Fed said only 3 in their dot plot. So the market, I feel like, has gotten a little extended ahead of itself. So I think that April correction was absolutely warranted, especially in light of the fact that we got higher prints. So we'll continue to watch that. But before I did that, I want to go on my Prem rant.
Please do.
The Prem rant. All right, here we go, baby. So Citi plays first thing tomorrow morning, bright and early, 7:30 a.m. They're playing away to Fulham. Why do I care about that? Because Arsenal now competing head-to-head with Manchester City. I'm not going to say anything about Liverpool because I love Neil, but they are no longer in the race. They're an amazing team, but they're no longer in the race, or so it seems, at least for now. So it is a 2-horse race. So City is basically 1 to 10 odds favorites to win away at Fulham. Fulham is a West London team. Okay, so it is a London team. Now, then Arsenal goes away to Manchester United to play United away, which were 1 to 6 odds in favor of winning. We beat them at the beginning of the year. They did score first. Rashford had that amazing goal. The point of the matter is that City plays again on Tuesday. So even though they play Saturday morning, they have to play again on Tuesday because they're one big game behind Arsenal. So they're going away again to Arsenal's most hated rival, Tottenham. They're going to the North London to play against Tottenham. So for one day and one day only, I will be a Tottenham Hotspur fan, full-fledged. I'll be wearing white and navy blue. I'll be singing whatever Tottenham songs they sing over there at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. But I am going to be a Tottenham fan. I'm absolutely cheering for City to lose. Pep knows that. He's peeved about the fact that he had to play on short rest, but that's the Prem, baby. And you better win, bro, because we've been winning on our side. I'm not saying we're going to win United. I don't want to jinx it, but I'm hoping we do well. And if we do well, Adira, then we've got the up on them. They have the up on us right now. So they're 1 point behind us, but they've got a game in hand. So it means they played one less game than us. So that means they could get 3 more points. Yeah.
Okay, so it's like in Hell's Kitchen when they have certain people have whatever marks in dish, but then they haven't judged the other team yet. Okay,
yeah,
that makes sense.
Exactly.
I'm going to use that analogy.
Matthew Booth, City won't screw up. They know how to get it done, but Arsenal winning would be nice for Arteta. You are not wrong, Matthew. City they're tried and true. They're the treble winners from last year. They have the Champions League, they have the FA Cup, and obviously the Prem. So you've got to give them their respect. But, hey, a brother can dream, right? So let's look at that. Yes, Adam. I didn't even know you were in the chat, brother. Shout out to Adam DeLuce. What else? I'm not reading that message, Nate. That's really funny, though. Neil, I know how to accept when my teams aren't doing well. Hey, man. At least I get 1 year when Arsenal is doing well. And like they did well last year, actually, but we kind of faded away in the end there.
Faded into obscurity.
Did you take that 169 again on Tesla?
So I didn't. I got out. I was in the short,
Okay.
and then I got out just because it wasn't working. I did take this Microsoft pop, though. Really proud of myself. Took about 10 pennies, risked about 10 pennies. Pleased as punch. This guy keeps bouncing around with from this VWAP into like that 414 to 414.12ish. Also, too, I hope for your sake that Man City doesn't have too much pep in its step.
Oh, I like we're spending the money for that. No, and he's worried. Let me tell you, he had a press conference yesterday ahead of the game tomorrow morning, and he's a little agitated a little bit.
Frenzied,
you could tell,
frazzled.
yeah, because he didn't want to be that guy to win the treble and then drop off the next year.
That's fair.
Because if they win it this year, that's 4 Premier League wins in a row. Like, I don't want to see that. You know what I
That's a
mean?
lot.
Yeah. All right. Amazon is rejecting the 50 on the 5 period here, Ram. Nice move into 187.90 on the Amazon. And this one has been quite strong, right? It broke through the 10. It broke through the 20. Now it is finding a little bit of resistance right now at the 50, 187.90 or thereabouts. Not really a key technical area. We did have some support there earlier at around 10:30 and 10:35 before breaking it at 10:50. So, I'm not putting too much stock into this technical area here, but it is the 50. Let's see if we get a retracement off that.
Yeah, so I did, to go back to the Tesla, because now I'm back to trying to getting involved in Tesla again. The reason I got out of my short was because we broke above that 169. I got involved in 169 or 168 mid-80s, so I just wanted to risk a couple pennies. Tesla, though, if you keep having your rejection at 168.90, 168, I'm going to have to keep getting short. Got to say it. Sorry to say it. For whatever reason, though, I've had more success with this Tesla range, taking it long off the 168.60s than I have taking it short off the 169 rejection. So I'm going to keep that in mind as well. For whatever reason, although Tesla has been decidedly to the downside, I think I've had more success and I felt more comfortable playing it when I'm playing it long. That also partially might be because the range is getting tighter. We used to be getting decisively 168 mid-60s every darn time we got down there. Now we're getting 168 70s. That is a change. That is, as Obi would say, distinctly different. I've been watching this range obsessively for a really long period of time. Proud to say I'm currently up in the stock, and so it's like, if I've been watching this range all day and it's doing something different, then my spidey senses start tingling. And I'm like, or maybe my cyber senses start tingling because it's the Cybertruck. But I'm like, oh no, there's something in this water, and I want to make sure I'm playing it correctly. I think we could be trying to break out here at 169, I gotta say. This is, I'll put it this way, I'm not going short this again unless I really, 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 really see something, or I take it with massive size, which is something I'm comfortable doing it. You know what? I like it, I'm getting involved. We're gonna do this. We're gonna get long. If we break below my 70s, we'll get out, that's fine. But I wanna get this long here because I do think we have something. And, okay, there we go. Tesla's probably going to prove me wrong the second I did this, but you know what? I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. I don't know if we're going to get our higher day break. We're going to get at least 88s. That's what we're going for. We're taking out part of the position at 88s. We're saving a piece for the dream, which is not something I do a lot with Tesla or ever, especially since going live. But I think there's the opportunity to do this. Yes! Yesla, Yesla, Yesla. I say that as I'm like flat. I'm not even in the money here. I'm flat. But I'm sorry that.
I love it. That was energy, girl.
But I am. You know what I mean? What I was basically saying, Sharif, is that the range is getting tighter, and it's not something I'm comfortable shorting anymore because we're not getting our mid 60s. Now we're starting to get 7. As I say that, Tesla goes back to mid 60s. If you keep bouncing your Tesla, I'll stay in the Cybertruck. I would like, say it with me, all the smoke.
I like it. I like it. Amazon is continuing, guys, off that 50 period rejection off the 5. Keep your eye out on that 50 penny level. So I ended up getting short at the $0.50 because I thought it was a good area of previous support and then it would act as resistance. Now, if that is the case, well, then it'll bounce off this area. So keep your eye out here for a possible bounce off the $0.50 level. We'll see if we get it or not. I'm not going to jump in either way. I want to see how this resolves. If it continues to go down, then we can be persuaded to get short because Well, there's about 50 pennies worth of room between the current price action and the low of day. Low of day is 186.93, so more. Almost 60 pennies worth of range there on Amazon. Nice move down off that 50-period rejection. The other one that's just been bleeding all day and has not stopped is Apple. It has been just one reject. This is full hockey stick pattern over here, down and to the right. And it really hasn't flat bottom broke. What it's been doing is been retracing into the 10 or the 20 on the 5 and just curling back down. So multiple, curls and rejection. I don't really know why Apple's selling off. This feels like someone's just offloading their position and right back into the pre-market price action that we had yesterday. So we basically retrace all of yesterday's gains a lot quicker than we took us to make them yesterday. And that's funny how it works like that. Yeah, Brendo was telling me something today that was actually quite reasonable with respect to why we move down so much quicker than we move up. And because, panic selling, or not panic selling, but making the decision to sell, sometimes a little bit easier than making the decision to buy. So
that's a really good way of putting it. Psychology.
It is, right? Amazon's continuing to head down here, so no stop at the $0.50 it looks like for now, at least not on the wick. We'll have to see what the closing print brings, but nice rejection off the 50 period here on AMZN as it curls down. Again, let's check some of these small cap gappers and the IPO that we were involved in earlier. Wow, the IPO has done nothing. So much like the overall market, very stagnant with respect to where we left it off last. Here it is. Wow, that the volume really dropped off there on Zeekr. This one has been added now to my official watch list. It's going to be part of Li Auto, XPEV, NEO, and the like. We're going to watch this every day, see how it does, find out exactly, is this a real deal like some of these other guys, or is it just going to fade into the obscurity. LiDAR is continuing to print above that $2 area, so that small cap gapper is continuing to be valid on the day. CDNA as well, but really not giving you much action now as the volume is really dropping off, but they're both above VWAP. CDIO's giving up the go, so has ELST. They're both below VWAP. CDIO's really hugging that 50 period on the 5, but it's below $1 now and really looking to head down. Also, the Fuge is on the way down, it looks like, here into 18.2. Big move down through yesterday's closing print on the Fuge. Let's see, it got bought right back up though. So big moves here on the Fuge, well, big relatively speaking, because this day's been awfully rangy and slow, to put it nicely. So dip down to 18.206, right back above into 18.220. So keep eyes on that. Nice bounce back up here for Amazon as well. What is up with that? So that bottoming tail candle getting bought up immediately, looking like a hammer candle on the 5 here on Amazon, Adair.
Yeah, I mean, that was really frustrating. I topped out of both of my longs. They both would have been valid now had we not had that happen. But you know what? You have to stick to your plan. It is a little bit disappointing, a little bit bamboozling. My top 2 names, Tesla and AMD, are both now I'm down on because of that move down here. But Tesla having that bounce at 40s, it made my interest in Tesla bounce back up because that 40s area was huge. We had resistance. We had support. We had other things. We didn't have anything. It was just resistance support. But I like this level. AMD, meanwhile, this might be the 152.20 short that I was talking about earlier. I tried to go in long 152.30. That might have been a skosh ambitious for me. But that one, we've kind of given up the ghost here. We got back to 25s, sold off a little bit. You know what, Adara? We're going to be like Nike and swoosh into the trade. Instead of saying just do it, I was like, we're going to switch it up. We're going to say we're going to swoosh into the trade.
I like it.
Am I long Tesla? Yes, I am. Okay. And we are basically flat. I can live with that. I can live with basically flat Tesla. That's okay. Given that it's Tesla, I'd rather be basically flat than nothing at all. Yeah, good times.
So you just brought something, you just jogged my memory.
Oh.
So you yes, you can. And have you ever heard of the battle between LL Cool J and cannabis?
I've heard of it.
Okay, so there was a serious beef between LL Cool J and cannabis.
Really?
Yeah, and then one of LL Cool J's responses was he's like, cannot bust. Yes, you can, cannot bust. Like, yeah. So it's pretty cool. And then when he was like, yes, I can, it just kind of reminded me a little bit of that.
I like
so
that.
yeah, another one to check out because I know you like punching outside your weight class there
I
with
love
respect to
old
rap
rap.
and stuff like
But
that.
speaking to it, kind of sounds like that song by Tribe Called Quest. Can I kick it? Yes, you can. Can you kick it?
Something happened with Google, guys.
I'm not
Something's
seeing
going on
news.
with goggles. Let's see
my God.
exactly what's happening here. Just ripped from 168 to
I saw
169.50.
something.
Go.
OpenAI announces live stream at 10 a.m. on May 3rd to demo ChatGPT and GPT-4 updates. I don't know why that's bringing Google up. You think they'd be bringing Google down?
He's
That's
saying it's not it. Yeah.
There's no search engine apparently for ChatGPT. Oh, that could be what brought Google up.
Oh,
Thank you,
that's
Brendan.
it. Okay. So Brendo saying no search engine for goggles, for ChatGPT. So that's helped Google obviously recover. It sold off in the pre-market on news that ChatGPT was looking to make some sort of competitor search engine here with against Google, and that sold off aggressively. We know what percentages. We're talking about percentages here, losing market share with Google, since they almost own 100% market share. So anything really is going to come down, not up. So anyway, I'm long on Amazon. We're doing well here, about 20 pennies in the money. Let's see if we can break through 85. That is where the 50 period is. The 50 period's at 86, excuse me, but I'd probably cover or sell a little bit before that. Here we go. Nice move up on the Amazon. Took this one for that 55 defend. If we can get up to 85, it's all flattened, but nice move up here for goggles. And I don't know if that helped with the Amazon move up there. Adara, big move down for Meta, coming down off that 475.66 right into 475 again. So now the market's getting a bit more active after being really dormant here during the midday, guys. We'll see if the other show will have a lot more excitement and price action movement than we did on this here show, Adara.
That was a really bamboozling day for me. I looked at this side. This is the most fills by far I've had since going live, or maybe ever. But I think that's because I took a lot of scalps, and a lot of them were, successful. I'm not going to beat myself up because I'm down on the day, because I am, but I'm not down nearly as much as I was yesterday. Yesterday was the day that I was not true to myself, and I was just taking trades, and today everything I liked, I really liked. Sure, I lost some of the gains I had AMD and Tesla, but I didn't take any trades I didn't like on them. And sure, that Palantir short, had I taken that would have been successful, but I didn't feel super confident in it. So that's just one thing I want to say is take the trades you feel confident in. If they don't work out, then think about why did they not work out. And if there's a trade you didn't feel confident in, and so you didn't take it and it did work out, think about why didn't I like that trade and what could I have looked at as well that would have maybe gotten me into that trade, gotten my foot in the door, gotten me the job, gotten me my opportunity. Yeah, I went on it. We lost that a little bit there. But yeah, Tesla now using our 44 previous support at 44 coming to resistance. I've got to get out here. It was fun while it lasted, Cybertruck. It didn't last very long. I am down on the day now on you, Cybertruck. But you know what? I'm up on life, up on positivity.
I love it.
Up on the next week ahead.
What do you got planned for the weekend? Let's slow things down a little bit.
So I'm going to visit my friend in Ontario. We're going to her cottage.
Ooh.
And
yeah. Okay.
Because her cottage is also in the town where she lives. So we're going to be probably oscillating.
Hold on. Her cottage is in the town where she lives?
Yeah, okay, so it's really weird. So she got a job because her whole thing was I can start early because I have a cottage in the town.
Right.
And then so they gave her the job. Then after she got hired, she found her place to live, her apartment in the town.
Okay.
But she still does have a cottage
in
the town. So it's kind of funky. It's a little bit of both. But yeah, I'm excited.
Cool.
What about you? I know one thing you mentioned with Alfred.
Yes. We're gonna hang out. No, that was last week out. That was last weekend. No, I'm going.
Boxing, I thought you said.
Yes, tomorrow. That's not a hangout. That's we train in the morning, Saturday mornings,
I see.
right?
Okay.
Yeah, so that's gonna go down. But the real big event is gonna be Mama's Day. We're gonna do that on Sunday. Obviously, the whole family is getting together at my parents' place, so that's going to be super exciting. I love when the entire family gets together. There's a lot of yelling, there's a lot of arguing, and some people usually get upset a little bit.
You're I love when a family gets together.
I love it. It's family time.
And we fight.
It's family time. That's exactly what it is. But Google is absolutely flying to the high side. I've been watching it while we've been talking. I wanted to take a 168 dip. It was just way too much price action. This felt like the open to me. I don't trade the open, in case you don't know. And so that's why I did not feel confident getting in at 168, but there were a lot of dips into 168. All of them got bought up, and it didn't really break 168 that aggressively. Go and have a look at the 1 minute, see what I'm talking about here. 168.69 HOD. Right now, we're a little bit below the $0.50. The volume has really increased on Google the last little while. The last candle here at 45 after was about 500,000 shares. This candle on the 5-minute chart that we just finished closing like 1 second ago did 2.5 million shares. So the volume is coming in fast and furious on goggles. And I see somebody here is super excited because I saw some hands. What is going on over there?
Yeah, I did something. I basically was looking at Tesla and I said, Tesla, you are bouncing off that 168.25. That was a previous area that I was using to short into off that 168.40. So I said, you know, I was looking at this and I said, Derry, you're going to regret not taking this trade. So just freaking take the trade.
Woo.
So I did. Yeah, pardon that. I was very excited. But yeah, so we got out.
Flying.
We're going to get out 168.39. Going to take about 14 pennies. I can live with that. I am pleased as punch. But I'd be more pleased as punch if I was able to punch out. Yeah, Tesla, that's a hint to you. Keep climbing to the high side, pal. But yeah, I'm really happy with how this went. Happy, honestly, more happy that I decided to have the impetus to take it. Because I was like, oh, I'm down on the day. Like, insert sad, cheesy music here. But it's like, if you like the trade, don't worry about your P&L. Worry about the thing that you saw that you liked. So that's what I did. I sound like whatever, some
Goggles
poet,
is going, Adara.
Oh my
Goggles
gosh,
is going. Oh, there goes 169. There goes 169 a quarter. Here comes a half. There goes the half. Katina, man, what is happening over here? There goes a $0.75. This is absolutely pumped. We're about to go green on Google, guys. To go green, we got to break that 169.99. HOD at the moment, 169.85. So I assume a lot of people were looking short at that 170 area, which caused this big drop off, big move down off that 85 penny print right into the 30s. We go on goggles now, only down 1/3% on the day. It is moving, Damonica. I see you. And Google is moving big boy here. Keep an eye out on that 170. That is yesterday's closing print. We were about to go green on the day. Alas, the short stepped in and caused a momentary downturn. We'll see if Google can go green on the day. The Katina man is short 169 in the mid 40s, so shout out to him. We're gonna hope he prints. Well, we'll see.
We got out already in the teens.
He already wet his beak out in the teens there to de-risk. So shout out to the Katina man there. Google was selling off on news that ChatGPT was going to introduce a competitor search engine, likely through Softy. That now has been debunked. As a result, the stock is popping up, and there will be more said about it on the afternoon show.
Yeah, I think it's been a really exciting day, and I'm really happy I got to trade in front of all of you guys. I did get out of Tesla, took about 10 pennies less than I wanted to, but more than no pennies, so I'll take it. Really happy with, honestly, again, mostly just happy I had the impetus to take the trade. But yeah, so super happy to be here, and I think we'll have a really exciting afternoon show as well with that Google news. Who said a Friday can't be interesting? Who said that Fridays? And we're going to have a Q&A on the market recap show. Again, we did that last week as well. So Sean and I were talking. We're going to keep this Q&A really interesting, really spicy. We have some ideas. I'm trying to come up with some fun stuff for us to talk about in the market recap. We had a really fun market recap show last Friday, if I do say so myself. We had a lot of really fun conversations. And so I think we're going to replicate that again on this Friday to wind the week off in style.
There's going to be wine? What?
Wind up the week.
Katina man's like, sure, why not?
I mean, I'm down, but yeah. I mean, I still can't get over Sean saying that his wedding that he's going to is going to be a baller wedding. So that's pretty funny. Not a word I've ever heard used to describe a wedding.
I love it.
But yeah, shout out to that. I can't believe we have 1 minute left.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a great week, man. I got to tell you, it's been tough trading. There's no question about it, but it's been a good week. Spirits are high. You know, I'm happy with where the account is at the moment, so we'll see if that ends up being the case by the end of next week. But I'm happy, a lot to do this weekend. I hope everybody gets some good R&R. You're going to need it. Bring your energy Monday. There's going to be lots going on next week. We continue into earnings. Believe it or not, earnings season is still not done. Not all the big names are done, but there's still going to be some volatile plays for next week, hopefully.
Yeah, I'm really excited. Next week, we have a lot of Chinese ADRs, if that is your cup of tea. If you like retail, we'll have lots of that as well. So there are some opportunities. Mr. Alibaba will certainly be on Watch next week.
Yes.
Along with JD, Baidu. I'm certainly really excited.
Does PDD's
PDD's not next week.
He's not next week? Okay, because that's the big one there. That's the one I want to keep.
Yeah, that'll be the PDD will be very key indeed. I cannot believe this is the end of a crazy week. This was so much fun. Definitely did not do as well as it could have, but we had a lot of fun there. Bye-bye Google, says Sean, but you'll have to hear all about that in a couple seconds here. We'll see you again next week. Same bad time, same bat channel. Right now, though, Brandon's at the big desk.
See you guys.
Good indication, I think, of the importance of ChatGPT and the importance of being first to market with this AI product, because that was a huge move on huge volume, as Adair and Sharif are mentioning here, for Google this afternoon. Coming back in here a little bit right now, but if you missed it, Sam Altman coming out saying Monday's live event will not be A, ChatGPT 5, and B, anything to do with a search engine. So we talked about it a bit this morning if you're with us in the pre-market, the indication of which there was thought to be anyway, some sort of search product coming from OpenAI on Monday. Apparently not going to be the case. Again, that was from Sam Altman. So we'll see, again, Monday morning at 10 o'clock exactly what it is they do reveal. Again, not going to be ChatGPT 5. And it's not going to be anything to do with a search engine. So yeah, Google liking that to the tune of about $3, $3.50 anyway, straight to the upside. Bouncing right now, still negative on the session, but just retraced basically the entire day. And then some. Hope your Friday afternoon is off to a pretty good start here. We'll keep an eye on ChatGPT, but I mean, Google taking the overall, just having a look at the market here, Google taking the overall market on its back and marching it back towards positive territory. 0.16 right now for the NASDAQ, 0.07 for the S&P. That's about as mixed as you're going to see the S&P 500, and as a result, yep, it's pretty much dead flat right now. Tesla down here 2%. Some of the energy names getting hit a little bit. Oil down 1.2% for oil going into the weekend. XOM 0.6 standing out there. Google red, as we said, but trying to retrace some of the early declines. Apple under pressure as well there, 1% to the downside. Tesla 2.25 right now, trying to get back towards day lows even for Tesla. It's been one of those days. There's a dollar kind of bouncing as we bounce off 105 once again for the DXY heading into the weekend. We were discussing a whole bunch of things. Google was actually conveniently top of the watch list this afternoon, or this morning as well, as we were discussing this OpenAI angle going into the weekend. Again, if you missed it or just joining a little late, Sam Altman just coming out saying that Monday's live event, again, 10 o'clock on Monday for OpenAI, will not be ChatGPT 5, and it will not be anything to do with search. So that's good news, guys, for Google.
Yep.
Yeah.
And we're short Google, though, on that news. That was funny because we weren't here. We were getting ready to rock and roll. And well, we were here. We came back. Me and Brenda were in the podcast room, and then all of a sudden it was like, I heard Obi say, Google's flying or blah, blah, blah. And then all of a sudden it was like, boom, to the upside. And then we heard a little story about that ChatGPT. And all of a sudden I was just waiting for that sort of first exhaustion candle, like we talked about that. There it is up there, that wick top up to 170. I shorted the break back down below 169.50. We're now out of 60% of this. Let's see if it wants to work back up against, my stop was 75. So we've already taken almost, where are we short there? 40s. So that was out at 75. So big move there. Apple. Okay. So it's just Apple's going to revamp Siri to get ready for AI. It's just that's
It's not moving. Google's moving way.
Yeah, that was just what we heard there. Yeah, Google moving a lot more. We're still 30 pennies in the money, but we did short the TQs as well. We've been banking out on that all afternoon, as we've talked about on the midday. But with this Google news, Apple not moving around, but there it is right here. Just heard something about revamping Siri. So it's just, I think we know that, but.
Well, it makes some sense. Look, we've had people say, do you use stop orders? Is it a good idea to use stop orders? I think it's a necessary thing to use stop orders. I'm going to show you a very good example of why it's a good idea to use stop orders. Maybe the best possible reason why you should use stop orders. Because ask yourself what would have happened if I didn't have a stop order in Google. It's that simple. I really don't care how bad your executions are every now and then. To not have one there is going to be disastrous. Now, I was in it, instantly out when the news hit. I didn't do anything until VWAP. I sat back down at the desk and it was kind of already to the upside. I'm like, that's what protected me. And then just saw it bouncing off of VWAP. I had a long, and then when it broke this little wick in here, this is a 3-minute chart, so I had a long into the top. And then when it broke the top, I went long again and scalped it to this high. I was able to sort of get back what we lost in there. But good news for Google. I think this afternoon it's going to be the volume leader. There's no question about it. The futures were were very, very sideways this afternoon. At lunchtime, it was almost ridiculously so. So you got to go to what is moving. I do have a position from earlier in Intel, a newer one in AMD, and then some lunchtime trading in Novavax. But Google, if it gets back to VWAP, I do like VWAP. I'm not sure if we're going to be able to get that. It could just be the previous high to work off of here. And 170 up top. 170 up top does look like a huge level.
I punch long on Apple only because, like, I don't know. I like this AI talk. I mean, 180, 250, what am I going to do? Wait for that to come through? I mean, I kind of like the 200 period anyways on Apple. So I'm long right now. I took some 67s. We'll see if we get something out upside. But right now, the only story that I have is revamping Siri to catch up with all the other chatbots that are out there.
Makes sense.
I mean, that's going to be there. That's an expense to do that. We already know that they're sort of putting some money into AI. We're expecting, I put on the note today on the sticky note that we actually wanted Apple long at 184, and we'll talk about that. It is my worst. No, AMD's my worst stock today, but again, we'll go long here, testing the waters. I did cover a little bit more TQQ as well because I didn't want to go long Apple and short the market. That wouldn't make much sense. But here's Apple just dancing around a little bit of a position right now just to see if we can get going. Apple 182.50. I don't think that'll be my punch out area, but we'll take a few more down there, and then I'll work this out as we go. I don't want to just punch out immediately in case there's more to this story than 10 cents. So.
You know what's hilarious?
182.40, maybe I'll give it up. Yeah.
As you were talking about Apple, I pull up my level 2, I'm going to call up Apple.
Yeah.
And then you said the Siri story, and of course, I typed in Siri, and I'm like, what is even going on with this stock? What happened?
Stock.
Oh no, did Apple go to $3? Sirius satellite radio is not having a good day, but it doesn't really matter. Apple back in here, if it gets to, look, I like this lower high. I was actually in this one, but it was 5-cent hit. It doesn't really matter. But stop orders, stop orders, stop orders. 182.5, I like that as well. Obviously, if the market breaks higher, I think you put it on the back of both Google if it can get back to that previous high. And then Apple, resistance turning into support. Let's go. And, it's interesting. It's hilarious. Like, the next topic is, like, semis along. Well, about that, yeah, the answer was no, by the way.
AMD's still at 150.
Spoiler alert,
it's
it was
still
not
at
along.
152.
Did that ask?
I think.
Yeah, let's touch on it. I mean, out of the gate, NVIDIA at least had a huge move, going 900 all the way up to 915, still positive on the session. But we came in this morning, and the gap to the upside was there across the board. Number of positive notes around this group this morning. There wasn't anything significant outside of these TSM numbers that came out, but the entire group benefiting here.
Yeah, Brendo, they talked about their April results, and it was big move, 59.6% year-over-year increase versus April 2023. Good look there. They saw the same amount of revenue come in, though, but profitability surge. They are also announcing a dividend here for the first quarter. It's going to be $4 new Taiwanese dollars per share.
Trying to figure, well, okay, whatever. Someone else can do the math. What the yield
I don't
is
even
on
know what a Taiwanese dollar is.
That's where my brain went first. Like, well, so what's the yield on that? Like, it's probably really tiny, but it doesn't matter. So, AMD. AMD. Wow. Okay. Like, can't even believe that there was a breakout trade above $155 at one point today. It seems a little bit ridiculous that that's true, but it was true. It got to 56. Tried to reload a VWAP. Flunk. And then 82, wax poetic enough about that level. 82 was a big one. Support from yesterday. It attempted a bounce. Had at least a couple of opportunities there where it did look pretty good, and then it just fell apart. I shorted all of the lower highs, actually made some back, but the way it's going, I've shorted this level here, 152.5, 3 times. Each time it's gone no more than 20, 30 cents. And when I talk about the lunchtime, I mean, being a really tight range, this is one of those stocks. You're making higher lows now. If it breaks out this high, I think I step away from AMD. It was just completely the wrong way today. It is what it is. Like, sometimes that's just how it's going to be. I am still in an Intel from earlier. It's down around the $30 level. Speaking of which, 30 is a big psychological level. Well, not psychological. It's like yesterday's afternoon high, and it's a round number, and it's Friday. Forget about psychological level. It's Friday. It's $30. So if it gets down there, I just realized I didn't have a bid. I thought I was bidding down at 3s. I'll go ahead and do that now. But I'll be out of that if it hits 30 bucks and then work on the next. I think it's going to be a Google and Apple afternoon.
I forgot, we actually went into SMH, and I actually forgot about this, to be honest with you, that we are still in this as we revamp our positions right now. And Apple, so far so good here, as we'll buy some of that. We'll buy some of that. We're in dimes right now. But that SMH trade was pretty good. We shorted SMH on the 50-period moving average there, 223.26. Got out there at 222.80, so that's 50, 60 pennies. Looks like we're trying to take VWAP right now, so let's put an out. I was going to wait for a much different level there on all of this, but now let's just get that out in case we start to go back up to the upside. 223.67 break. We'll get out of that one. And then Google, good. I mean, I'm almost out, so we're out of 80% of this. So far so good on Google. Spin it again, adding to our sort of cash position there on Google, adding that to the top. And then the other one that we have is Apple. Let's go. Here we go. All right, we're juiced up right now on Apple as we continue to go on. I mean, I'm more of an orange juice guy for breakfast than an apple guy. What about you, Neil?
You know what? This is weird, but I actually mix them together. If I have a choice, if they have
Honestly?
both, if we have both of them,
I'd mix swamp water.
I literally mix apple. No, I'm not making this up. I've been doing it.
I'm
since I
not
was
saying
a
you're
kid.
making it up.
If I have to choose, and look, if we only have one, they're great. I probably go orange juice most times. But if there's both, I'm having apple juice and orange juice together. It's delicious. If you've never tried it,
I've never tried
just do it
swamp
once.
breakfast water.
Just do it once. You'll enjoy it.
Okay, I will. Maybe I will try that.
And you know what?
Let us know in the chat. I've never heard of that.
Pineapple's okay too, Ram. I don't have an issue with
There's
that.
not Ram. I gave two options. Like, we can't be like, oh, you know, like, I don't like coffee. Oh, but I love Frappuccino, mocha, latte, this and that. I'm liking pineapple juice.
Fracca what? Frappuccino,
Exactly.
mocha.
Exactly.
Huh?
That's my point. All right, back over to the desk. What are you guys, orange juice or apple fans? Let me guess, mango?
I'm an orange juice guy.
50-50.
You can go either way, huh?
Yeah.
I don't mind apple juice.
Apple pie
That wins.
sold.
That wins.
Orange juice,
I have one every morning.
Really?
Yeah, because of the vitamin C. That's really the only reason.
Yeah, good for you. You had that Apple story, just real quick, if anyone was wondering.
Yeah, the New York Times really dropping this over here, guys, basically saying that they are going to revamp Siri. This was decided last year, according to this article over here, basically saying that they're just looking to bring it in line with the new assistant. Anybody who's used Siri, like myself on my iPhone, knows that it's quite dated in its abilities and definitely not up to speed with any of these new larger language models, Brendo.
Yeah, there we go. Let's talk Tesla here real quick. There's this note on further investment going into their superchargers this morning. If you're with us pre-market, we touched on it. Yeah, it's been, I mean, downside all day ever since. 168 comes and goes a couple times. We're back to the upside right now. Actually, a decent reversal here for Tesla.
Yeah, on midday, Brenda, we got some more data there coming out of Germany, basically saying that there were more protests at the Gigafactory, and Elon took to X to say, why aren't these people in jail? So he letting us know exactly how he feels there. We looked at it midday. It didn't really move on the news, though, but new headline.
Yes, sir. And this segment and that move in Tesla brought to you by Blue Chew. Guys, remember when the good old days? When you were always ready to go? Well, those days don't have to be over. Blue Chew is an online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra, but in a convenient, chewable tablets and at a fraction of the cost. Sign up at BlueChew.com, consult with one of their licensed medical providers, and you'll receive your prescription discreetly delivered to your door within days. No awkward doctor's visits, no waiting in line at the pharmacy. Blue Chew's tablets are made in the USA and shipped directly to you. And we've got a special deal for you. Try Blue Chew free when you use the promo code TraderTV at checkout. Just pay $5 shipping. Visit BlueChew.com, promo code TraderTV Live. I finally get a chance to do it. That's what's up. And on top of that, Tesla didn't have his Blue Chew today.
I mean, We didn't have our blue chew either, and we chewed the living you-know-what out of this stock. This is your number one P&L name on the show today. It's not a firm. It's not Intel. It's nothing other than Tesla, and we had it, and we had it good. So right there, that is sirens up. It's the short. It's your sticky note trade, and it was a monster. I still remain short Tesla. As long as we're under 180, I've been writing this note all week. We finally have it. Today is the day. Thank you, Tesla. My number one, probably my number one stock on the week, even just after this trade. So good job there for Tesla. We'll continue to look for the shorts, and hopefully they'll print out. So I'm not in anything right now. We covered right there on a little bit of a bounce up. We covered right here at 168.66. So if you guys are here for these kind of winners, that's $4. So boom to the downside. We took some out at 170. Today is another day and another great day for trading Tesla to the south side.
Boom.
That's it.
That's it. Boom. No, seriously.
All right, guys, Brendo is without a mic, so I'll take over for here. We're going to talk about Unity next. Unity reported overnight, and, it was a bit of a miss there. Their gap loss of 75 cents per share, missing the street consensus of 65. Also, revenue a little bit higher than expected, 460 million. The street was looking for 431. The guidance was also a little interesting here. They guided lower than the street was expecting, which probably caused the sell-off about 6 to 7% lower than estimates.
Can anyone get their stuff together around here? We'll go.
Usually it's us.
Yeah, we have a reloaded. Yeah. It's nice. I think his mic completely failed over there.
Oh, yeah, that's probably what happened.
The podcast room is real nice, man. We got those podcast mics. We got like the mood lighting and everything. It's real nice. Okay, Apple. Okay, we reloaded right there with Apple. Hello. We always get it from Adara, all the credit for being the scalper that sometimes we are. And there it is right there again, Adara. This is what we're talking about. You buy the bottoms and you sell the tops. But where will the top be for Apple? Nobody knows,
VWAP.
Which is why we're talking about Unity right now. All right, so no trade for me on Unity. I didn't even look at it, but I will look at it right now just to talk about the only strategy that I would ever use before I zoom this back out. Everybody knows it that watches the show, because I talk about it all the time, and that is a retracement to VWAP. So let me just open this up, and I haven't looked at Unity once yet. Let's see, whoopsies, let's see what that trade would have brought you today. So, again, right off the open, pretty choppy right there. I don't think you would really play off VWAP here because, again, you're coming in, you're flat on the day with this open, right? You're rating it nice out for Apple. Props up on that one. All right, so then it fades back in. I don't think you short it right there. If there's any kind of a play, once you realize that you're negative and you're trying to break out through yesterday's bottom of 22.75, that was probably the only trade that I could see from Unity today would be a break of yesterday's sort of bottom that they made on earnings in and around 22.50 or so. Or we sometimes talk about a pre-market breakdown. So that would have been that 23.50.
Yeah, that would have worked.
But there it goes. So you didn't really retest VWAP. Too early of a retest up there. So yeah, pre-market low break or yesterday's earnings bottom break. So Unity, good stock, but I got my mind on the money right now, and that's with Apple as we continue to climb a little bit higher. They can't talk about AI and the stock doesn't move, right? If that's the case, then maybe we're not super excited about WWDC, but let's wait to see what winds up happening right here. BTC, Neil, 60, you can see at the bottom right there.
I know it's close.
Or left.
It actually did bounce off once. We'll get to that in a second. The only thing I'll say about Unity is give it a couple of days and then $21 on the daily chart is a monster. Like, look at the volume that went off when it dipped and ripped off of 21. That's the biggest volume that the stock has seen in the last 2 years, was the $21 level. So you're $1 away. It could obviously get there next week. Let it settle down, give it a day or two, and if it's bouncing off 21, I think there could be something for Unity. But let's get to crypto, because it's like we said, like Semi's a long crypto breakout. It's like almost, it ended up the other way. And similar thing for Mara and BTC in general.
All right, guys, crypto selling off midday, trying to hold above 60,000 now. You'll recall CleanSpark and Mora both reported yesterday, and both are red today. Mora sold off aggressively, coming down 11%, currently trading 9.17. CleanSpark didn't fare much better, 2.75% to the downside, guys, on the back of earnings. Any look on any of these mining names?
Trade on Mara when it busted $18. That was pretty much it. Like, it was stair step down the entire way. Their earnings, I mean, they beat on like the old fake EPS, and then the GAAP EPS was actually no good. So that's why you had a little confusion in the aftermarket show. That's what we were discussing with Adara last night. It's like, whoa, that was a big EPS beat, adjusted EPS, and they figured it out, and then it just dumped. So it broke 18 in earnest here. I had it to 75. I then trailed back out at 70. It's still barcoding at 17.5. However, BTC, and it might get there again, Bitcoin has tagged first time like 60,280, and then now 60,200, or maybe like 180. Very, very close to this 60K level. I think you could see that little, pump down if it can wick the 60,000 level. Sometimes you get a nice little retracement trade. So that should be on watch for this afternoon. It's sort of an obvious level. I mean, 60,000, don't have to tell you guys it's a big level there on BTC.
We were looking at Coinbase before. All right. I was looking at a video of my daughter playing hockey. Okay. What I wanted to get at was this. So just to look, all right, I mean, Apple's still trying to go. It's only at 75. Let's just refresh this. It's been a relatively uneventful week here for Bitcoin, but breaking 60,000 and staying under there over the weekend, it's not going to be great. So let's see if we can hold it. Obviously, we don't want to see that 53, 54 area because, again, that's another 10% down. That would suck to have that happen. But a pretty muted week overall. We got Solana up a little bit, Dogecoin up a little bit. Other than that, Ethereum down 6. We had Brian Shannon come on the show and talk about Ethereum being potentially underpriced because it'll have to get turned into, if it does get turned into, a ETF. So there was some discussions there as well. This is what my trade looks like right now. I'm just going to hold. Like, I have an offer at 85, which is breaking out through the top here for Apple. So if we can get that, great. And then we're into the 90s, and after that, hopefully it's smooth sailing back to where we were long earlier. So we actually got out of the way of Apple. We were pretty lucky understanding that it wasn't trading properly. So Apple was a slight hit. Our big one is AMD that we're down on here today. So, and it's just funny that we wrote down 152. Looks like 151.50 was the jam. So the low of the day, 151.36. This is the biggest loser for me here today, was just fighting with it here at 152 and eventually losing. High of the day, 152.50. This could be a play right here too, but I'm going bullish. I'm Apple long. And by the way, look what secretly just happened, guys. It's Google, and we're in another one right there. That's a hot dog winner right there for Google. Man, we're trading news real well, man. We're honestly, confidence level, I keep saying this, is getting higher and higher with every single day. I mean, look at this, hold all the way back in there for Google on that news. So we'll play Apple long on AI news, Google short on AI news, and we strike again right here.
Yeah, down goes Google, although it's still kind of higher, but that's VWAP, the blue line, I think, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, it's down 1%.
So like 50 cents away from VWAP. I mean, obviously, in the afternoon, I mean, if it's good news, I think a VWAP retracement makes sense for Alphabet. Like, that's where I'll be waiting. If it bounces there, I think it'll go into the long. You'll see I'm no longer in Intel because it hit 30 bucks, 30.01. I'm just going to get out of that. And then Novavax. If you remember Novavax, they're absolutely just a huge reversal off the $10 level. So I was long off 10 several times looking for it to really go. Obviously, just never really went. Stair step down. Shorted it. I had it short at 25s, and then I reloaded it short at 9s, looking for a pop down in here. It's at like 893. If it breaks the evens, I think I just want to jump out of this one. But the next play, I think, Google off of VWAP with the good news. It's consolidating a little bit higher. There's always a chance it could just be here. But, why not let it get down into VWAP? That makes the most sense to me down here. Let us know if there's anything you guys are looking at. But at this point, I mean, Apple's moving around and doing the actual volume. Alphabet, I think that makes a lot of sense off VWAP. I checked Microsoft to see if Microsoft was sort of doing anything off of that GPT news. And the answer was not really. Like there's some volume in there that came in, but then immediately died down, and it's gone back to just being boringly, I don't know, because it is grinding higher. So it's not bad. Microsoft's one of the strongest stocks out there, but all of a sudden it's not moving at all. So a little bit of a tight range there. I think it could start to pick up. Eyes on Bitcoin, but it doesn't seem to want to actually get to 60,000. It just wants to hold underneath.
All right, we have a new position. Let me know if we have to go back to those guys.
I think we're done.
So I just shorted TQs again. So we got out. TQs is my Tesla's my number one name. Sorry, this is my number two name. We're gonna go back into it right now against VWAP. I got out of it on purpose, thinking, so we just got out for flat. We shorted it. We covered as soon as we saw that Apple news. But now we've already made that money on Apple. We're still in it, but we've made good money and not getting back into it. So I'm gonna go short against VWAP right now. Double the fill, double your pleasure, double the fun. It's triple the triple Qs to the downside right now. So we'll short that right here. Dollar in the money on Google. We just put in this trade on the TQs. It's a short the market kind of day for me. Although, I mean, it hasn't done anything. It's just we're under VWAP, so we're going to choose short for now. And then if violence isn't the right way, then we'll go peacefully and try to flip over to some longs. But here we go. Nice downside move in the triple Qs. Again, another big potential afternoon here. Let's see if we can make some money one more time. Oh yeah, that's right.
He's on again.
Kashkari's on again. Man, does this guy know that I'm going back live or something? Like, I know I had my beef with him this morning, but here we go. Neil Kashkari is back in the building. So let's start saying some negativity here, my guy.
He did.
Well,
the bar is high.
does.
The bar is high for another rate hike, but can't rule it out, he says. So they say the man is a bit of a hawk, and there he goes again. I mean, that's hawkish. I mean, that's bad for the markets. But I don't think they're actually going to raise, not the way that the labor market's going. Let's be real for a second. One other one for you guys. We didn't really go over everything, but remember Palantir held on to that 21 yesterday? Well, it didn't hold on to 21 today. And it's down 2.5%. There you go, looking awfully weak. It would normally be, hey, let's look for a VWAP retracement, but it's got a double bottom at $20.50. And then let's go to the 15-minute. You can see it on the daily chart, but it gets gap underneath here. There you go, like there's that little wick under here. So it's breaking down underneath what was last month's low, and if it fails 2050, there's a bit of a void in here on Palantir. So eyeballs over to them. It was a successful bounce the first time through, the second time obviously not, and then it's just been all down since. So if Kashkari does this thing, look for Palantir, $20 to $20.50, double bottom, flat bottom break is what I'm looking for on PLTR. Still no Google VWAP, but I think it's, like let it get there. It'll get there eventually. Every time I type in the symbol, the first thing that comes up is NZ, not NQ. I don't know why. But 168.20 would be that level. So it's getting pretty close. It's just about being patient for it. If I'm looking for a VWAP or trace, let it get to VWAP is the simple answer.
Yeah, I mean, if we get VWAP, we're already in the money on this Google $1. So hopefully it will come back in and print all the way down there. So we'll still hold on to it. I mean, we've got everything short except for Apple, which we have the long. And we just took some more out on Apple. We're 20 cents in the money on Apple. We're $1 in the money on Google. We're flat on SMH. And we're 5-6 cents in the money here on the NASDAQ, which I'm hoping gets its home a little bit lower. So, all right, what else? Oh, Drew Longworth. What's up, Drew Longworth? Yeah, so this is the beauty of often imitated and never duplicated. Look, I mean, like I said there, I was very, very positive. I even covered my TQs there because I thought this Apple news was going to start to go. So have the abilities, and it might still go. We're still long Apple. We're banking out on it. But at the same time, I just thought this would have created much more of a market ripping situation than it has. So for me, I will take another piece out here at 73 if we can, take 20 more cents on Apple, and just understand that once the news is out there and it doesn't react, Sure, maybe it gets picked up by like a major media, but it would already been there. It's Apple. So I'm fine with just sort of continuing the afternoon sort of shrug off that this market. Did we just get those 74s there? No, okay. Oh, yes, we did. Sorry, we're way at no, we did not. Hold on a second. Let me see if we did.
Right there now.
Oh, we got 73. Sorry, we got filled at 73. It wasn't 74. That's why. My next order is 79, so that did not get filled. But again, have the ability to sort of switch it up. I don't know. You know, the TQs are right here at VWAP. We've been going short them. I just think for risk to reward, if the market does tank here, I'm in 5 cents. My out is 10 cents from here. So you can almost put on as many shares as you want, 1,000 shares, whatever. It's 10 cents worth of risk. So I'm fine with this position. Let's see if it sings into the close. I'm going to go short right now as we're out of basically 80% of our Apple trade just scalping. So again, we know what we are and what we do, and that is put numbers up. Google right there is $1 in the money, and I'm sort of ho-humming it. So let's wait to see what happens. And there's the short, and the Qs tried to pay off here 10 cents.
Yeah, we just lost what was the previous top on the afternoon on the NASDAQ, like just now. So it looks like we are failing this. Well, I mean, it hasn't failed yet, but we are failing this little bit of a top breakout that was attempted. And remember, this wasn't happening until you had the Google reversal and then you had the Apple news, and that was causing it to maybe break out of the range. Now you're just right back into what was happening. It wasn't even just lunchtime. It's the entire morning. The second half of the morning was a very, very tight range. Just got 75s on NVAX, so it was back up in the 9 range. We had 895. It was at 895 for a while. I'm going to try to reload it now. We just got some out there. We're risking up to 9 even. So if it gets 1s, 2s, 3s, we're instantly out. And then we're just scalping 20 cents and then holding some for a push further down. Like if this tries to fill in the gap further, $8 makes sense. That could easily happen, and we're risking $9, so I think it's going to make a lot of sense there. Let's see what else we got going on. Careful, it's Friday, says Asta. I don't know, just because it's Friday doesn't mean the market has to go up. It can. You might hope it does, but it doesn't mean it has to happen. I can tell you what is bouncing. Yeah, IBIT is continuing to go. The bounce off 60,000 might have already happened. So that might not be available unless there's some kind of a serious push down again. Now 3 times you've bounced down there. It might have to take something drastic happening in this market a little bit to get Bitcoin back down to 60,000. I am just looking for a simple reversal trade there. Like bounce, break it by a small amount, and get it right back through. But until that happens, we're just going to have to back off of it. So we're short AMD from earlier. I did try to reload it this last time. I guess I didn't build it here, but it is what it is. We just got NVAX. We're short AMD, and we'll just hang on. Working in the money here. What are you going to do?
Man, I am loving Fridays right now as we just sit back and relax and chill out. We've got our hoodie on. We've got our hat. Yeah, man. Look, we talk about this. When you have a plan, this is what you do. You put your orders out. The thing is, if I start hitting keys, then I'll start getting out. I mean, the market absolutely went to the downside. So we gave you, so that's the TQs is going to the downside right now. Our SMH is now 30 cents in the money as that's going back down to the downside. We talked about where our outs were. Our out was 60 there. It almost was in there, so it didn't come out. Then we talked about why we're going long Apple. That's still, like, the fact that we have 4 winners on right now, and they're all pretty decent sizes and pretty decent moves on the names is what I mean. So we'll have to wait to see what happens now. Google is that official dollar club. I mean, what else? What am I supposed to do? Just let's still play short. We've talked about that. Down to 18.2 again. I think we can get there. We're preferring the short, so I'm short. And that's that. Pretty simple stuff, man. We're long Apple 182.54. Let me take another piece out. So, all right. Yeah, what else we want to talk about right now? Busy weekend. Oh, Meta. We can look for some more trades. If there's anything you guys want to talk about in the chats, fire me off some interesting questions. Bears versus Bulls. If anybody fires off anything interesting to ask Adara, let's get that going immediately. And we're going to have a fun Q&A on the Aftermarket show today.
I have one because I was talking to, we were having a discussion about the stocks she was trading yesterday, in the afternoon, and you guys both scalp trade. So she likes to scalp trade. Obviously, you scalp trade as well. And what I wanted to know from her, I mean, I kind
feel
of
like
think,
everybody here scalp trades. I might be the one that holds things the longest.
well, I think, well, everyone does scalp trade, but I think everyone has like a different.
Hey, I'll take it.
definition
I'll
of
take it.
But it was more along the lines of, is there a preferred price range? I know for her specifically, she's gone from things like Tesla and when she was in simulator, like Eli Lilly,
Right.
which is like a super expensive stock. And then yesterday trading something like a Roblox, which is a different price level. She's in the experimentation stage. So I'm curious as to what she's learning about scalping different types of different price stocks. Because that can be a big thing for when you're starting out. Like most people, a lot of people might stay in like, oh, I'm only trading stocks between $10 and $20. I remember in my trainee group, it was literally divided into two groups. There was the people that were trading the $30 to $50 stocks, and the guys that were trading the $1 to $5 stocks. And that's all you looked at. And that was pretty much the idea, was to get really comfortable within that range. And I'm not saying that's what she should do. It's just, I find it interesting because she's early in her journey. And it's a good thing to think about.
Appreciate you, Flame Boy, out there right now. No matter how early Adara is in her journey, I mean, she's basically equal with pretty much every single person in this office as they all go for that journey to become a graduated trader. So let's hope that every single person around here has great success leading into the middle of the year as we get into May right now. So, again, it's kind of like a journey that I think is like a 6-month journey. Make it or break it, figure it out, heading into halfway through, very important times for traders. But hey, when you're here and we're like, oh my God, this guy's just chilling. I wonder why we would just be chilling. I mean, there's the TQQs. Here's a nice move to the downside. We told you how comfortable we are now trading the futures. We just shorted this thing, and now this is 20 pennies in the money. Google's $1 in the money. Apple's in the money to the long side, and we talked about why we like that. And then SMH is to the downside, where we've already taken 50 cents, now back in another 35 cents. We have 4 positions on, and they're all working for us. So we don't want to get like too excited here. So let's just keep on taking some out. If this is the afternoon of making money, doing it this way, then we'll do that. Let's try to hold on in case the market does fall down here into the end of the day. So I can just ask that question to Adara right now. Yo, Adara. Hi. All right. Neil wants to know, is there a price range of stocks potentially that you are more comfortable trading in?
That's a really good question. I think today I went back to Tesla and AMD, so like older ones. I think for me, as long as it has something I like and I feel comfortable with the spread that I'm able to get in and out, and it's a level that I really, really appreciate, I'm okay with it, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Spread makes sense. That's actually really important because I've heard people ask us all the time. They're like, hey, look at that stock. It'd be like $1 stock, and it's got like a 10-cent spread or a 5-cent spread, and it's only $1. And that is just vast. That trades like SMCI. Like it's just bouncing around 5% here, 2% there, which is really difficult if you're trading $1 stock. But if you've got like a 1-2 cent spread, it's just too much if it's low priced. It should always be 1 cent. And if you're looking at something like an Nvidia and it's got a 10-cent spread, not a big deal. It's all relative when it comes down to it. So, you have to find your level of comfort zone. Liquidity does matter. Renata mentioning Reddit's still strong. Kind of slept. Keep forgetting about Reddit. Oh,
I had that $50 buy.
There it is.
To that now.
What's that view up? Actually, I thought this was, for some reason, thought maybe it was a little bit higher than this.
Well, Katina Capital put the buy on this at 50, so right now we're in 6%. Yeah, Renata. I mean, I like the name. I feel like it's done well. But again, like you're just at that point right now. If you like it for a day trade, yeah. I mean, the volumes here right now, it's not like it's super died down. There has been some nice volume spikes on Reddit, so there's definitely some interest here. The only problem for me is you're at view up and already up 6%. If we were up here and fell back into view up, then I could feel like a buy. But the fact that we're just dancing around here right now, for me, leaves me as a no-fly zone for this. But if you can get into some levels, which isn't that far away, a drop down in of $1 or so into 52, then I feel like you have some nice little areas there. I'm looking short, so I feel like I've described that. So for me, I think there is an opportunity there for Reddit. I'd rather Reddit and forget it at these levels. So we'll wait to see if there's anything there. Again, the biggest trade of the day is now going to be the TQs. Largest P&L of the day is on the TQQs. But this Tesla trade, again, would love to get back into the short on this as well. But we need to play off some key levels. So right now you are, look at this, the 200 period is like right there. So we did break it for a minute. So I almost feel like these levels are pretty nice. 169.25, maybe for a short, and then you have a little bit of VWAP protection up there at 169.50. So that, or whatever that price is, 70s, you can find VWAP. It's a very, very simple one to add to your charts. So anyways, TQs, we're just gonna wait for that. It's been really chilled out. No one's putting anything in the chat, so I almost feel like I'm probably even
I see ARM 105.
I'm even in the wrong chat here.
About like. There. Uber making a good move. Oh, someone had that BTC, good look. Havana Woody.
What's he say?
Yeah, it was that BTC 60,000 bounce. It happened a couple times. It was a pretty good level. And the weather, and the greatest thing about it is you got IBIT now. So, or I mean, you can trade you can trade any one of the ETFs. It doesn't really matter. But IBIT, I just say because it does the best volume. So it's a great vehicle if you don't have access to trade spot Bitcoin. Then that's how you can express your trade. LIDR apparently making some moves. I don't know, Intel's testing 30 but not breaking. Intel just tagged 30, went to 99, and is right back to 30. And the volume, look at the volume, or lack thereof, I think is a better way to put it. Lack thereof of volume on a break of 30 even. So there's not much happening there. Like I said, I got out of it when it tagged the 30 level. Palantir's got about 3, maybe 400,000 on the bid here at that 2050 level. So, oh yeah, this is just like a stop order that sits in the book, so you can actually see that if it breaks down, I'm only crossing down a few pennies to get it. So if it breaks these orders at 2050, I'll go into the short and look for the breakdown trade there on PLTR. What else is going on here? What is the tap? Oh, LiDAR is halted. Oh, that's okay. Fine. There you go. 309. Now 298. All right, it's all over the place. 295. It's actually coming down now. So LIDR halted to the upside, up 136%. Halted at 284. The tap is now $2.96. This halted about 4 minutes ago. So 1 minute, it's going to be open. Oddly enough, I did not. Yeah, it just says circuit breaker. I haven't really seen news on it. But if we see something on the wire there for LIDR, we'll let you know. But good luck. Going to open up maybe 13, 14 cents if it were to open right now.
Adjusting my stop for Google. So some of you guys that were wondering that, we are still that dollar in the money, but we are right there. Look at the 50 period. So here we go. So, I mean, we'll use that now as our out. So 168. I put it at 75, but like right now it's at 65. So give it a little bit more love than that. So we'll give it just a couple more pennies. We only have 20% left. I don't advise like giving yourself this kind of slippage if you have like a full position and you're using different lines. Try to get at least half out or something like that if you still have a full position and it breaks through levels. This is why I will, have multiple outs on my trades because I'm never, super confident in like where the stock is. I'm always, when I'm in a stock, I like the position, so that's fine. But it's like, I don't know if we're gonna stop at VWAP or the 200. So on the way down, kind of try to let it ride and make sure we always take profits at past support areas. But this one just bounced off VWAP, and we've done that before. So again, in hopes that the market had tanked, we had hoped for a break. But now that it's not, we're gonna use the 50 period right now as an area to get out. So sometimes following your rules are good, and sometimes you just be careful with it. Shout out to Flameboy right there. I mean, I'm glad. I just made 320 on the TQs. All credit to you. So I just say credit to you, man. You face slapped that trade because you're the one that put it on. And all I said right here was, I hope my confidence helped you out on that trade. So shout out, get into our chat immediately and subscribe. The only way to get into the chat is by hitting like and subscribe to our chat immediately. And then Bears vs. Bulls will help us promote this as well. The Freedom and Wealth podcast with me and Mr. Wickens will be on a podcasting platform near you very, very soon. So make sure you hit that as we work on a brand new studio, and it's really, really nice and quiet.
It's swanky.
So yes, if you are looking for the mood, the new podcast room is exactly that. So I'm going to hit refresh. Let me see how many have done it so far today. All right, 251. So from 237 to 251. Hit like, hit subscribe. Go over there. The Freedom and Wealth podcast Should be fun to do that. And then hopefully we'll do some more podcasts there. I think we could do a sports one. We could do many different ideas.
That would be a lot of fun because we ripped Sharif enough about it. But no, like we can.
Yeah, Sharif
Endless
could do a footy.
Endless possibilities because you got football, then you got real football.
Yep.
And just by the way, let LiDAR open back up exactly where it said it was going to. So it said 95. It actually opened at 95. Tried to break three times, 4 times now, back and forth. Let be careful here. It's the volume's starting to run down. If you cannot hold this halt price and it were to break back under, you could be back down pretty fast. And the velocity of this is really tapered off. Generally speaking, if a stock is going to go halt, breakout, and then go back to the upside, you'd be pressing a little bit higher here. There's a lot of sellers on the level too. Unfortunately for this one. Palantir still doesn't want to break. It's at 53, doesn't want to break that 50 level, but there's plenty of time. It's like an hour and 15 minutes to go. Like Palantir could sit here for a while. If anything, it could just be consolidating down there for a potential breakdown. Just has to happen at this point. NVAX kind of creeping back up here, but still no reload. Every time it kind of barcodes off 9, drops in here, prints you some in the 70s, and comes back and barcodes it at 90, or not 9. 90s, in front of 9 even, so I'm trying to get that reload on Novavax. Google did make a nice little tap of VWAP, now trying to put in the higher low. It's going to come in here again. Once trying to put in the higher low, once I see it put in the higher low, I'm going to go for the long into VWAP on this one. And if it is a slow market, Rob EV, that just requires you to be patient, right? Like you sat there, I sat there in Novavax, it gave you 95s, it printed 70s, and then you just wait for the next opportunity. Like maybe we're going to get Google to bounce off VWAP for a lower high, and we'll grab that. Palantir could break down. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't, but you just have to be patient with it. That's all you got to do. And then when the level comes in, go for it. Nike, Hector E says. All these retail names, man, it's been bad. And the labor market being under pressure, that's not good either. So you look at something like, and I recently just bought Lululemon for the first time ever. I saw it down so much. I'm like, I like this stock. I've wanted the dollar cost average in. Daily chart not going there for Nike. It's on the lows. These are like penalty blocks. I don't know if I see a trade in here, but you got the 90 level. Where's my daily? Let me just pull up trade ideas for you there, because at least that'll come in. You are right on the bottoms in the daily, and it'll be right there at the 90 level. Then you got maybe like $89. The trend is just so bad in this stock to the downside that it feels like it's on a collision course retesting every single one of these names. And as much as I like Lululemon, but they're all under so much pressure, and the more cracks that you have in the labor market, the trend is your friend. I like this when they break trend back to the upside. If you're dollar cost averaging, who cares? Because you're going to hold it forever, and you're just going to buy. Like if you like it, you buy once a quarter, the same amount, so you get more as the price goes down. But for an actual trade, I like it when they start rounding up, and then you get it on the breakout. I always find that more appealing.
Yeah, I feel like Google went back into the dollar range, so that was a good one. The one name that I haven't bought, and I'll keep thinking I want to do it, is Walmart, but it's just like really consolidating. I want to find out, because their earnings, retail is coming up, so hold on a second. Yeah, exactly. So I think this is all next week. So May 16th, yeah. So, like part of me wants to buy Walmart here. I mean, good. Where's their EPS? EPS growth 4%. Okay, 4 cents. Sorry. Cash 10 billion. Not bad. Estimated quarterly EPS growth down 17 cents. So maybe they're not expecting too much moving into the quarter here, as we do get some bad retail. I mean, we've talked about some of the retail hasn't been great. Neil just highlighted a couple of those names. But Walmart, again, it doesn't look great on our charts because we have that huge dip down from the daily. But as you can see here, really consolidating at $60. So I kind of want to be in it before the earnings call in case it's much better. But I don't know. In the face of weaker, I guess, higher rates and potentially a weaker consumer, there's a huge percentage now of Walmart customers that are now over the $100,000 mark there in annual household income, which is the first time ever for Walmart. So I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. I almost feel like that's worse, good for them and worse for others. Again, you want to have customers with more higher disposable income. So that might be a good thing. But again, I don't know. I'm not sure if, like, I guess pilferage isn't that huge at Walmart's, but I don't really know the whole situation there. So I almost feel better missing it by a couple points and waiting, but I'm not in Walmart. That would be a name. And then the other one that I'm already in. I mean, I'm already in Nike there. I'm not in Lulu. Well, I'm in Lulu from a million years ago. I haven't. But Costco just, I mean, every time they miss, you're just supposed to buy it. So Costco coming, I believe, next week as well. So I don't remember hearing about them anytime soon. COST coming through on May 30th. So we got 2 weeks
like not even
away or more than that for Costco. So, I mean, maybe if Walmart is weak, we can step into some Costco, but I don't know. They paid that special dividend. I mean, they're gonna be good.
I made the mistake with Costco of just being too patient with the dip buy. Like, it's just if you're going to dollar cost average, and like I said, it makes a leg down, just buy 10% or 20% or whatever the initial number that you want, just buy that amount wherever it happens to go, and then wait a quarter or whatever, and then just buy more. Like, just don't get cute if you want to be in it. Because there's a few names on this last little dip that I want to grab. Alphabet, I almost said Costco again because that's what's on our mind, just made a higher low like we were talking about. So I grabbed some here, ended up with 40, what did I get, 46s. I'm going to adjust the orders just by a hair. I ended up with 46s off this higher low, which was at 30s, like 32s or whatnot. So we're just going to scalp to here. If it breaks higher, look for 80s and then 69s, 2-set upside. Still have eyeballs. I have not reloaded Novavax. It's like close, but no cigar on NVX. Palantir's starting to break away, so that might not happen. And then Apple has a chance to get to VWAP. Just want to get that level 2 up there.
Apple has been...
Yeah, it's chilling out about 90s, and it's really close to making that last little punch into VWAP. I'm looking to get out at VWAP on Apple. But first things first, we're going to go Google 1, 2, 3 step into 69. If it breaks higher, we'll hold on to the last piece. And then got to watch out for AMD, because AMD is the closest one to breaking. Very, very tight range on AMD. Like I said, this will be the last time. Unless something drastic happens, I'd rather be reloading this if it breaks down and then goes lower highs. Lower highs would be so much more appealing instead of the same one over and over again in a tight range. I've seen AMD do this before, and the last time it did it, it ended up breaking up. I think it was actually just a couple of days ago.
I think a lot of us are sleeping on this move of Apple. I mean, when we sat back down here, I had that discussion with Drew in the chat about flipping from one spot to another spot, back and forth again, and there we go. So the market really doing nothing, and our long in the name Apple continues to get us some of that money back that we lost earlier. So far so good on that one. We did average back into our TQs. I mean, this is a trade that we've talked about wanting to do. The VWAP on the futures is just right here at 59.30s or so. So that's what we're going to wait for, a break upside there, right at VWAP. If the market's there's no news. Like, I'm sitting here waiting to see if anything's going to cross the line right now. We're here, we traded. I mean, we can't do any better than this. We've already talked about that sort of on Google. So I'm still going to wait for. I mean, we have $1 right now. I would love for this to go the other way. We almost got stopped out, actually, right here on Google. Our stop is 75, so we're getting pretty close to that right now. So this could be a problem. But if Google goes up, then hopefully also Apple goes up, but then our Qs will get squashed. So I'm just trying to play ranges right now. That's why we've emptied everything out. We have a small piece left off Google. Of Apple. I wish we had more, but all these top outs are fine by me. I thought I had a 94, but I guess I didn't. So, and then the other one we have is Google, which we only have 20%. And then short on SMH, we talked about that out, and then short the triple Qs. Apple looks better than Meta, or Meta looks better than Apple, Paula. I mean, we can have
a beast.
I don't have a problem. The only thing about Meta was, why am I not long at 420 down there? So the other thing was here, does it, Paula? I mean, nothing looks better than Apple. I mean, if you're going to show me this, I don't think this looks better than Apple. So it doesn't even, not even really.
It's not really, Meta's really not moving right now.
Like it's, no, so.
Microsoft is the same way.
I guess depends where you're in at. Google's going to break a little bit higher here, which is fine. And by the way, there's the reload on our TQs again. I'm not just going to spin the money thing. You guys know what I'm doing. It's time just to put some orders out, scalp them out, and then just act like we've been here before, because we have. So There it is. Let's go to the downside. I mean, just a ho-hum. We short the top. It's right back to the 50-period moving average. It's just another day here. We'll continue to go short until something changes. So chilled out, relaxed. This is how we're trading.
Yeah, exactly. And you can make money both ways. Google just bounced. I was able to get that last little scalp. But shout out to you, D-Loaf. Appreciate you for the super chats. Plural, what is dead may never die, is what my soul whispered in my ear as it left my body as Shopify shareholder investor. That's the chart I have up. But you did send two. And the last one here, anchored shop TSX, anchored VWAPs from all-time high in market bottoms October 22nd, converging at about 75, gap fill 67. Are you missing some levels? I'm not going to sit here and say I have anchor VWAP chart here. We don't have it here at Real Trading. However, Shopify, it really did try to settle down after earnings. I was talking about give it a couple of days, and if it can hold the same lower high, that's incredibly bullish. For a bit of even if it's just the range-bound trade and then maybe even a gap fill, you've seen a couple things do that. Unfortunately, Shop just gave it up and then lost that support at $60. There was right in here, which was important, which is 55 bucks, was resistance. Back then it was 50 and 200. Does feel like it's headed down to that level. So the next leg down, I think 55, could easily come into play. I mean, levels like back into 67 seem like a pipe dream for Shopify. It just has not at all been good for them. Unfortunate as it is, but what can you do? I love Shopify as well. I still have some in my account. I'd have to double check. I don't think it's much. And I didn't do well on it. I'm not going to pretend that I did, but I did dump. When I sort of gave up on it. When I think I had lost. I had made money on it earlier, but then I lost way too much holding on to Shopify. You just got to give it up when it trends back down. We all saw what happened after that COVID bounce that everything got. So AMD just came back into the same part of the range here, so up to 152.50, back down into 152.25. I was mentioning that Alphabet was starting to go up there. We got the first leg. We're looking for that push into 169. I think I have 90s in there, and then we'll see how far that one can go. It wasn't exactly VWAP, but put in a higher low off of VWAP, and then we jumped in. Appreciate you, D-Loaf. Best of luck with Shopify. It's not looking good.
Yeah, Shopify. I mean, I still like the stock, but again, I feel like the NASDAQ could easily pull back from here, man. We've already broke this down. Like the S&P is 1% away from all-time highs. The NASDAQ, I think, is less than that. I mean, here's the triple Qs. Here's a daily chart. These are all-time highs, 450. So what is that, $8 on 440? I mean, you're percent away less than all-time highs. So, yeah. If your stock's not performing well right now, I agree. You might be in a little spot of trouble as, oh no, my girls are getting ready to go for PWHL tonight at Coca-Cola Coliseum there.
Which game?
It's game 2. It's only best of 5, so they'll be able to close them out right now. It's too bad Montreal lost last night. Okay, so in overtime, 2-1.
Wait, you want Montreal?
Yeah, we want Montreal. It'll be a wicked series.
Oh, fair enough. Yeah, because of rivalry and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
I'm just more thinking we don't usually like Montreal. That's all.
Yeah. They have one of the best players in the world there, so it'll be fun to watch her, who my daughter, of course, has met. We've talked about that. All right, in and out of TQQs one more time there at 59.10. We're not out of it at all. We just took a bid. It went down there. I'm trying to scalp this thing out. I mean, if it works, it works. Nothing else really going on. If there's anything you guys want us to look at right now, let's do that. We could look at Affirm. Affirm was getting killed today, back down through that $33 mark. We didn't take it or anything like that.
8%?
Yeah, so a huge move down.
Oh,
I mean, we had the long yesterday at 33, and then we had mentioned it today to possibly look at it. We did not make our sticky note by any stretch of the imagination, but still a move nonetheless. Downside there for Affirm. And I would say, again, with the market kind of flat to up, this one getting killed, yeah, taking of the 200 on a retrace back, I actually do not mind that. That's 32.35. Maybe we take that if Affirm gets going. I don't mind that bid there at all, especially if it wants to get going. Take the 200, let it come all the way down, let it settle down, get all this sort of scared hands out, and then you have 31.50, 31s or so as a bottom there. So yeah, that's not bad, even for a swing trade. Back to the long side there for Affirm. Not a great report, obviously in danger if you get upgrades or downgrades. But for now, I don't mind that. I don't mind that play. Apple's still 30 cents in the money. That was another one for us. We could check in on my favorite Chinese ADR, happens to be Alibaba, and we will wait. The only one that I own and the only one that I ever really trade. I mean, again, a great one here. It's just, this is what I mean. It's Friday afternoon. We'll have some fun here. We'll break down some ideas. I mean, this 79.85, look how good that level looks. But then if it hits it, do you want the long, right? So you got to sort of play with some momentum in some of these names, which is why we went over to Google, got out of that. That was a good winner. So put that on the board right when we came back today. We take that out, goes all the way down. Boom. Neil played the long as well on that. SMH is 12 cents. TQs is doing nothing. We can have a quick look at NVIDIA.
Oh, yeah.
And again, that was a VWAP up to 901, back down to 897. This is probably worth it because for me, at least I can get some juice on this. Because for me,
VWAP's at 901.
yeah, I don't really.
Oh, Neil.
I'll trade this with basically any number of shares, just a matter of having the opportunity. So this might give us one of the better ones, from 200 to VWAP to 200 to VWAP, something like that was what's been happening. So right now I prefer the short, but we got to wait for that 901 for NVIDIA. We're just in the market. I feel like that's the safest thing right now.
Barry just asked us if Neil was a buy. Not here to give financial advice, but the chart doesn't look like a buy at all. Unless you're really into like a really tight scalp trade where you're long at 505 and you give it to 5 even. Neo down 5% today into a pretty flattish market, right? Like the market's not doing a heck of a lot. Oh, sorry, it wasn't on this chart before. So down today and down in a big way. Just failed to break out at $6. Like look at the wick rejection of $6 and it's right back into 5. Then you throw the daily chart up. Looked like it was breaking out. It's about to hold the 50 periods. So I always think from a technical standpoint, if you're long 5, the 50 periods at literally $4.92 or 93 cents. So like risk to reward, like that doesn't stink if you're just giving it a tight stop. But you know, like that's the kind of thing where it rejected. It tried to break up, hold a higher low. It's already rejecting there. You could do worse from a shot play standpoint, but the entire space is so. I'm talking about the EVs, and they're all just so. What's the word? Like it's so saturated. You just had Zeke today as well. Went with their IPO, so I think you're into a lot of these. And by the way, Zeke, that was the IPO today. The daily chart's going to be useless for it. It was wild off the open. After that, it was kind of boring. But yeah, just another name in the space. You got BYD, you got Liado. I mean, there's just a million names out there that Neil's going to have to compete with. Doesn't mean they can't survive. Doesn't mean they can't win. But until the chart shows you something more bullish, I'd rather participate. Like it was like with BABA. I didn't want BABA until it closed above like the 200 period moving average. I'm like, okay, like once it does that little round up, I'll just take it then because at least it's showing me something bullish. So that's what we did. Just got the next move up there on Google. It just took out 168.88. I like those 88s. The next high will be like this wick. Like it really rejected at 169.40. Like that's the price Sean had, right? Like it comes into here, and when you see that wick, the volume really is more at the 50 level, if anything. Everything up there is like nothing, and then the real actual volume's there. So the resistance level isn't the wick high. It's kind of obvious, but the resistance is down here at like 40 even on Alphabet, at least in my opinion.
All right. I mean, look what we just did right there on the TQs. So there's the short, there's the out. We sit there, we get that 05 fill. So again, just scalping this market and hoping for a little bit more. 10% of your portfolio in Tesla. I mean, probably a lot of people have a lot more than that, so I don't think it's that crazy. Let's go Starbucks. Yeah, okay. I mean, let's go something that's moving, that's for sure. All right, yeah. Okay, finally. So something that's moving a little bit right now. Bounced perfectly off VWAP. Wow, what a great trade that would have been, noticing that at 2 o'clock. And now trying to take out these tops. I think this is almost a fade right now on Starbucks. Starbucks up 0.62. Anything that's moving like this, I don't mind hitting this top and trying to fade it. What is that? 76.30, it's 70. Okay, well, we're just here right now. We could try it. I mean, we could put on a short now. Yeah, I don't mind that Starbucks. What position are you guys in? How much do I pay in fees today? Today, $18. Good question. So we get most of my fills are, so all of these I'm actually getting paid to make. Every single one of these. So I don't pay anything to execute on this, except for when I get stopped out and I have to punch out. So like right there, that would have been any marketable order we pay for, any order where I add liquidity, so where I'm sitting there and taking the fill, like right now, I have another offer up here at 22s. So if that comes in, let's just say I'm using EdgeX or ARCA or one of these gateways here. The story is that if you're adding liquidity means you're posting. So just for an example, I'm buying TQQs at 59 lower than the bid, 59.15, or I'm selling TQQs anywhere over here where my order goes pending. If I get filled, I will, and this is depending on sort of what store you shop at, so what gateway you're at here, ARCA, NASDAQ, any of those, they'll pay you, and some will charge you different rebates. So for me, I only have to pay on marketable orders, and I've had some of those go through. The problem is that you pay almost double sometimes for an order where you punch it out. And so when I'm just getting little fees back, all of a sudden, if I punch out of like 1,000 or 500 shares, that fee could be a little extra because you get charged per 1,000. So, but anyways, that's how it works. Then we got to cover our clearing fees at Real Trading, a fee to the SEC,
fees.
and a small execution fee. But I'm not sure exactly how the fees break down right now. But
a lot of times, the outside of the rebate, the SEC fees, generally speaking, they're all fractional and small.
Like I could break down my fees, but
it kind of goes up and down.
Yeah, so I'll just tell you how many fills I've had today. Not very many, and it's 240. So just on the TQs alone, I have 103 fills. So 103 little marks here. I know it's ridiculous, but as I said, it is P&L number one on the show, all shows today. So again, trade your own style, but at the end of the day, it's been a profitable one. So as long as you understand where your money and your bread is being buttered, then keep doing it. Look at Toilet Brush. Bang, bang, bang. What's up, Toilet Brush? I see you on the recap show as well. Always there, brushing toilets and trading stocks. Shout out to you, Toilet Brush. You're a friend of mine.
Holla, I've seen him there too, and a lot of fun getting a chance to fill in, as it always is with Adara.
Yeah.
I know you guys will have a good one tonight. You can also, there's some interesting shotgun questions that you could always ask. I always love I don't know if you've seen a chart of PayPal today, but
I talked about PayPal earlier.
Oh, you did? Okay, yeah. So you've seen it. I was going to say PayPal Square, because Bitcoin's down, right? They're both under pressure. Bitcoin's getting hit a little bit here. So Square, you'd think, might be a little bit worse, but then...
I thought PayPal could have been a long. I didn't even realize it was down that much.
Dude,
63?
I was going to say I don't disagree, because I was looking at PayPal on the weekly chart myself.
Yeah, it's not a buy. It's maybe at $60.
Well, on the weekly, oh goodness, you have to zoom right in. Can we come to the chart for a second? So PayPal on the weekly chart, there's a bottom. I don't have a drawing. It's probably a drawing tool to do this. I don't really use it to draw. But there's your smiley face. There's the 50-period moving average on the weekly, not daily. Already bounced off it once, about to bounce off it again. That's generally allow it to make a bottom, allow it to hold a higher low. And this is not a daily chart. It's a weekly chart where you're seeing this on PayPal. So it looks really interesting off that 61. And I was actually considering this one for myself. And then you had the move today, which is weak. Because that's a weekly chart, obviously I want to see PayPal close this week, not busting that level, and we have an hour for that to still not happen. So that's kind of obvious there. Novavax just tagged the bottom here at 60s. I trailed it to 70. So if we get back up to 9, I'll try and rinse and repeat that. It's only 307. A chance it can get back up to 95s, and then we can reload it. Alphabet is starting to pull back. It got to 169. And turning around here, wanted to put in a higher low. If this can't hold one, the volume is not there anymore. The volume gigantic, and then it's starting to taper off. I'd like to see it hold 168.60, where it stopped the first time, and then bounce higher. If it can't do that, might need to jump out of that one. AMD is kind of
here we go.
Slowly moving back into the downside. Love to see it actually hold underneath the 152 and then shoot for 151.60, which is that's the price that we got when we shorted it a little bit lower. So 152 is trying to break now. 151.60 is a target for it. If it breaks this lower high, I'll probably put a trailing stop in there just to make sure that we lock in some profits there.
So shout out to Rivian Millionaire again. You see, this is how we have 100 fills. I just had 3 fills in 1 minute right there. And we shorted again. Look at this short. We shorted 20s again, or 18s, and we just got out again at 10s and 11s. So, or, sorry, 12s and 11s there, I think it was. Downside, yeah. So, I don't know, why would I have a 12 and 11? See, sometimes I have too many orders out. But there it is, nice move to the downside here. We'll have to wait on it to see if it does want to print lower or not. We're getting out if it takes VWAP, so we're just having fun right now. Tesla could be a trade. Let's go back over to that one. We've made a lot. This is again, P&L with Tesla and TQs are basically tied. You guys could say you might not be able to trade my style the way I'm doing it now, but look what happens here in the morning. I mean, we absolutely, man, that's my favorite emoji. Are they called emojis, Ramin? What are those things called? Like what do you call this? Like animation? Any of these things. We're like on the stream deck. Okay, animations. So yeah, we were really bearish to begin the day anyways on Tesla. And I mean, look what happened. That's a $4 or $5 winner. And again, this isn't the scalping that you're seeing happening right here on TQs. You know, I mean, this is a completely different style of trading. And I was trying to do similar style here on AMD, trying to hold for bigger moves back up. But unfortunately, this is basically, we only have one red stock today, AMD. We will be slightly red on Apple. We talked about that. But the big red one for me is AMD just battling with 152 and just putting on too many shares and then taking a couple 30-cent hits back and forth there. Graphics, says Mr. Long Shorts. Okay. I don't mind the graphics talk. Yep. I'm with Ramin over there. I'm never ever losing this. Ready? 1, 2, 3. All right, we'll put right there. Yeah, graphics. Neil, what would you call these things that we always hit on our stream deck here?
Animation.
Right, exactly, perfect, exactly. So
Who's someone that said
no. I was like, oh, are we going to call them like GIFs or like I wasn't sure, but yeah, we settled on animations.
Oh,
So I know you just got a water, so I wanted to ask you when you came back what you thought.
You got to stay hydrated.
Yes, yeah.
Actually,
I might go get another coffee.
No, I wasn't.
Thank you, Finch Jane. I have a trading machine.
I didn't drink enough water yesterday. And I find like when you're rehydrating because you don't drink enough water like the day before, then like when you start rehydrating your body, like it's just, you know, you feel better, but you get to go to the bathroom more and all that.
It's funny how my voice is so much better now after talking for 5 hours than it was when I woke up after yelling all last night.
You have to work it back out.
It's funny because some of the parents know me from hockey because Gia plays both sports, so they know. And they're like, oh, so that's what baseball Sean looks like. Because like watching hockey, I'm just chilled out. I'm just like watching Gia cheering for her, whatever. But then like coaching and stuff like that, a completely different beast overall right there. Yeah, make sure you do hit that. I just saw it in the chat. Oh, it got retracted? Okay. Well, why did that get taken away? I was going to say go check out Blue Chew. Right. Oh, there it is right there. Get Blue Chew free when you use promo code TraderTV. Go check it out in our chat. And if you're like, hey, how the heck am I going to get free Blue Chew? Okay, Nate in the chat is interested in this product.
What's up, Nate?
What's up, Nate? Do you, Nate? Go get that.
Nate dog.
But hey, you know what? Hey, man, like, you know, whatever floats literally your boat. You can go in there and grab your free Blue Chew. $5 shipping.
I mean, come on. That's all you got to pay.
Someone's got to pay me more than $5 to walk 5 blocks, let alone nationwide shipping. Are you kidding me?
The only better deal than paying $5 worth of shipping is to pay absolutely nothing for the Freedom and Wealth podcast. And you want to know how you get freedom and wealth? This is not a promo. I'm just saying this. No, it's
also might not be true.
What? Well, first of all, it's by gaining what? This is actually I'm trying to.
That's fine. Yeah.
No, by gaining knowledge.
This.
So gaining knowledge for free.
Yes.
Is one of the most valuable things you can do. Like when I was a kid, my dad once a week he made us go to the library, and it's like you have to take out X amount of books, and you got to read X number of pages. He kept a spreadsheet about that stuff because the library is free. It just takes your time. And that's the same thing about gaining knowledge, like from something like this podcast, right? Like it's just about everybody coming together and learning and, getting a little bit more wealthy, which of course gives you a little bit more freedom. And that's, we're not joking about that at the end of the day. Like this program is free for a reason. And everybody's journey is going to be different, whether you're a long-term investor, whether you're a trader, Whether you're somebody who's swing trading, it doesn't really matter. You can learn from these basic lessons all the time. I just want to point out this LiDAR. LiDAR just, okay, so I'm not telling anybody what to do. I'm not trading the stock, but it just kind of whacked this $3 level and failed it again, and starting to look a little bit heavy. Like it really chewed up these bids that were sitting there at 3 the last time and came back underneath. So I'd be a little bit careful here. It's running out of volume and steam, and it just whipped that $3 again. Just be careful on LIDR. It's certainly running into some trouble. I'm not saying it's going to tank, but it kind of looks like it might do that right about now.
I mean, just a quick little look at some of the stocks that were bumping around here today. I mean, I like this board. We use this on the recap show as well. Just highlight some of the major names that are moving around. I mean, Eli Lilly down at 762. I mean, still holding out okay, but a little bit of a downside push there. Remember, we got long. This is just a daily chart. We got long off earnings, or before earnings at 7:30. We had talked about that on the podcast. And then, so still in the money there a little bit. I still want to be buying that as much as we possibly can. XOM Oil Energy's down today. The materials sector is down there today, as we'll flip over. You can go over to the sectors as well and double check that here on, this is just TradingView. Google down 0.72, Microsoft upside, Meta pretty flat. We sort of highlighted that. Interesting to see, look at the financials, man. Barely a red symbol in here. Equinox, so there's some credit facilities there. The CME group is down for some reason. ICE is down. So some of the exchanges are down right now, but get rid of this. We don't need no ad. What is that, a Blue Chew ad over there? All right, Visa right there. Tesla down 2%. We sort of talked about that, and we've picked on that today. GE down almost 3% today as well, so that's a nice downside move for GE if you want to pick up some value there. Apple as well down that 1%, which is kind of a... I don't know. I mean, we had written down here today that we like that Apple long at 184. We had traded that to the long side and are still in it. They got some recent news there with AI and just talking about adding some chips into their phones. So we sort of thought that was going to be the case, and then improving Siri along the way. So since that news came out, we don't have a fill underneath. So it's been a good day for us there on Apple in the afternoon. We did get spanked early as we put out 184 as a buy zone, and then the market just ran all the way to the downside. And it wasn't even the market, it was just more Apple, which is why we kept fighting it, not believing it to be the case. But yeah, it just kept on going down until it finally broke the 200 period with news. And that's about it, man. I mean, not much is happening. 30 cents in the money on SMH. The missed trade is probably going to be NVIDIA. Oopsies, not in Brazil, of course. It's in the NASDAQ.
Might be.
Did we touch? Okay. Did we hit VWAP again? No, we did not. So I was wondering if we got back up to there. NVIDIA now trying to turn down. Maybe we'll get out of our SMH. Well, it's starting to, it's under 900 and staying there. SMH right there, 895. That's still NVIDIA. In SMH, we've already covered right here at 22.75. So that was already about a 50-cent winner. Looking to get more here on SMH. Let's go to the downside. We're net short, baby. We've still got a majority of our TQQ position on, and we have SMH. And I'm going to go get a nice lemon ginger tea.
Put some honey in that, although I can't stand...
With some honey.
I cannot stand the new honey things that we have. It doesn't make any sense to me.
Oh, let me use that little tea thing that I had over here. All right, I'll be right back.
So, no, we had these little, like, I don't even know what you call them. There's like these little candy sticks. Like you open it up and you can swirl it in your tea or your coffee. And I used mine like the first day because I have a sweet tooth, and Sean had his kind of saving it. And then one day I was like, yo, man, can I have that? Because I needed something sweet. So I stole it, and it's fantastic to do in tea. He knows what's up. I just got out of Google. I told you if it trailed back and could not hold the 60s, I would just jump out of it. I've been sort of favoring the shorts. I've reloaded mostly shorts. We reloaded the short on AMD. That's working. I reloaded the short on I almost said, Novavax. I almost said GameStop. On Novavax, we're out of that. That worked. So we're out of Google. Volume really tapered off here. If it gets down into the bottoms, might go for the reload on Alphabet. But I'm just going to take it out. The best out was about 50 cents, but we're risking only 14 pennies, and that would be with slippage. And there was a good question. Fazia just asked about SQ, and part of what I was getting at when I was asking Sean Square versus PayPal was more along the lines of, like, Square is like no question better looking of a chart on the daily. However, it's PayPal that I was more interested in trying to pick a little bit of like a swing bottom. If it can actually close this, all it has to do is close the 62 today, which it looks like it's going to do on the weekly, which looks pretty good. Square, I just didn't see a trade there. It's great holding the 200 period moving average, but it's sort of in the middle of absolute no man's land. What do you do with it? Right now, the 70.5 level looks pretty solid, but as a day trade, you're either already in the bottom, holding it in the money, or you're waiting for the next shoe to drop. Like, this is yuck, and then consolidate off of said yuck. Not a heck of a lot to work with there. But, I do like Square. It's no question been performing better than PayPal. It's just where PayPal is coming from and how it's starting to make a little bit of a bottom that kind of appeals to me a little bit. So we're into power hour, but it is 3:20. I still have the last piece of Apple here, and it's just sort of hanging out. It cannot seem to get to the high 90s. So every single time it gets into 90, it's like 88, 89. Top is like 93. I think I'm just gonna take it. I'm just gonna take it at 89. Like, next time it gets up there, I'm just gonna take the profit now that it's 320, and we'll hang on to the AMD short and see where it goes. Oh yeah, you have it. You see these? I don't even understand why we used to have actual honey. You could just, like a normal person, maybe these are actually a big deal. We just squirt the honey in.
Oh, I think we have that, but I saw these.
Like those things. First of all, it's way too much, so it's like you waste it every single time. You're not going to use the whole
Napkin.
thing. Oh, I got a bunch.
Yeah, I didn't spill that much.
Dude,
I was cheersing everybody.
Any idea how much coffee I spill?
Yeah, thank God it was just basically just water. All right, so I'm just going to. Oh yeah, you're right. I mean,
Hold on a second,
I just rip this with my. No, I've got scissors here.
Oh, you got them?
But the thing is, then I'm going to make them all sticky. Yeah, I just don't want this to.
Oh, you have an X-Acto knife, though.
What do you mean?
Oh, I thought it was I looked over, I thought that was an X-Acto knife. I'm like,
There we go. Now the honey is just dropping in here. We'll get this going on here right now. What is this, making tea with Sean here today? We're supposed to be trading as we go, but so far so good. Oh, we actually, pause. All right, we actually got more shares here in the TQs. So now 59.20, we're back into that short right now. Man, I didn't even get that much honey out of there. I got to make that hole just a little bit bigger. We're getting ready to get stopped out now. Look. It's been fun, triple Qs, but it's only been a minute, and we're going to get out of here if it's not right. Look, whether or not the market falls or not, we've been scalping out. This is why you do that. Now we're in a spot. We can take a little bit of risk now with this position. I mean, whether or not it comes back in, sure, if we get stopped out, we would probably have wound up net like losing out of all these little small positions. But honestly, with this is what's happening, I'm pretty comfortable. Like, we just got short there at 22, and I guess while we were getting our tea, it fell back in 5 or 6 cents. So let's see if we can scalp out a little bit more if it does come back into those levels one more time. And then we'll just, keep living that good life. So for right now, we're short here right now at 20 at this price with some more bids out there, as I'm going to try to get more honey out of this straw thing.
yeah, I don't even know what you call that. That's why I think it's ridiculous. And I know everybody's like, yeah, that's ridiculous. But it is what it is. You got to get.
Well, I asked if it was dissolvable. Like, it should be dissolvable.
Well, see, that would actually make logical sense. If
Thank
it was
you,
dissolved,
yeah.
because then you have piping.
I mean,
hot,
now it's just coming
you could just
out.
stir it.
Oh.
That's a lot of honey for one serving.
No, this isn't that much. This is very, very thin.
Well, I use a small amount. I'm not much for sweeteners in anything. I'm out of Apple. I just took it in front of that 90 level. It got up to 88, and I just decided this time we'll get out. So we'll see what happens. Market is starting to go higher. Let me just double check on AMD, because that could be breaking the channel to the upside.
Yow.
Yeah, I might give it to like the 10s. It's back over 152. Diet soda, Costco pushing all-time high soon.
That's right.
You want to know why Costco is going to push an all-time high soon? Because I didn't get in. And what I think it's doing is it's teaching me a valuable lesson. And it's, I have to see this, and I have to deal with the FOMO. And this was one of the names that I wanted on a dip buy. And when it started going in, I'm like, oh, here it comes. Here comes 650. I actually had a bid at, I think it was $662.42, something like that, thinking it was going to get picked up. It didn't, and now Costco, it doesn't matter. It's like 10% in the money if you just bought the first chance you got at the 700 level. So I think it's what? I mean, all-time highs are literally right now. It's probably there in 30, at 3:30, let's call it. So, 3:30 or so, Costco is going to be at a fresh high. I mean, it's so close. I mean, I'm just making up that time. It could be 4 o'clock.
Oh, yeah. No, I was laughing at my wife.
But it's getting there for sure. What would she say?
Nah, they just sent me some messages. It's like, I got a message from the accountant. It's like, boom, you're done your taxes. I was like, yeah, I know. Thank you. A while ago. All right, so right here, 59. We're going to get stopped out at 30. So we're right here right now. A potential stop out. It's 324. I mean, tonight on the recap show, there's not many earnings to discuss, but we are going to go over some of the major earnings that hit this week, including Uber. We're going to review some of that tonight. We're going to talk about we're going to go over some Q&A with Adair and myself. That should be a lot of fun. Just looking at some of the misses this week and potentially what happened with them. We see a nice little rebound back in Roblox as well. I'm not going to give away everything, but you guys know a lot of the names that we're going to be talking about here into the close and at the recap show. So traders will stay late. Tonight's my turn, and we'll go back into that, and we'll stay late with you until about 4:30. Recap everything that happened, including all the moves in all the sectors. And today, talk about the industrials breaking out. We had that last week. And we actually talked about also GLD, if you want to look at that quickly. Gold's been moving down, but finding a base in and around this 215 area. So I think it was with Brian maybe on Tuesday that we talked about it. Just that, there's sort of a flight to safety potentially with Bitcoin maybe when he was breaking down Ethereum. And then also, gold coming back in a little bit. It's now made moves. Like we talked about this on Tuesday when it was down here at 214 to be even lower than that. And now you're up pushing that 219 area, 220, which we were at, looks like earlier. But again, pulling back in from these all-time highs. Again, gold gave back about 7 or 8%, dipping into the 50-period moving average. That's been something that we've looked at, especially when you're trading something that's not super quick in its movements. Gold, another good idea to trade coming through again. So, all right, we're just, I don't know, man. There's still.
I just got out of my last position.
There's still not much out. Was it Google?
No, well, I already took Google out, and Apple just came out. AMD just failed to hold on to 152, so I just
Oh, that's
got out of
moving?
that one.
All right.
So like if it gets, it could always go back up. It's a 50-cent range. It's 326. There's time. It could get back into the top of the range, and then we could work off of that. What else is going on here? Ponzi, you can get a shout out. What up?
Why is someone asking us?
Starbucks, man.
Yeah, someone there said, any advice on trading large cap names? No advice. Never done that before.
Starbucks is on the NASDAQ, Oh, it was on my chart. As I go to Blue Ocean for Starbucks, every single time I'm always on the wrong market on the drop down.
We've had this complaint before. Why can't AI just figure this out? If I'm not ever trading Blue Ocean, why is it showing me an option to trade Blue Ocean?
Blue Ocean, by the way, it's like an overnight market for trading.
Yeah, another opportunity that you have. You can come in and see what these stocks are doing. Pre and post earnings after the markets have closed in your traditional.
Lots of opportunity in real trading.
Yeah, it's lots of opportunity.
Actually, one of the most, this trading floor, I remember when Trump got elected, like a bunch of the traders came in just to trade the futures that day, so just for the volatility, and it was a good opportunity for everybody. It is mostly 24 hours. Most markets you have the opportunity for aftermarket, but futures market, there's Forex here as well at real trading. Although I don't really know anybody that trades it on this floor. Everyone's usually equity here. But there's lots of opportunities out there for everybody. Lots of fun in the chat here. I think you said large cap versus small cap. That was the question. Like the difference between the two, I suppose. Totally different worlds. It's like a different world and not the TV show. Because the thing about small caps.
I love Real World on TV. Remember that MTV show?
Oh my goodness. That's where the Miz
in WWE started there on Real World. I remember watching that. That was hilarious.
My first summer in university, between first year and second year, I'm pretty sure I remember that's when I got introduced to the Real World. I was like, wow, that's a.
I tried to ask Perplexity what the odds are for the current presidential race, and I knew. Of
course it knows.
So now it doesn't know anything. It's not talking about governments and stuff. See, remember Google won't do that?
Oh, no, that's right. Of course, it doesn't want to answer anything.
It says, unfortunately, we will not give you search results containing any information about the current odds or polling for the presidential race.
Boo.
But that might not be due to that. I don't know, maybe I asked the question wrong.
No,
I just want to know what it is because you just mentioned about, like, I think we're close to 50-50 again. And so I was just thinking that day, that might be an opportunity there.
I think so.
For will be an opportunity for some pretty crazy after hours trading, especially if it's going to be as tight as it is. We're a little isolated here. Like the only news that we get, well, we're not isolated. We just don't. Our news isn't 24 hours a day about what's happening down south, but there's been some stuff happening.
Plus, our election cycle doesn't exist.
No, we don't really have an election.
No, like,
plus we have so many different parties.
It's so small.
Well, not really. We have three.
Like from the time that they open up like the like the advertising or the campaign.
Oh,
when
the
we
window
vote,
of
like the window of campaigns opening in Canada to
months
voting,
at most.
it's like super tight. So it's like it's already over when it starts. Like you guys down south get like a bit of experience there. Speaking of which, I can't believe we didn't even mention once today the cannabis names. Like CGC. Yikes, it continued to give it up. Should have just gone back to the well here with the shorts on CGC. But ye old flat bottom break tomorrow, Monday, going to be in play. Triple bottom at $8.80 on CGC. But you know what? That plays both directions. Once, twice, thrice. It was even a breakout price at $8.80. That is a heck of a level. Somebody must have been looking at this to notice it bounced off 883 times, also broke out there a week ago to grab that little wick bottom. And that's just another thing that you trade a heck of a lot more during an election year that gets a little bit more exciting. I'm canceling that Palantir breakdown order. Palantir
Here we go.
Bouncing again off of 2050. So we're a bit late in the day to take a break. So I had a stop order to go short, but obviously it's not going to happen at this point on Palantir.
Hey, where's that? Here we go. Where's Travolta? Where's that Britney Spears animation that we've been wanting to? Because there it is. We have done it again. Right there. Yeah, I think it might be some copyright stuff. Is that what it is? Oh, I'll give you some vocals. I'll give you some sick vocals. Do it right now. You hear my voice? If we're going to do it properly, I'm going to be working on this.
Dara's singing it right now.
You know what I'm saying? We're going to do it in the podcast room. That's right, Fabian. Let's go. Let's get that money.
With the mood lighting and
everything. Get that money to use over there.
Yo, you know what that reminds me of? I forgot to say this when you brought it up. It's like in Hustle and Flow. You know
yes,
what?
I want to rewatch that
You know when they
movie.
first step in and they lay down that first track?
Those first bars?
That's what I'm
feeling.
And
he's like, yeah, like that. Yeah, Cuba Gooding Jr.
Oh, wait, that's not a good thing to say.
Ludicrous. That man.
Yeah, no, but that movie was legit.
Yeah, that was a pretty decent movie. I remember we were pretty young. What were we? That must be 20 years old.
No, it's not 20 years old.
Look it up.
Please don't let it be 20 years old.
2005 would be 20 years old.
Oh.
When was it, Neil?
It was actually 2005. Damn.
See, I told you, man, you're losing memory, all that kind of stuff.
Look at all my gray. You don't even have any gray
I'm just
hair.
saying, yeah, you're aging, man.
Of course I am. It happens to you. Wow, great movie though. I mean, check it out if you can.
Yeah. Because I always try to think of like what kind of age, where was I?
Whatever happened to? Anyways, the star of that movie, like he
2005. So I was like, maybe.
You know what?
Old. Yeah. Okay, here we go.
I just remember what happened to the star in that. And he says the same things that.
Those are some pretty good vocals.
Yeah, go to Adara. Anyways, that's for another story because Cat Williams had something to say about the star of Hustle and Flow and why that guy fell off as well. It was the same Terrence Howard, it was the same Hollywood stuff.
Right,
apparently.
Terrence Howard, not Cuba. Was Cuba Gooding?
He wouldn't sell out.
It's Terrence
He wouldn't
Howard,
do the things that you need to do to get star jobs, apparently. Let's go to Adara with the big screen.
Some names making outsized moves today on the S&P 500 that we're going to go over that maybe we haven't talked about as much today. First name here going to be Charter Communications, CHTR, standing out in an already pretty strong sector here after announcing the pricing of $3 billion in senior secured notes, $1.5 billion due in 2029, and then another $1.5 billion due in 2034. Next up, we have GEN. That's going to be Gen Digital. Day one earnings move up over 14%, reporting stronger than expected Q4 earnings. So some of their guidance was slightly on the weak side. They also, though, authorized a $3 billion share repurchase program. Great move to the upside for GEN. Last but not least, Moderna. mRNA down about 4%. The FDA informing Moderna that it will not be completing its review of its vaccination by the expected date of May 12th due to some administrative issues. However, it does plan to review it by the end of May. So mRNA to the downside on that, guys.
Boo, I'm on our mRNA. Don't want that stock going down. It's a shot play of mine. You know, kind of like give it a healthy amount and try to hold it for a while. But it was bouncing nicely off 100. Now all of a sudden not. Early, there was a question about early look imbalances. Not much. It's 330, so you do have a few out there. For what it's worth, BlackBerry is a 2 million early look sell, but that's a pretty cheap stock. Visa is always there. It doesn't really matter. And then, I mean, Ford's $500,000, so not much there outside of BlackBerry for a sell. Someone trying to get the you-know-what out of Dodge on that name. Rivian Millionaire saying, look at CrowdStrike. Don't really see a trade. Look at the move off VWAP here. Like if you got that at noon, that's a good one. I like CrowdStrike, prefer Palo Alto. That's the one I'm in. But that's a great look. Look at this hold now above the 50-period moving average. That's what you like to see. Sometimes it's not about finding the bottom. It's about when does it start showing you that it's back in the bullish move. Like holding above the 50-period is a great sign there. I'm in Pan W. And the most recent buy was a 260. I've had some for a while, but the only recent buy was at the 260 level. Maybe not doing, if it'll load here, maybe not doing quite as well clearly as CrowdStrike, but similarly consolidating and breaking above the 50 period on its own right. So that 260 level post earnings has been gold. A couple of times it's given it to you, and it's about 10, 12 cents in the money, or percent in the money off of that. But that's the one I got, and we just took that opportunity to add to it on the last little dump. LiDAR did drop. Yeah, that one, it looked really, really, yeah, so what it was doing here at that $3 level, it was really suspect when it tried to break 3 the second time and falls right back into 250. You got to watch out for those failed breaks. They're horrible. Like everyone wants that $3 breakout. It's going to go $3 to $4. It already just came from $2 at VWAP. But when it fails that twice, you got to know to get the you-know-what out of Dodge. And breakouts in the afternoon on these small cap ones can be pretty perilous. I've said I usually prefer to go dip buy hunting. If you got to choose, buy the dip because you'll usually have a better opportunity, risk to reward. You'll have a more obvious out. And then if it gets to that big level, you can just try to hold a small piece effectively like the breakout. Then you'd already be in the money. This never gave you a good dip buy after it halted and probably still won't, unfortunately.
Okay, all right, 3:36. So it's been a great afternoon. I want to thank everybody for coming in today and trading with us and at least talking about some of these markets and having a good time with us into the weekend. So not much hitting the news wires, nothing really going on here for us here late. We've scalped out a little bit on the TQs. We've talked a little bit about scalping. We've answered some questions. I think it's been pretty good. Apple, really our big play this afternoon, just buying this and talking all about it. I mean, we talked about why we liked Apple there. I even had to answer the question about why am I short the market and long Apple, and we've discussed that, and that's really been paying off, obviously, as we continue to scalp out of the market and hold this long in Apple. Just continues making highs into the afternoon. I like the story here, and yeah, we'll just continue to watch out for Apple taking out 183 and just getting into the close. Again, with good news coming through, I do expect imbalances to be north side for AAPL. So we'll wait to see if it can hit 337 right now. We don't have the early look, expecting it to be kind of nothing into the close as a general statement, but yeah, certain stocks could be there. Palo Alto, again, I mean, I like cybersecurity names. I'm only in this one. There's been a name that I bought for a very, very long time, and I recently put some money in, not even recently anymore, was really just on this dip. And it ripped all the way to the 50 and came all the way back, and then now broke into that 310 area again, and now has pulled back again. So Pan W really hasn't been a super sexy name to hold on to, but I still like these bottoms. Just looking at it now, because we are starting to go lower, we just hit VWAP and turned around a little bit. Pan W on my mind there today. Another name that I was thinking about, I mean, not really dip buying into. We've talked about Walmart a little bit. A name that's on earnings this week is Uber. That should be an exciting one. But, I mean, honestly, take your phone and just sort of scan the screen right there and get that barcode, because I don't know what is happening here with this barcode. Is this like a free ride on Uber if you click on this? Let me see. Open up your Uber app and just click on this chart right there. Oh no, it must not be working. But there it is. It's free $5 off Uber. Just scan this, but not much happening. So, you know, obviously that's not, do not take your phones out. That would not work. But what you could do is scan the QR code below there, hit up IG. I mean, we talked about Forex. Ain't nothing wrong. Oh yeah, so I start talking and it switches over to that. I see what you're doing, Ramin. Okay, fine. Yeah, you never do anything. I get it. When things go smoothly, it's like Ramin is on point, boy.
That would be one heck of a coincidence.
You know, and then whenever something screws up, he's like, nope, don't look at me. Don't look at me. All right, but anyway, scan that. Well, okay, I'll just do it now. Then again, whatever. Okay, scan that there. If you want.
If that switches right now.
If you want a chart look like this. Oh, man.
The market seems paralyzed, JP Wade just said.
All right, Apple is starting to go up to the upside right now. Really starting to blast. Let's go. That is a face slapper for your boy. One more time. There it is. It's a quick 70-cent move to the upside here as Apple chews its way through VWAP up through 183 and going higher here into the close. So this is not going to be a move. I might. Let me just put out like 20% here at 23s, just to take some exposure off here into the close. I've already talked a little bit about trying to get this, not trying to get it, but being patient. I say that, but I just like not trying to do anything, just waiting for this to come to the downside, and it just hasn't been there. So I don't know, with Apple trying to take out highs right now and doing that on the afternoon and still going higher, SMH really not doing anything. You know, no point in putting on too big of an L here. Let's take out 20% just right there. There, we got some out at 23s. So, I mean, our price is 22 here. Let's hope for a flush in on the day. Take a little bit of risk off. Now, no more. I have some bids now at 13s where we've already gotten filled, and we'll hope for some push down here into the end of the day. That's probably the last trade I'll take, unless there's something that moves quite frequently here into the close. I'm still checking scanners, so if we get anything that's moving, we'll look at that.
Yeah, I just came back over to Novavax.
Very slow.
Every time it does this, it's on barcode, drop, barcode, drop, barcode, drop, barcode. Might be nice if it drops, but it doesn't have to. 890 is a new level. It was $9 before, and then this was like $8.95 when I was waiting at 9. So this time it's $8.90. Just kind of a simple stair-step pattern. So we'll see if that one goes. I'd say this was a disappointing one because they had actually good news and really thought it had a chance to squeeze, but the squeeze happened early. Like that was complete insanity. And depending on when you get in the morning. You have to be here so early, and then how thin it was. And I decided like this, when I sat down, it was like 7 o'clock or so, and I saw something at like the $10 level, and I was like, look, if I don't actually try an execution here just for small shares, just to see something, because I saw like a little bit of, it was like somebody pushing the stock, for lack of a better term, in front of 10. And I'm like, okay, well, if they're sitting there stacking when it's a very thin, can I just jump and cut in front of one of their orders with a tight stop and get a little bit of a push? And if you can see this little handle in here, this was to 1080 and this is $10. So it did it once, and then the second time I saw it, I just kind of took a long in there at 13s. I'm like, let's see if does it work scalping in there, and that's exactly what happened. Now, it's ridiculous that anybody does that, but it was enough liquidity there that I was like, yeah, I'm going to be able to get out at 10, no problem. And if it happens to go up, I'll take advantage of it. So I just saw a little something, and I wanted to try it. And you don't really know unless you execute on it. So I was able to get that. I don't usually trade at 7 o'clock. Usually I'm just going over charts, analyzing news, like that kind of thing, getting ready for my day. But it was one of those things where I just had to take a shot at it after I saw it. Palantir, I guess it should have just been, you know, when you have a level like this, like obviously there's only two things you can do. The stock is trending down, 2050 triple bottom. You can look for the flat bottom break to continue the trend because I was feeling pretty bearish, or you could just go long at $20.51. So I'm hoping somebody went long at $20.51 and is now getting paid off. I was waiting for the breakdown. It came down here on volume and bounced right off 50 even. You could have been long at 51 or 52, no problem. That's 3 cents worth of risk to make 10 cents. That's what it's all about. But I always try to play it in one direction off of a level. I don't like getting wrapped up in, oh, I'm going to go long at 51, and I'm just going to reverse short if it breaks. So I'll play it in both directions. And I used to do that all the time. And if you've been watching the show the last couple of years, 100% I used to do it. And there was one time on Apple where I was scalping offer, making money on the scalp trade. Then I'm going to reverse in the long. The long was bamboozlement. And I had scalped it for an hour during lunchtime and was printing on it, and a lot of people were on the floor. One false breakout and lost everything that I scalped. I was like, this is ridiculous. And if I had stuck with the short, I would have just gotten out of the short after making money short. I would have re-entered on the false break, and I would have been only looking in one direction, and that first direction that I liked would have been the best. So I learned that lesson a long time ago. Pick and rip. It's like in baseball, man. It's like wait for your pitch, do your thing. If you're a fastball hitter, then I'm looking for fastballs early in the count, straight up. That's just how I was kind of like, I'll hit whatever's out in front of me. But if that's your thing, if you like pitches on the outside, then wait for something outside, man, and just wait. You get 2 strikes, then you can protect. But those key levels, trade it one way or the other. If you happen to get Palantir at 51, I was looking short breakdown. Obviously, the long would have been good. So one more time on Novavax, it just got to 75, which it seems to always get to. 75 bounce, that time retrace through 75, and low of the day is 60, so that's where we're gonna get out. That LiDAR stock, I'm gonna make an assumption it's holding up pretty well. I thought this would be at VWAP already. So it's actually holding up much better than I anticipated on LiDAR. I thought this could have been bouncing off of VWAP for maybe a little opportunity. Now it's way too late to even think about that. If it gets to VWAP, you want no part of it. Only 15 minutes to go, 5 minutes till the imbalances come through as well.
Props. There it is again. I mean, we are literally, this is like there are pennies, and I wish it was even nickels, falling out of the sky right now. But the TQs just continues to print for us all afternoon. So there it is again. How many, like, again, if you are trading with us, like you're someone behind us, or you're trading with Real Trading or anything like that, it's just out, like the boom, boom, boom. You know, we're under VWAP. Anything could happen at any time. It's 346 right now. I don't know if this market rips or tanks, but we already have our out, and it's just right here, 30s. So there's the short at 22. We're covering right now at 13s. That's like the 10 cents that we need to basically cover up this last trade. So we'll do that. Now we're playing with house money again. We're out of half for that dime, and now we'll just wait. Now it's house money. If it goes all the way back up to the upside, then we'll give that matcha tea latte back. And then other than that, we'll wait to see if we get another one. Buy one, get one free here into the close. So down here, we do have a bid at 10s again. Why not? I have another 10% out there. And then if we can get anything back down at the 200 period, here we go. Give me those 10s. Give me that bid right here. Shout out to Easy E. Because that is an old school name there.
That's taking it way.
Yeah, it's taking it right back to the old school. It is literally straight out of Compton right there. Shout out to DeMar DeRozan as well.
I'm more about straight out of low cash. Compton's but low cash is where it's at.
Yeah, I mean, Compton is...
Gusto's the real gangster. Yelling at you.
I'm from the streets of Brampton. I'm just going to keep it real.
Charlie Murphy, bro.
Yeah. I'm all about Charlie Murphy. Yeah. Charlie Murphy. I mean, we love Dave Chappelle. We could have something to do with Dave Chappelle.
That was the first thing he did that I'm pretty sure, like... CB4 was like the first film, I think, that Charlie Murphy was in.
There's so many of those. Not Boys in the Hood, but there's CB4. What was the other one that's kind of like a mock?
Don't Be a Menace.
Oh, it's a Society.
The Wayans brothers.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, Don't Be a Menace while drinking your something in the hood.
While drinking your juice, riding a bike or something like that.
That was good. The Wayans brothers, they're good for last, man. I got no issues with it.
I mean, the Wayans brothers did a movie called White Chicks or something where they're just like, that was stupid, or some of the movies
I laughed.
Dude, Where's My Car?
Terry Crews did a great job in that movie. He kind of stole the show in that. The rest of it, I don't know.
I never really
That was
watched
kind of a
it.
shady film. There was just a good... Matt Carnes was asking thoughts on Lyft for a swing. I don't know. I like Uber, obviously. We've said this before. Uber's more diversified.
I'll take
Lyft
more out.
for a swing. Lyft underneath the 50 period. Just didn't do anything after earnings. Still in the middle of the range. I don't know. I always feel like if something's on earnings, like it's doing something. Like move out of the range, do something new.
Move.
Yeah, I don't see it. I'm really against like after earnings things exactly where they are before. I just feel like I didn't learn anything new, and I kind of my hands are always off in that situation. Yeah, so I don't know if I see it there on Lyft. I don't see anything.
Dun, 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 dun.
I'm surprised it's not doing anything, and if anything, it's trending down. So I don't know.
And BINGO, bingo, was his name-o, so we'll go bingo, bango, bongo on this one as well and go bang. Right there, we get some more outs at 12s right there on the TQs as we come back into these levels. Waiting now for just 1 minute left on your imbalance tracker. So right now we will get rid of all of this. We will go like that, and we will wait for NYSE and NASDAQ to blast off because right here live in lovely downtown Toronto, Ontario, Canada, home of your uncoached Toronto Maple Leafs temporarily, and then they will assign Craig Berube.
Maybe better off that way.
Very, very soon. And yeah, I mean, Sheldon Keefe has an extraordinary, he's one of the top records in the NHL for regular season. So we say shout out to that. But unfortunately, the boys, I mean, they lost in overtime in Game 7, and it cost the man his job. So it's not like we're here to say that he's not a great coach. It's just unfortunately heads roll, and this is why you get paid millions of dollars. You know, no, not just Toronto, but like, coaches will get fired unless you're John Cooper. But okay, here we go. Nice downside move. Not really, but
Apple's
we just take some out. Yeah, I was going to look to see what's going on there. BlackBerry, that's still around. That's a sell right now of $2 million. Apple's a buy. Neo, SoFi, not much happening right there. I don't know if there is a total number or not, but for right now, it's not moving around too much. BlackBerry, wow, sub $3 right now. Look at the move that it has there. You have a $2.5 million imbalance into a $4 million name. So could move around into the close. An interesting one to watch out for. As Apple goes upside, probably a problem, but not really for our TQs as we just got some out again at 09 there. Again, little bit of a limited morning. As there goes Apple, Neil, we're still long into that one. So it's a diamond hands kind of day for me there as we hold a little bit of Apple. I think we'll just get it out now, call it a day. There is a buy imbalance. That could flip. Maybe if it breaks 183. All right. I mean, my stop on this was pennies on the dollar. Let's just go 182.99. Let's go 97. Enter, out. There we go. The stop order's out right now. Hands off. Hopefully we'll be able to do that. Haha.
$1 billion to buy.
What the? I just got an email. This is hilarious. Rick, I won't say her name, but our lunch lady there, I was talking to her when I got that honey stick. She just emailed literally the whole, what kind of power do we have around here?
Yes.
She emailed every single person around here how to open a honey stick. I am watching this video live with, this is 25 cents. Let me see what we do here. I use my mouth. Look at this handsome individual. What's up, my guy?
Put it back.
Right there. Here we go. Yeah, look at it. Okay. I'm feeling this. There's the tip. What? I was right? Boom. All right. We went. Oh, the dude's just straight eating it. All right. Bang. Maybe I'm in the wrong business, man. We you know. Well, thank you so much for sending that video out. We are now a little bit more educated.
Well,
I'm like, what is that email? Is that
we're here to
directly
learn,
at
right?
me?
We're here to learn.
Because I asked her, I said, is this a dissolvable?
No, but you're helping everybody because the whole office has to use those for our tea, for those that drink it, and maybe you put a little honey in there, and we get a learning experience. And now all of you know how to do it. By the way, I will say this: she's been around forever since I remember when I started trading. I used to trade. We trade over like lunchtime, and there was a big like lineup for like the lunch. And I'll never forget. There was one day we were waiting in line, and a couple of us. We got busted out on a move. And we're all really frustrated. It's like, well, while we're 5 minutes waiting in the lineup, we got blown out on a trade and we weren't there to sit down. And I remember mentioning that to her. And the next day, she comes to the two of us, the traders that got hit, and she said, you know what, I'll just, before anyone goes out, I'm going to prepare your lunches, because you had to go up and serve yourself, and then I'll put them aside for you so you don't have to wait in line. And it was just like, I don't know where she just heard us talk about it, and then she did that for a couple of us. I'm like, that is like the sweetest thing ever. She's amazing. Like, she's that thoughtful. I think that's super cool. I still say it's too much honey in that damn thing, though. That's all I'm saying. I don't use that much. I waste it every single time. I use a little bit, and then I throw the rest out, and I feel wasteful. I don't like wasting stuff. I just got out of Novavax. BlackBerry is not big enough to be interesting. If BlackBerry was 10 million, I'd probably... I mean, if it was if it was 10 million shares or maybe the same size as the daily volume, that would be, just even for a scalp trade, it would be solid. And you would have, I mean, you could have punched it and actually made like a cent. Still, like you could have punched 90s and gotten out 89s or 88s, but it's not big enough to move the needle. It's probably going to pair off 100%. So not a heck of a lot to go into at the close. Thankfully, there were some opportunities, long and short Google in there. You know, obviously, AMD did some things, and then Apple, the big strong one. I love Apple holding on to this 83 at the end of the day, and I love even more the fact that Apple is consolidated over that 200-period moving average. Apple's back in the good books right now, at least for another week.
Yeah, we've done really good on Apple in the last little minute here. We even put our stop order in, but we are going to get a little bit of a flip up here at 3:55. So let's watch out. Apple's not even on here anymore oh, there it is. It's actually in a sell down here. It's already paired off over here it is right here, over 6 million shares. So let's see what Apple does here in 5 seconds. We will get a flip on Apple. 3, 2, and 1. All right, so relatively uneventful. You did see here it didn't do anything, so it still stayed. I kept it highlighted there for a reason. Just went down a couple thousand shares there, so we'll have to wait to see if it does move around. BlackBerry's probably gone back up a little bit, barely. But again, on a stock that's not moving much, that's not bad. If you had that short 3 or 4 pennies, I don't know, you'd have to have it immediately. That would be tough to get.
Almost.
Roblox as a bid, ending the day. Nice, over VWAP. We'll watch out for Roblox. We'll mark that down as a couple-day play there for next week. Check back in on Apple, still right here. I'm just going to punch out of this one. End the day on a very, very high note here. Whoopsies, I don't know where there you go. On Apple, so we'll put an offer out there, and it just takes out us out at 0.12 at 12s. So we'll cancel that. We'll cancel all of our stops and just start to get out now, as well as the TQs are almost all the way back up. As we said, we started getting out of more. We were already out, and then we took another fill there at 16 and another fill at 09s. So now we're very light on this one. It will now be, even as I get stopped out right here with hands off, because our stop order is right here at 31s on the TQQs. Actually, I canceled it. 59, because I want to cancel it into the end of the day. Right there, our stop order's out right now in the TQQs. We break above 30, we're out of that one, and it will be my highest stock of the day. And SMH, I might just punch out now. Not much happening over here with only 3 minutes left. SMH, another positive stock. So a couple good ones here today. Just messed up really on AMD. Other than that, we good.
Yeah, AMD was a frustrating one, but you know, I feel like this week has been a week of morning meh, afternoon better, which is not always the case. Some weeks it's one way, some weeks it's the other way. This week has been a much better, like generally speaking, afternoon. Like the morning moves, if you got them the right way, great. A lot of times the best prices haven't always come in. Just a reminder to everybody, if you haven't done so already, it's going to be a 2-parter. Make sure you go on over. Take a second. It only takes 1 second. I'm already subscribed, so I can't hit the button. I guess I could unsubscribe. Freedom and Wealth Podcast. It's up to $249. You can be the 250th subscriber. Literally anybody can be it right here, right now.
No, refresh it.
Okay, I'll refresh it right now. There you go. Hit the refresh. 267. Never mind. You cannot be the 250th, but you can be the 269th, which is probably even cooler than 250th, because that's just boring.
Way cooler.
Way cooler. But there will be a market recap show today. So Sean and Adara are going to be doing it. I had a lot of fun filling in yesterday. Hopefully you are. I know we have a couple of minutes left here. I don't know if you can spoil it, because maybe Marissa's watching and she has plans for Mother's Day.
Well, I'm not even sure what time we're going to be waking up on Mother's Day, so no initial plans for Mother's Day. We have baseball in the evening, which she absolutely loves, maybe something for dinner. I don't have a free minute from today at 8:30 to Sunday at midnight.
Just reminded me of something.
So I already know about your plans. You're doing a little bit of breakfast in bed, you mentioned.
Yeah, well, my Aaron wants me to do breakfast in bed. My wife still wants to go to the Jays game on Sunday, so we're going to that, and it's like junior Jays.
Yeah,
we run the park. I just realized that I have to figure out whether I'm picking up the uniforms for our team tomorrow morning, because I also have gymnastics, so I have to.
That's the other thing. Oh my God, there's so much.
Yeah, our first game. We don't have the uniforms yet. Oh my goodness, and we still haven't done the background checks, which is ridiculous because you're not supposed to be able to take the field to coach Little League if you haven't done the check. And then they were supposed to send us the stuff, and they haven't. 1 minute to go in here, but that's all right. We're going to have fun. And make sure nobody forgets, pick up that phone. Better yet, go visit your mother, tell her how much you love her. That's what it's all about. Shout out to all of the moms in the chat, wherever they might be. It's been a fun one. Like I said, there's still going to be an aftermarket show tonight, even though it's a Friday, up at the desk per usual. Go over some trades. Market can fall asleep, but there's still going to be opportunities out there no matter what. Yeah, DJK, Shopify ugly again today. I think you just got to wait a hot minute for Shopify. Yeah, Cannot say that enough. We had a lot of Shopify questions. Just let it settle down, man. I mean, it's not a bad company. It just let it settle down. It's been a rough go for them. They need some blue chew.
All right, here we go. We are getting ready to get closed out here. We will be bringing on Adara in only 20 minutes if she is eyed over there. 10 seconds to go. We got out of the triple Qs. We got out of everything. And here we get ready to rock and roll. So let's go, Adara.
In 4, 3, 2, you know what to do. Bang, there it is. Appreciate it right there. Market is closed, 0.2% upside, baby. NASDAQ and the ES were actually up today. I know it didn't always feel like it when Tesla gets its butt kicked, and Apple was getting its butt kicked, but not anymore. Apple, okay, still down 0.7%. But that doesn't really tell you the story of the afternoon. Alphabet, still down 0.7%. But again, that doesn't tell you the story of the reversal that both of those names made. So, look, it's been a fun one. It's been a fun week. There's still, in the midst of earnings season, obviously we're talking about that. You get some retail coming through next week, which should be a heck of a lot of fun. It's always fun. It's just a little bit more fun when you have some earnings to get to. As always, big shout out on the ones and twos. Fabian, Ramin, doing a fantastic job, making sure that you switch up those graphics on us right in the middle of every single speech. And a great job, of course, by Professor and Adara and the Learn to Trade, kicking butt like they have all week long, and they always do. Big shout out to Brandon and Michael Noss in the morning. Great interview. Great job at the desk as always, Brandon. And of course, Adara doing that, watch list, trading, and in a couple of seconds, we'll be joining you at the desk.
Yeah. I'm in no rush to get over there. You know, it's going to be a very, very casual,
chill
little ride there. So, all right, good week.
Good
one,
brother.
Have fun. Happy Mother's Day to everybody.
Say
Fade to black.
Say it to Marissa and Deb.
I will. I'll say it to everybody. And thank you for that, Neil. All right, let's get ready to rock and roll, Fabian. You let me know, and we can throw it over immediately. Thank you to everybody for watching, for everybody here at Trader TV Live. Trader TV Neil, Trader TV Sean, over to Trader TV Adara, and I'll be joining her shortly. Ciao.
Hi, I am Adara. I am not Sean Katina, though you will see Sean Katina in just a few moments. But I am Adara. I'm so happy to be here with you guys for our Friday market recap. How's everybody doing? Vince saying, let's go. Shout out to Bears versus Bulls, hashtag traders stay late. Indeed they do. Thank you so much to Bears versus Bulls for all you do. Thank you to Neil for that great rap over there. Thank you to Sean as well and his Palantir hat and his sweater coming over here to chat some markets. I love that shot there, giving the Sean reveal.
Take the hat off. There you go. Now you can see my eyes, pearly whites.
Very excited for this afternoon. I think we're going to do another Q&A. We're going to wrap up some earnings that we had this week because we had quite a few interesting earnings names that did report this week. And I'm really excited to talk about them with all you guys here today. I think it should be a good half hour to end what was a pretty interesting week of trading.
I think it was a huge week of trading. I mean, we had a lot of good earnings calls. We had actually some more. Actually, most of them were to the downside. We'll talk about Uber. We'll talk about Roblox got crushed this week as well. But yeah, we're just gonna have some good times here, some fun. We are gonna review. I actually updated the rundown today, so that should be a lot of fun. So we'll have that going through as well. We'll talk about the different sectors that were popping off today. So thank you to everybody who's joining. I also do have our chat up right here as well. So we get some questions going through there. If Bears versus Bulls, you have any good questions for Adara or myself, please grab those. So people and all traders watching, put them in the chat, and we will have some fun with those. Let's go over a little bit of what the day. Thank you so much, Oscarito. There, it's a Palantir hat, and that was another earnings play that maybe we could review. That was horrible.
Yeah. I don't know why that didn't make my notes.
Get this hat off my, yeah. All right, so ARC right now down 3%. I mean, that name continues to get beat up here a little bit. Oh, her screen, my screen, whatever screen you want, it's fine. There we all scream for ice cream, especially my kids. You know, my daughter last night, so she played baseball, and then one of her friends came to watch her, and then her brother was on the other team, and then after the game, the dad comes over to me and is like, Gia's asking me, can I have ice cream? We haven't even had dinner yet. But it's 8 o'clock, and I was just like, okay. So anyway, she had a big, huge ice cream cone, then went home, and we barbecued up those burgers late night, but a lot of fun. So 8 o'clock at least. I wasn't even home till 8:30, so we didn't even eat till 9.
It was like 9, yeah.
We didn't eat till 9.
I feel like late night dinners sometimes are fun though, right? It's like a nice little surprise.
Is that late? I don't know. All right, so here we go. ARC right now breaking lower. We've talked about this. We've talked about this with Brian Shannon. Again, as rates become a problem, ARC's going to get lower. We've seen Tesla push back today. We'll talk about that name as well. But ARC continues to go lower on news like Palantir, Roblox, like talk about Unity, like all the names that ARC seems to be in getting hit right now, as well as other very interest-sensitive areas like solar. Look at TAN going to the downside. People can barely afford car notes. How are you going to put solar panels on your roof? Watch out for TAN. That continues to go lower. Potentially 52-week lows incoming for TAN. And I've never seen this before, but shout out to Michael Noss. PBW, the clean energy ETF.
Oh.
Interesting ETF, but I mean, I've never traded it, never looked at it. What was up today, though, was wheat. Look at wheat here.
Why has wheat been so... I feel like Michael Noss keeps mentioning wheat.
Does he?
I've heard him mention it before.
Okay, well, with good news. I mean, look at this. Wheat starting to go to the upside here. The wheat fund. I don't know what this is all about, but hey, there it is. It's a nice move up. We saw cocoa upside as well, pulling back in. I don't know exactly what the symbol is, if there's an ETF for that, but that was upside. We also had the biggest sector that you're probably invested in out there, SMH, which of course is the semiconductor ETF led by big dogs today. NVIDIA up 1.5% today, holding out near highs as we get earnings Adara for NVIDIA coming through May 22nd. That's not next week. That's the week following. So we have some damage to be put through on NVIDIA coming up pretty soon. And then TSM, I believe NVIDIA pulls back. We could talk about that a little bit. TSM leads the way though today, up 4.3% on a good look from Taiwan Semi. Basically, if we want to look at some individual names, we could just do this real quick as we're talking about some sector recaps. Let's go like this and then have a quick look here and just talk about the broader market real quick. A lot of back and forth throughout the day. You saw me short the TQQs. So you're seeing a little bit of a mix here in technologies. Lower than expected. Michigan consumer confidence, 67 versus 76, helped us to the downside in and around 10 o'clock. Fed comments all day, Adara. We talked about that.
So many.
Fed's Bowman running his mouth. Kashkari coming through as well. A lot of different speakers coming through today. Kashkari spoke twice.
He did. And so
He's
did
so
Austin
nice.
Goolsbee.
He spoke twice. That Goolsbee guy has such a ghouly name. I'm always thinking hawkish over there. The weakest sector of the day, though, today. All right, that's enough. I mean, we could talk about energy. Where's my energy sector in here? Eli Lilly, P&G there. Well, some utilities down there with Nest coming down to the downside. Here's energy coming through. There's XOM. Not a green name here today in the energy sector. And if we look over here, here it is, UNG, that's natural gas, downside. USO, United States Oil Fund, downside as well. And then the services, downside. What's going on with my XLE here a little bit? We got a little bit out on the upside, but again, pretty chilled out with XLE. I like it being diversified. What does diversified mean?
Diversified means having your hands in different pies. So you're not just all in on NVIDIA or big tech. You've got a little bit of XLE. You've got a little bit of KRE. You have a couple different sectors, couple different names. So that if one name goes down, you've got some padding to protect yourself. Oh, yeah, it means being diverse, to quote the great Ramin. Yeah.
What does happy mean? To be happy.
I just enjoyed that time in there.
To be ebullient.
To be ebullient, which...
Cheerful.
Yeah, cheerful, looking forward. which apparently AMC is, according to its earnings call.
All right, guys, get your questions in the chat immediately. We are about to do some Q&A, but first, before we do anything, Adara, why don't we look over some earnings plays? So we'll go over to next topic, and there it is right there, earnings. What I've mentioned on here is Reddit, Roblox, the one name, it keeps going, but you can't see it. I got to maybe get that font a little less. ARM. I thought ARM was an interesting one. They came in, it did push down there, Adara, into basically, I mean, we could go over, let me switch this up a little bit and go to a 3-minute chart if we can. Apparently not. Let me just go like this into 3 minutes right now and just have a quick look at ARM and see if we can zoom out. So it was a pretty bad report, kicking down about 8 or 9% as you and I were sitting here on the show. But remember, the expected move was about, I think it was 12, wasn't it? Or so, 13.6%. But then we only wound up the day minus 2.3%.
Yeah.
So what did the numbers look like on ARM? Because we battled all the way back, and it looks like we want to take out that 110. So where we were pre-earnings, 110-ish, we're right back there, Adara. What did those reports look like?
I will say one thing, a theme today is going to be expected moves that were much larger than the actual moves. So just to be kind of foreshadow that there. But yeah, the numbers themselves were not bad. EPS beat 36 cents versus 30 cents expected. Revenue, really nice revenue beat, 928 million versus 875.59 million expected. The issue here though is they did have the lower range, the lower end of their EPS and revenue guides fell below the estimates there. They also did get a price target decrease from Evercore ISI, though they did maintain an outperform rating. And the price target was decreased to $145, so still not bad, yeah.
So again, over 1 billion shares on the float of ARM, not too heavily shorted, but remember, we still do have that sort of soft bank position still, not just in question, but we weren't able to find anything out about what SoftBank and ARM were dealing with. And here we go, right back upside right now for ARM. So we'll see, trying to break through 110. I believe this is tomorrow's trade today. Like, I think next week we're definitely going to be looking at a 110 break of ARM, and that would be really nice if we could get that. All right, let's go over to RDDT. Look, a name for me that I've been looking at, and I'm not invested in it. I'm still not like in love with sort of the potential here of recent IPOs. There hasn't been too many that have been too successful. ARM would be a good example of one of those. And then Reddit, really, IPO down here at $47. We're not too far away from where that is, but 53. There's that big yellow candle on earnings for Reddit again. So came through, beat this level through $50, got as high as 54, so up about 10 or so % on Reddit. Just real quickly on that one, you'll have the numbers, but not making any money is Reddit. You can see down here the earnings per share missed down there, $8 minus per share. That's not great. But in this environment, especially with Reddit, they told us they're not making money. We know about that. You know the big interesting thing about Reddit is they were really pumping their position in Bitcoin when we heard about that for the first time, and Bitcoin happened to be around $70,000. Now with Bitcoin hitting down to 60,000, maybe potentially a hit coming for Reddit if they're going to be talking about holding on to Bitcoin. So anything that you saw interesting from their report?
Yeah, I think the thing with the report, the thing that I think might have led to them going higher, because as Sean just alluded to, that was an EPS miss.
Yeah.
Much wider than expected loss. They expected a loss of $6.97 per share, so that's already not great. We lost over $8 a share. So not a great look there. They did beat on revenue though, 242 versus 212 million expected, so not a bad look. And they also projected higher than expected for Q2. So their Q2 revenue range, they're seeing 240 to 255 million. The expected was 223 million, so that's a nice little guidance beat there. I would say the revenue, both the guidance and the revenue they reported, probably helped them.
So yeah, good little look there on Reddit. Uber, of course, comes out on the 24th with their earnings, and we've seen a little bit of a miss here for Uber lately. But their EPS was minus 32 cents on Uber, and we were expecting an EPS beat, positive EPS. Their expected was 24 cents. This was a complete smack for Uber, where they wound up falling down here really nicely down to the downside again. Not a huge earnings move. They did battle back into that level. But for me, I'm a little nervous about Uber, because if we do have a weaker consumer, and remember what came through today, Michigan consumer sentiment was a huge miss. We were expecting 76. Adara got 67 or something like that. Big miss for that side, down more than 10% on the miss. We don't normally see that. If the consumer's weak, I could also see Uber being weak. Remember, Uber Eats is a big part of this. Not huge, more about the drive, but Uber driving, I don't know, if less people have less money to spend out there, potentially we slow down on our expenditures for Uber. I still like the stock. I'm not super nervous about these robo-taxis. I think that is going to be a while. I know we always talk about it on the show, but that's way down the road.
That's true.
know?
Yeah, I agree. Like Elon says August 8th, but that's not been really confirmed by anyone. That was, a date that was said. So we're going to have to wait and see how that happens. I will say too, with Uber, the CEO does seem to be hyping some of the non-car related things. So it could be, as you mentioned, Uber Eats, I think is a good look for this company. They had that Instacart related partnership coming up the day before earnings. Also, the CEO said that the company's looking into paid member experiences and events, so that's certainly an interesting look. They also want Uber Eats to be embedded into apps. So I think they have some non-Uber related plans that could be interesting.
All right, I like all that. I think Uber Freight is a good possibility too. As we get bigger trucks, more efficiencies there, Uber Freight a possibility to go as well. Okay, couple more seconds, couple more minutes, get your questions in. Thanks, Bears vs. Bulls has already sent me a couple right now. All right, so in my opinion, the biggest surprise for me, and this is one that actually extended through its earnings expectation, and that would be Roblox. They got absolutely, with a big fail, slapped right onto them. But the thing about them was the EPS minus 43 cents is a beat. They were expecting minus 53 cents. Revenue also higher. But the problem with Roblox was the guide. Now remember, Roblox stopped sharing monthly active user numbers. So we don't really have an idea of what they're looking forward to. Are users up or down? The guide was bad, Adara. Let's review what that guide was. But for right now, Roblox dipping back into that $30 level. But if we look at a chart, thank you, Fabian. We do have some support here at 30. And I feel like we might have missed that. Huge move back in for Roblox into $30. I feel like there's an opportunity to buy this, especially on day 3. So we're into day 3 on Monday. We'll find out if Roblox can hold 30 bucks. I feel like that's a buy. And you know what feelings I'm getting on this one? Honestly, it's meta feelings. Really? And what I mean by that is that, I know self-aware. No, the stock meta, all right, was that when it dipped down in here, we were like, you know what? This is going to be back to 470 before you can blink an eye. And it had one red day since earnings here. Let's zoom in. Well, I guess 2. So its third day, it did come back in. We talk about a third day. That was a buying opportunity. But then if you miss that, you're now up here $50+ from that move on the third day on Meta. $50 on a $420 name, up 12% straight in the line for Meta. So I like Roblox down here. Everyone knows that it continues to get a piece of my monthly income. See you, Ramin. Have a great, fantastic weekend, and we'll check you on Monday. But I like Roblox here. I think it's worth a nibble in and around that $30 mark. How bad were those numbers?
Oh, they were bad. So the guidance, so Q2 bookings, revenue guidance. So this is what they guided, 870 million to 900 million. The expected or estimated guidance was going to be 934 million. So that is a massive miss. That's a $70 million miss on the low side of that guidance. Full year 2024 booking guidance slightly better, 4 billion to 4.1 billion versus 4.19 billion expected, but that is still a miss. They also got a series of price target decreases, but we did have MoffettNathanson upgrade them. They still lowered the price target though, so not sure how a lot of analysts are feeling about Roblox with regards to strength. I do think though Sean showed that $30 support well.
All right. It's time. Hold on a second. Next topic. It's time. Let's go with Stock Blitz. We don't have a Q&A thing. Let's pretend that says Q&A. This is something that we had where people could just ask me whatever stocks they wanted.
Yeah, and you would
and then we would blitz it out. Yeah. It's kind of like there was something called Lightning Round. Someone named Jim Cramer does that. So, all right, I have a question for Adara, and it's from AV, who is always in the chat. I have absolutely no idea what this means, but Bears vs. Bulls has clarified this. Question for Adara. What are the actual dark secrets of, she's laughing here, of Wind Gap? Is it
Okay.
from Sharp Objects by Flynn?
Yes, so this is a reference to Gillian Flynn's Sharp Objects, which I did mention last week. I'm not going to spoil the book. I will say the secrets are dark. There are a couple massive plot twists. And if you're not a reader, you can check out the miniseries HBO. It's a really faithful adaptation, also written by Gillian Flynn. But yeah, I would say pretty dark, really, really worth reading or watching, depending on what you're into.
So if you were on Rotten Tomatoes, you'd be giving this a?
I'd be giving this, I would say, the book I would be giving a 5. I would probably give the show about a 94. Yeah.
A 5?
Out of 100. It's a really good book.
A 5 out of?
5.
Oh, 5 out of 5.
Yeah.
Okay. No, because you went 5, but you said the book 5, and then you said the movie 9.
But I was trying to go like, Rotten Tomatoes versus like Goodreads.
I have no idea that what Goodreads?
So Goodreads is a book ranking system. They go out of 5.
They go out of
Rotten
5.
Tomatoes
Got
goes
it.
out of 100.
Okay.
That's why I did that.
Great. Adara, I don't know if you want to give away your secrets here or not, but we have another question coming through right now from our guy Robert Liu here. And if you guys join the chat right now, hit the subscribe. I'm putting them all in here. Robert Liu says, do you play the lottery? And if so, we always talk about lucky numbers on the show. So I don't really have a specific number. I like 88. Like if I'm going to get out in front of a main level, I like 88. I like 12. So for some reason, just using 12 off of 100, 12 off of 100 the other way.
Yeah.
So I like 88s and 12s. My daughter wears 20 as an athlete, so I like that as a favorite number. But do you have a favorite number?
I do. It's 11.
11.
It is 11.
Story there or not really?
No, there's not really a story. I just found like a couple times I would like choose it, or it'd be like, names where you where they randomly assign you a number and have 11 and it work out. I think one thing too is like, I know Sharif will sometimes say like there might be like a correlation with like birthdays and lucky numbers.
Yep.
I'm January 1st, so that's 1-1.
Okay.
That could be what the 11
There you
is.
go. That's what it is.
I do not play the lottery though, although I will occasionally get a scratch ticket if I'm feeling like it. But yeah.
Yeah, I don't.
Are you a lottery person or?
Well, why is that so funny? No, I mean we're gambling every day, but
That's true.
no, not really. I'll get like that FOMO. So like when it's, like for example in the States they have Powerball. So if you get like $100 million in Powerball, or here we'll have Lotto Max. So sometimes if it gets up there, yeah, I'll throw 10 or 15 bucks in there. I like using the app, because then it's like, boom, buy it, just wake up the next morning, loser, great.
Yeah.
And then you move on from that. All right, I thought there was a really good question. I just put it in there right now, and it's from Philippe Sousa. I need to understand how to build the sticky notes, don't we all? That levels. How does Sean go through this thought process and steps on making your levels? So again, a pretty good question, actually a great question to be honest with you. All right, so it all starts right here with the morning note. So we get a morning note from Trader TV Live. You just saw that ad, Fabian, right there. So what I do is I look at our watch list. And honestly, I wait for the watch list that comes out. And this is put together by yourself, everybody that works here, other than me, put this together. So I come in and I'm like, okay, what stocks potentially are we going to talk about? Because I feel like I want to have some ideas on stocks that we're doing on the show. And then, yeah, and you can show it on here, most of the stocks on here, Tesla's on there with an up 0.8%. So we'll read the story. Apple's on here as well. And then, so what I'll do from there is, here's my sticky note for today, so we can just review this. I'll be real quick because I don't think people, they care about it. It's a great question, but you're going to see on there we had Google. I looked at 169. So once I have some ideas that I want to look at, then I try to figure out which direction I like the stock in general. So I think we always try to figure out directionally what we like, and then we're looking for some catalysts. So again, if I'm going to look at Google 169, just for an example, right there. So if we go over to a 20-minute chart, that's generally what I'll look at. Let's go 15 for this. So if I'm looking at this right here and I say to myself, all right, where's Google? It was a negative story early. Obviously, we get that news about ChatGPT not having search, so it makes it move all the way to the upside. But then I'm just kind of looking, and look at this level right here. This goes back, again, a couple days. There's 169. This bottom 169 has been holding. So I say to everybody that the area of interest on the sticky note for me is 169. So as the market opens up, we can start to see where some key levels will come into play. And looky, I mean, Adara, I did not make this up. That's written down 169. It's right here today on the sticky note. Google 169 short stop, weak search issues with AI. We talked about that. That gets squashed at the end of the day. But look at this. This is 169 and this is today. Those are the highs of the day right here.
That's crazy.
Yeah, so we got blown out on the ups. We didn't take this short. We actually took the short at the top, as you know.
Yeah.
So it comes back in, and then there it is, 169 all day, every day there on Google. So we're looking for key levels. Another level that we got blown out today was AMD. Look at this, 152. It was all the way up here in the morning. We said, what about if it comes back into this support level? It did, and 152 was pretty key. So just looking for, thank you for the question, Felipe, there. I'm just looking for longer time frames and what could be some key levels associated with a stock in catalysts.
I like that.
So catalysts would not necessarily be earnings, more of a story with upgrades, downgrades, and then key levels to look at. It's been working, and it's been working pretty good there for the sticky note. So again, thank you for the question. Just a couple more because we told Fabian that we're not staying too late, but we are staying late for everybody. So let me go back in to the chat with Bears vs. Bulls and grab another one for you. Okay, some are more for me, more for me. All right, Adair, you have anything for me? But I have one more for you quickly. Here, this is a good question.
Okay.
I feel like it's it's okay. It's a little private, but I don't think this is too busy.
No.
All right, Adara, how do you find time to read? When do you do that? Do you read on your commute like Neil? So I know the answer to your commute question. Not much reading probably happening there.
And the reason for that is because I walk everywhere.
Right.
I will only take public transit if I absolutely have to. I will marathon walk everywhere if possible.
But I don't think you have too far of a walk.
No, it's a really close walk. Yeah,
okay.
but I just like walk like regardless of how far, unless it's like a gross distance, I'll walk. But the thing is too is where I like to read more than I do currently. I'll be honest with that as well, because I do like fall asleep if I sit to read for too long. But I like reading like while doing laundry. If I do take public transit, also a lot of times too I like reading like essays. I'll just read those like while I'm cooking food or whatever, stuff like that, just to be aware, to be alert. But definitely I'm excited to have some more time to read books. I'm going up, as I mentioned, on the midday. I'm going out of town for the weekend, so hopefully getting some reading and writing done on that commute. Also, Sean, I have a question for you.
Yes.
Okay, so this actually has to do tangentially with the sticky note. So I know sometimes on the sticky note, you'll post videos with the sticky note, and it'll have a song in the background. How do you choose the sticky note song? Because there's some great songs on there. I know one time you had Nay Nah by 21 Savage, and it was like, oh my gosh, what is this doing here? Is there a specific selection process for your sticky note songs?
Yeah, it's basically, we kind of just cherry pick on trending songs.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's like kind of like whatever mood you're in. Maybe if there's a flow for the day. Yeah, but basically trying to catch some more, it's kind of catch cheap views. Yeah. So if there's something trending, we'll put it out there. Me and you, we talk about this often. The only music I listen to really is hip hop. I mean, unfortunately, I get some Tay every once in a while in the car. I know you don't like that, some Tay. I say Tay because someone in our group chat, and it was a dad who said something like, oh, can we not get the girls? And it was for our hockey team, the chat. She's like, we have to limit the amount of Tay songs that are allowed to be played in the pregame warm-up.
I do not blame this mom.
I think it was a dad. So I wrote in the chat, never say Tay again. And that was the end of it. That was the end of that discussion. That's Taylor Swift. But yeah, so that's what I do. So we try to pick some hype songs.
I like that. No, that's cool. I just was curious because it's always a fun
Yeah,
line.
great question. Yeah, thanks for that. A big shout out to my wife who does do a lot of that for me on Instagram, putting those out because we'll all do the Twitter sticky note, and often because I'm here, she'll help out with that. So, all right, I feel like this is something that's relatively important. Someone asked me this, so I'm going to put this up in the chat right now. What sector am I most bullish on this month? Well, the month of May is almost over, but just to answer your question, I'm starting to get a little bullish, and you might have heard me talk a little bit about, not DLD, GLD. I'm actually pretty excited about gold. It's been not excited about it because I don't think you can get too excited about gold too much, but I really like this retracement back in there and holding in and around this 210, 215 area with gold starting to break out again back up to the upside. I just worry a little bit that if Bitcoin's going to come back into the downside, potentially the market could pull back heading into an election year. We're obviously there now. I feel like China might have something to say still about Taiwan. I don't feel like Israel and Palestine is necessarily done yet, unfortunately. More worries coming through as energy. We saw that was pretty weak today. Gold trying to hold up 1%. I'm just not convinced right now that we're in the best place that we need to be, both politically and economically in this world. So for me, I like a breakout in gold. If you go over to a weekly chart, we've been talking about this for a while. Breakout, we already broke out from here. Looks really strong. I don't see really a bear case yet for gold, so let's see if we can break back out through the highs. I would say you could stay long this name until at least 210. I'm like to buy gold on dips and then really worry about it. Analyze what happens a couple months after election heading in. So this is more of a 6-month play. If you're just talking about current month, I always like to look at like beat up sectors and to think that maybe they can sort of come back a little bit. So we talked about utilities as they're getting higher and higher. So actually for this month, I was going to sort of cop out and maybe go with energy, trying to hold this 50-period moving average back in. So, you know, maybe they're not super sexy, but if you do want something that could really break out and you're positive here, you could always go back to either SOXL or SMH because the big dog is coming on May 22nd. And if NVIDIA does something, either announces a split, a huge buyback. We saw Apple with that 110 on the buyback. NVIDIA could talk about that. So let's see if they guide forward and blow out some of these numbers. I mean, that's a great sector to look at. So that's what I like. So great question. Thank you for that with only a couple more minutes left. All right. I think we don't have too much more to go. We could have a September rate cut that I just saw someone talk about. I think that could be negative for gold. So that's another thing. But if we keep talking about rate hikes, then I think gold goes higher. So that gives you a little bit of hedge against potentially your equity portfolio by buying a little bit of gold, dipping your toe into that. So, hey, it's been absolutely fantastic doing these Q&As. You have anything else for me?
Yeah, you know what? Because I know you were just talking about you really like rap, and I want to ask a question as well. Do you have a favorite rap song or artist that can be old school, new school? Because you and I haven't talked about music as much, I feel like.
I feel like the song that I've heard the most is Mo Money, Mo Problems. And that's, of course, Biggie, and then Mace. And P. Diddy.
It's a great trio.
Yeah. And this is going to be controversial, and I know some people like Kanye and don't like Kanye, but I like a lot of Kanye stuff. I mean, that Graduation album, like in his early days and stuff like that, like, and even just more stuff with Rihanna, All of the Lights, and just, you know, I like Jesus Walks.
Jesus Walks is a classic.
Yeah, I mean, all that kind of stuff. So, you know, back when I was in school, dem songs were pretty hype. So I like all that kind of stuff. Illmatic.
I love that.
Yeah, it was written, stuff like that. So all that, like, I'm not as like hardcore into, like, I like Wu-Tang and everything like that, but like 36 Chambers. But yeah, so that's what I like, some of that kind of stuff. And then, yeah, but yourself, we've already talked about this. You like K-Dot.
I love K-Dot. I also, though, I am a huge Kanye fan. And actually, my high school grad cake, because my parents were like, what do you want in the cake? I got the Kanye bear on the cookie.
There you go.
Like,
so there you go. So the
Cover.
graduation.
So I thought that was, I love that album. It's a really good album. Yeah.
All right. Question from Ron. What keeps Sean going? He's always staying late. He's busy with life's stocks. How do I do it? You know, honestly, man, I'm going to start getting some wrinkles. I'm losing my hair. I'm doing all this kind of stuff. So I just do it with passion, honestly. Like, I actually have fun sitting here talking like this with you. I mean, I'm much relaxed. I feel like the ability to be able to do this show, and I've talked to traders all around the world, thousands of them, and hired them. That's another good song, yeah, all around the world. One of my favorite rock bands. So I talk about listening to mainly hip hop. I love Oasis.
Really?
So the Gallagher brothers, I love all that. So All Around the World's another song by them, Supersonic, things like that. And when we were in Italy, we were actually in a bar, and they're playing music, and one of these dudes played Wonderwall for my daughter. And he said, Gia, you are my Wonderwall. I almost punched the guy in the face, but it was a great song, and that was really done really well. So anyways, great times there. I feel like I was in the middle of saying something and then I forget what it was.
We were just talking about
what keeps me going
around the world. Yeah, what keeps you going?
Yeah, no, just doing this for everybody. Honestly, yeah. I mean, you know, I like it. Not only that, it's like the funny thing about this was we used to not have a recap show on Friday.
Really? Oh, I guess I knew this. I did know this.
Yeah, you should know this.
I was here.
And because we were doing the podcast.
Yeah.
So I was like, okay. You know, now we're not doing the podcast on Fridays. Yeah. We're going to be doing it. So I said to myself, great, I got Friday night off. You know, the market will close. I can finally get to go home.
Yeah.
Nope. You got to sit right back down and put some more content out, but I like doing it. I play off of that all the time. I was like, oh, I'm so busy, but I like doing it. Busyness is the spice of life, and especially when it involves your family. And on that note, I got to run home because we're going there for puck drop at 7 o'clock.
Oh,
I mean, we've got that going on there. Should be really fun. Here, look at this. Last time, we got to go right now because Fabian's like, yo, you said that this is not going to be very long. You know what? You're lucky. I don't even think I logged into Twitter over here. So you're good to go, Fabian. I was just going to show last game. We were right there, right at the front. We did log in. We are logged in over here. So just quickly, I just want to show you. This was me last time. I don't know if you guys can see this. So here's the PWHL. They actually tweeted this out, full screen, right here. There I am, red hat. Right there, banging on the glass. So here we go. This was a sick goal. That's Emma Malte coming through right now. My daughter's right beside me somewhere. You can't see her, but she's right there. There's the goal, and we're pounding the glass. So we'll have a lot of fun there tonight. Look for me basically in those same seats. If you are there, 8,000 people should be a hell of a lot of fun. And then tomorrow is all about wedding time.
Oh, yeah, the baller wedding.
So we have a hockey, my daughter has a hockey game at 11 o'clock in Mississauga. Then we're back here for hair and makeup, which not for me. And then off to the wedding, 5 p.m. Should be a heck of a lot of fun. Any plans this weekend for yourself?
Yeah, I'm going out to up north for the weekend to visit my friends. So yeah, leaving tonight. Have my suitcase here. It's not for a while, but yeah, excited to go. Yeah.
All right, let's wrap this up. Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there. Give the ones you love, no matter who it is, a big hug and a kiss for this weekend or just for the day.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much for joining me and Adara at Trader TV. Sean at Trader TV Adara. That is your handle, right?
That is my
perfect.
Trader TV.
So go find us both all over socials. Thank you so much. We did not have a guest today, so I will make sure to 100% thank everybody that's watching and Mr. Bears vs. Bulls.
What about that last item though? Ramen and Fabian are amazing.
Ramen. I love ramen. Ramen is so good.
But yeah, Ramin and Fabian are amazing.
Oh, Ramin, yeah, she's pretty good too.
Was an item on the rundown. So shout out to Ramin and Fabian, always killing it, all day, every day, working very hard. And also Ramin's name is just not spelled correctly there for some reason.
Right, and I just wanted to clear Ramin's name. I did not write that. She did. Oh, she did. Okay. All right. Thank you so much for watching. We got to get out of here. It's Friday. Have a great weekend. Happy Mother's Day. Ciao. All right, we done.
That was a cool ending shot.